To order. Sergeant Arms will please secure the doors. Members, please take your seats. A lot of energy this morning. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Mr. President.
All right. This morning, we are very pleased to welcome Bishop Antonio Palmer from Kingdom Celebration Center in Odenton, Maryland, guest of the distinguished senator from District 32. Members, please rise for the invocation.
Hey everyone, I am Bishop Antonio Palmer, Senior Pastor of Kingdom Celebration Center. Before I get started with the invocation, I'd like to take this moment to thank Senator Pam Vital for this opportunity to pray before this august body of decision makers who hold the key to the health of our great state. I'd also like to thank Senate President Bill Ferguson for his leadership, his selective appointments, and presiding over the daily sessions of the chamber. Shall we pray? Spirit of the living God, I invoke your presence on behalf of these legislators. You are the Almighty God. You are maker of heaven and earth, creator of all mankind. You alone are sovereign, and all glory belongs to you. And according to your divine and holy scriptures, all power that be are ordained of God. You have delegated to this Senate the power to decide laws that will govern the lives of the citizens of this great state. So I pray today, O Lord, that with this God-given power, you will also endow them with humility and respect for humanity, as they have before them proposed legislation. And when they make a collective decision, it will be for the betterment of our society. I pray that you would highlight in their minds the poor, the deprived, the disenfranchised. Let them recall the severity of the pandemic, where businesses folded, where there were a rise of mental health and food deserts in low-income areas, and disparities in healthcare. Let the inequities and injustices in our state be a great reminder that change has to take place. Use them today to bring down the wall of racism, bring it to its knees once and for all. Let their decisions move us forward and not backward. Wisdom from above is what we pray for today, O Lord. Let you speak in light of hope to its constituency, and goodness and mercy shall follow them all the days of their lives. I pray genuinely an apostolic blessing upon the Senate, and let the state of Maryland forever be blessed. Our God, our Father, this is our prayer. Amen and amen.
Amen. All right. Chair recognizes the senator from the 32nd District.
Thank you, Mr. President. I think you can see why I'm a big fan of Bishop Palmer and Kingdom Celebration. They do so much for our community. They've been feeding 1,000 families a week since the pandemic started. Just an amazing, amazing church. And his wife, First Lady Barbara Palmer, also is a co-pastor and does a lot with our community. So thank you for giving him the opportunity to pray this morning. Maybe journalize his words, please.
Without objection, certainly, Senator, we will journalize the Reverend's inspiring remarks this morning. All right, has everyone recorded their presence in the chamber? If so, the clerk will take the call. With 45 members in the chamber and a quorum being present, the Senate of Maryland is now in session. Senators, we got a busy day today, but we have some exciting ways to start it out. We have 3 special guests who will be joining us virtually. And the first of which we will have the senator from District 17 introduce. And I will hand it over to the senator from District 17.
Thank you so much, Mr. President. I appreciate it. So, colleagues, there are only some minor number of people who are so famous that they are known by one name. Think about Cher. Think about Madonna, Liberace, and then there's Kojo. Who needs a last name when we're talking about Kojo Nnamdi? He has been a presence. I hope we're going to see him shortly.
We're working on it, Senator. Give us just a half a second.
All right. I don't know whether
There
he
we go.
is. So the remarkable Kojo Nnamdi, who has been a fixture in the Washington, D.C. media market on WAMU for 23 years. Last week was his last full-time everyday show, but as he's going into semi-retirement and will continue just on Fridays with the Politics Hour, I just thought it was appropriate to bring him before the Senate to thank him for his leadership. He's got tens of thousands of followers on Twitter, on Facebook, and that's because he is so entertaining, educational, and inspirational. His topics have ranged from Black Broadway to Maryland politics to pressing issues that affect this whole region. So we have a lot of work today, but I do want to share the resolution that the Senate is presenting to him today, and just with deepest gratitude, Kojo, for all that you've done to lift us up and to keep us informed and united. So with that, I defer to the Senate reading clerk.
The clerk will read the resolution in full.
Be it hereby known to all that the Senate of Maryland offers its sincerest congratulations to Kojo Nnamdi in recognition of your passionate commitment to our region as a public radio host discussing regional politics for 23 years, which made your show on WAMU-FM so educational and entertaining. The entire membership extends its best wishes on this memorable occasion and directs this resolution be presented on this 7th day of April 2021.
The clerk will call the roll.
Mr. President,
Has everyone recorded their vote? Senator from District 22 would like to explain his vote.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. President. I first heard of Kojo Nnamdi in the middle 1970s when I would listen to the news broadcast on HUR, the Howard University radio station. Kojo did the news, Daily Drum, later followed by the Quiet Storm, as I recall. And we met in person sometime later to talk social and economic justice. And as the senator from District 17 said, he's been at the NPR affiliate AMU in Washington for all those years. And a number of us have been on that show, and others who formerly served in the Senate have also been on that show, former Senator Madaleno, and the list goes on and on and on. But a couple of things stand out in terms of Kojo's approach to radio and news and conversation. One, he cared deeply about the community, and he dug deep into the community. In the DC esoteric answers, he pushed for nuance, and I think we all appreciated that. And he would also link the very specific of that community, whether it's a local community or state politics, to the broader societal interest. And I think that's what separated Kojo from many other people who've been in the industry and remain in the industry. So we've all benefited from Kojo's work as part of the community and giving voice to the community. So I too want to join the accolades today in behalf of someone I've known for many, many years. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator. Any further senators wish to explain their vote? If not, the clerk. Senator from Baltimore City? No? Okay. The clerk will take the call. The Senate of Maryland unanimously celebrates Mr. Kojo Nnamdi in recognition for your passionate commitment to our region with 23 years of service in the Fourth Estate, keeping us all informed and honest and doing the best we can for the people of Maryland. We thank you, we celebrate you, and we wish you the best in your limited retirement. Thank you, sir. All right, we are We are pleased to have another retirement today. We have somebody who has served the state of Maryland for 36 years. He is a little bit behind the scenes here and there. Let me just make sure that we have him available. There we go. So you all will know him well. You will most likely know his beard and goatee, as he is a signature trademark. Mr. Tim Baker has devoted almost his entire 36-year career to the city and state governments of Maryland. He was born into a family of public servants. He grew up in an environment of outside of Washington, D.C., and spent summers working for the Committee on House Administration on Capitol Hill. Shortly out of college, he began working as an aide to Mayor William Donald Schaefer in Baltimore, serving as staff to the city council and as a constituent advocate. He followed Governor Schaefer to Annapolis, where he served first as Constituent Affairs Coordinator and as Director of Governmental Relations in the Office of the Secretary of State. Then, staying on into the next administration as Information Services Director at the Department of Planning, he honed his deep knowledge of information technology, a skill set that served the Maryland State Archives very well when he joined its staff as Deputy State Archivist in 2002. In that role, Tim oversaw the development of the largest digital depository of land records in the country, mdlandrec.net, which continues in coordination with the Maryland Judiciary to make publicly available images of all verified land record instruments in Maryland. He was appointed as State Archivist by Governor Hogan in 2015. During his tenure, the Archives has become a national leader in the digitization of records, making them widely accessible to the public, both remotely and in person. He oversaw the acquisition of a secondary archives facility in Woodlawn that has allowed for the consolidation of multiple rented locations into one state-of-the-art storage location that includes climate-controlled and secure housing for the state's artistic property. In July, he will finish his long career of service when he retires from the archives. Through 5 gubernatorial administrations, he has held positions crucial to the everyday smooth running of the wheels of Maryland government, and ultimately as state archivist. He has preserved the permanent records through which future generations of this state will understand how our government works. Today, we thank Tim and honor his good work through this Senate resolution. The clerk will read the resolution in full.
Be it hereby known to all that the Senate of Maryland offers its sincerest congratulations to Timothy D. Baker in recognition of his retirement after 34 years of dedicated and exemplary service to the state of Maryland, serving most recently as the State Archivist and Commissioner of Land Patents. The entire membership extends its best wishes on this memorable occasion and directs this resolution be presented on this 7th day of April, 2021. Congratulations.
The clerk will call the roll.
Mr. President.
Has everyone recorded their vote? Anyone wish to explain their vote? If not, the clerk will take the call. Mr. Baker, the entire Senate of Maryland unanimously celebrates your retirement and thanks you deeply for your 34 years of service, and I want to personally thank you for the guidance and assistance that you've provided to me over these last 18 months with all of the many different archive issues that we never ever could have imagined would be coming. Not the least of which is how to run a session in the middle of a pandemic and getting history from the 1918 pandemic. So with that, I just want to say thank you, and we hope you have a wonderful retirement. All right, we have one final resolution of the day, and I don't know if we have this individual on virtually. Oh, great, wonderful. We'd like to recognize the senator from the 45th District who has a resolution.
Thank you, Mr. Senate President. Last but not least, Mr. President, colleagues, I rise today with the distinct honor and pleasure of recognizing Dr. Taisha Swinton-Buck of Baltimore City on being named Maryland High School Principal of the Year. The Maryland Association of Secondary Schools Principals makes this designation annually, typically in normal years, announcing the award before the Maryland State Board of Education. A native of New York City, Dr. Swinton-Buck began her teaching career right after college. Committed to urban education, her heart soon found its home in Baltimore, where she rose throughout the ranks, currently serving as the principal of Digital Harbor High School, located in the illustrious, Mr. President, you ready? 46th Legislative District.
That's the fighting 46, Senator. Fighting 46.
As principal of Digital Harbor, Dr. Swinton-Buck has made extraordinary improvements to the school's climate, while at the same time working diligently to include the Federal Hill neighborhood in the process. By doing so, she has strengthened school community partnerships, which is so important to the success of our young people. For Principal Swinton-Buck, it isn't enough to simply show up every day, but rather she stresses students must be engaged in learning, whether in person or virtually. Following her mantra, and I quote, "Connection before content," Principal Swinton-Buck has created an environment where students are our priority, but also where families and staff are at the center of her work. Under her leadership, all stakeholders feel valued and empowered. It probably helps that she is affectionately known by her students and staff as the TikTok Queen. Due to her innovative, social aware way to connecting with them via social media platforms. One of the things that I'm proud of as a Baltimore City Public Schools graduate myself is that Dr. Swinton-Buck is focused on restorative practices and a social emotional learning, which I know is important to the district's battles through this COVID-19 pandemic, especially now while transitioning to in-person learning. In just 2 short years, she has turned Digital Harbor School around. It is for these reasons that she will represent Maryland at the national level, vying for the National Principal of the Year award. I could not be more proud as chairman of the Baltimore City Senate delegation, and I say this on behalf of all Baltimore City senators. Welcome Maryland High School Principal of the Year, Dr. Taisha Swinton-Buck, to the floor of the Maryland State Senate. Mr. President, I yield back and for the reading of the resolution. Thank you.
Clerk will read the resolution.
Be it hereby known to all that the Senate of Maryland offers its sincerest congratulations to Dr. Taisha Swinton-Buck in recognition of being named the 2021 Maryland State Principal of the Year by the Maryland Association of Secondary Schools. The entire membership extends its best wishes on this memorable occasion and directs this resolution be presented on this 7th day of April, 2021. Congratulations.
The clerk will call the roll.
Mr. President,
Has everyone recorded their vote? Would anyone like to explain their vote? Chair recognizes the senator from District 40.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'll be brief. I just wanted to take this opportunity to congratulate Dr. Swinton-Buck. She is an example. You know, there has been a lot of unsung heroes as we've gone through this pandemic, but no one would dispute that our principals and educators throughout Maryland has done a yeoman's job at making sure that they heed the call and make sure our young people had a quality education. And to have a principal, have this principal represent us on a national stage, our hearts are filled with joy, and we congratulate you and thank you so much for your service. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you for that. Any further senators wish to explain their vote? If not, the clerk will take the call. Dr. Swinton-Buck, the Senate of Maryland unanimously celebrates you as the 2021 Maryland State Principal of the Year, where you will be representing us on the national stage. We are so deeply thankful for your service. I personally am deeply thankful. We've had a lot of transitions at Digital Harbor. It is a school of unbelievable promise. We have an incredibly diverse community, and you have found a way to truly lead an amazing space, and we're so thankful for you. Keep up the amazing work. Thank you. All right, senators. Good way to start the day. Good way to start the day. Remember that There's some amazing, amazing people in the state that do some remarkable work on behalf of the people we represent. So, other announcements before we jump in today. Any other announcements? It appears not. If not, without objection, so be considered the reading of the journal from the prior legislative day. We're going to go ahead and start with the message from the House. These are Senate bills passed by yeas and nays. Clerk will read the bills.
Senate Bill 144, Senator Gazzoni, Electric Vehicle Recharging Equipment for Multifamily Units Act. Senate Bill 156, Senator Kramer, Public Safety, Law Enforcement, Veterinarian Care of Retired Law Enforcement Canines Act. Senate Bill 314, Senator McCray, Board of Revenue Estimates and Bureau of Revenue Estimates, Organization and Operations.
Majority Leader moves so be considered the reading of the bills. All right, Senators, we're going to start with some concurrences. We have some other concurrences, and we're going to wait on a bit for that. But this is a concurrence calendar from Finance, number 17. Clerk will read the first bill.
Senate Bill 9, Senator Kramer, State Employees Collective Bargaining, Applicability, Bargaining Processes, and Memorandums of Understanding, Finance.
Chair recognizes the Chair of the Committee on the House Amendments.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senate Bill 9 requires the Chancellor of the University System of Maryland to act on behalf of all of the USM's constituent institutions rather than the institution's presidents for the purpose of collective bargaining an exclusive representative that represents more than one bargaining units of USM employees may request to bargain a consolidated collective bargaining agreement. The House amendments provide the specified matter negotiated at a local institutional level and prohibits these matters from being included in a consolidated memorandum. We move to concur.
All right. The Finance Committee moves that the Senate concur with the House amendments. On the amendments, any discussion? If not, all in favor of the amendment say aye. Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. The amendments are adopted. Has everyone recorded their vote? Anyone wish to change their vote? Explain their vote? If not, the clerk will take the call. With 32 votes in the affirmative, Senate Bill 9, having received a constitutional majority, is declared passed. Clerk will read the next bill.
Senate Bill 80, Senator Kagan, Economic Development, Maryland Technology Development Corporation, Alterations, Finance.
Chair recognizes the Chair of the Committee.
Thank you. Senate Bill 80 adds 4 members to the Board of Directors of the Maryland Technology Development Corporation, TEDCO, subject to specified conditions, and requires at least one of the 2 existing board members representing colleges and universities to represent an historically black college or university, as specified. The bill also renames TEDCO's executive director position to be chief executive officer. Requirements and duties of the position are otherwise unchanged. The House amendments prohibit any college or university from being represented for more than 2 consecutive terms on the board of directors of TEDCO, and applies that prohibition prospectively. We move to concur.
All right. The Finance Committee moves that the Senate concur with the House amendments. On the amendments, any discussion? If not, all in favor of the amendment say aye. Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. The amendments are adopted. Senate Bill 80 is now again in front of the Senate on third reading for final passage. Any discussion? If not, the clerk will call the roll.
Mr. President,
Has everyone recorded their vote? Anyone wish to change their vote, explain their vote? If not, the clerk will take the call. With 47 votes in the affirmative, Senate Bill 80, having received a constitutional majority, is declared passed. Clerk will read the next bill.
Senate Bill 359, Senator Rosapep, Department of Transportation, Urban Trees Program Establishment, Finance.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Chair recognizes Chair of the Committee on the House Amendments.
Senate Bill 359 requires the Maryland Department of Transportation to develop an urban tree program to replace trees that are removed during construction of a transportation facility project. The House amendments align the Senate bill with the House cross-file that was passed by the Senate earlier this session. We move to concur.
Finance Committee moves that we concur with the House amendments. On the amendments, any discussion? If not, all in favor of the amendment say aye. Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. The House amendments are adopted. Senate Bill 359 is again before the Senate on third reading for final passage. Any discussion? If not, the clerk will call the roll.
Mr. President,
Has everyone recorded their vote? Anyone wish to change their vote, explain their vote? If not, the clerk will take the call. With 47 votes in the affirmative. Senate Bill 359, having received a constitutional majority, is declared passed. All right, we've got a concurrence calendar. This looks like Budget and Taxation Committee, number 8, concurrence 18. Clerk will read the first bill.
Senate Bill 323, Senator Eldredge, Maryland Arts Capital Grant Program, B&T.
Chair recognizes the Chair of the Committee on the House Amendments.
Thank you, Mr. President. The committee concurs with the House amendments. The Senate bill as passed by the Senate. Senate Bill 323 required a $3 million appropriation for grants for certain small arts or cultural education organizations for 23 through 2028. All the House amendment did was change the timing of that to 2024 to 2029. Move to concur.
All right. The Budget and Taxation Committee moves that we concur with the House amendments. Any discussion on the amendments? If not, all in favor of the amendment say aye. Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. The House amendments are adopted. Question now is on the Senate Bill 323 is in front of the Senate for third reading, final passage. Any discussion? If not, the clerk will call the roll.
Mr. President,
Has everyone recorded their vote? Anyone wish to change their vote, explain their vote? If not, the clerk will take the call. With 47 votes in the affirmative, Senate Bill 323, having received a constitutional majority, is declared passed. Clerk will read the next bill.
Senate Bill 366, Senator McCray, Department of Assessments and Taxation, identification number for Business Tax Task Force, B&T.
All right. Chair recognizes the Chair of the Committee as the floor leader.
Thank you, Mr. President. The committee concurs with the House amendments to Senate Bill 366. The bill had established a work group with specified agencies to make recommendations on using unique identification numbers for businesses across state agencies. The House amendment struck the Department of Health from the required participants in the work group. Move to concur.
All right. The Budget and Taxation Committee moves that we concur with the House amendments. Any discussion? If not, all in favor of the amendments say aye. Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. The House amendments are adopted. Senate Bill 366 is now before the Senate on third reading for final passage. Any discussion? If not, clerk will call the roll.
Mr. President,
Has everyone recorded their vote? Anyone wish to change their vote, explain their vote? If not, the clerk will take the call. With 47 votes in the affirmative, Senate Bill 366, having received a constitutional majority, is declared passed. Clerk will read the next bill.
Senate Bill 778, Senator Eldredge, Regional Institution Strategic Enterprise Zone Program, alterations, B&T.
Chair recognizes the Chair of the Committee on the House Amendments.
Thank you, Mr. President. The committee concurs with the House amendments to Senate Bill 778 as the House added provisions to match HB 1279, which we passed on Tuesday. Move to concur.
All right. The Budget and Taxation Committee moves to concur with the House amendments. On the amendments, any discussion? If not, all in favor of the amendment say aye. Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. The Senate concurs with the House amendments, and they are adopted. Senate Bill 778 is on third reading yet again for final passage. Any discussion? If not, the clerk will call the roll.
Mr. President,
Has everyone recorded their vote? Anyone wish to change their vote, explain their vote? If not, the clerk will take the call. With 47 votes in the affirmative, Senate Bill 778, having received a constitutional majority, is declared passed. All right, let's move some of these second readers along. We've got one out of Finance. Let's see, this is calendar number 44. Clerk will read the bill.
House Bill 397, Delegate Learman, Electricity and Gas, Energy Suppliers, Supply Offers, favorable.
Chair recognizes the Chair of the Committee.
Thank you. House Bill 397 generally prohibits beginning July 1, 2023, a third-party retail supplier from offering to provide or continuing to provide electricity or gas to households in the state that have received energy assistance from the Office of Home Energy Programs, OHAP, within the past fiscal year. However, the Public Service Commission, PSC, must by January 1, 2023, establish an administrative process to approve these supply offers subject to specified conditions. Namely, an approved supply offer must include a commitment to charging at or below the standard offer service rate or gas commodity rate for customers receiving energy assistance. The bill contains a related annual reporting requirement for the PSC. There are no amendments. I move the adoption of the favorable committee report.
Floor leader moves for the adoption of the favorable committee report. On the report, any discussion? If not, all in favor of the report say aye. Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. The favorable committee report is adopted. Are there any amendments to the bill or its title? Seeing none, House Bill 397 is hereby ordered passed for third reading. All right, we've got a report, second readers from Education, Health, Environmental Affairs, Report 42. Clerk will read the first bill.
House Bill 189, Delegate Chi, Mobile Laundry for the Homeless Pilot Program, favorable.
Chair recognizes the senator from Baltimore City as the floor leader.
Thank you, Mr. President. House Bill 189 is to establish a mobile laundry for homeless persons and is to set up a pilot program. There are no committee amendments. It has a small general increase of funds, but again, this is a good project. It's worth investing in. There was a favorable committee report. It was passed near unanimously. I ask for the adoption of the favorable committee report.
Floor leader moves for the adoption of the favorable committee report. On the report, any discussion? If not, all in favor of the report say aye. Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. The favorable committee report is adopted. Are there any amendments to the bill or its title? Seeing none, House Bill 189 is hereby ordered moved to third reader. Clerk will read the next bill.
House Bill 307, Delegate Rosenberg, Maryland Technology Internship Program, qualifications for participation, alterations, favorable.
Chair recognizes the senator from District 9 as the floor leader.
Thank you, Mr. President. Colleagues, House Bill 307 incorporates technology-based nonprofit organizations into the existing Maryland Technology Internship Program, MTIP, allowing them to participate in the same way as technology-based businesses and units of state and local government. There were no committee amendments, and the fiscal impact is minimal. I recommend the adoption of the favorable committee report.
The floor leader moves for the adoption of the favorable committee report. On the report, any discussion? If not, all in favor of the report say aye. Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. The favorable committee report is adopted. Are there any amendments to the bill or its title? Seeing none, House Bill 307 is hereby ordered passed for third reading. Clerk will read the next bill.
House Bill 320, Delegate Smith, Maryland Longitudinal Data System Transfer of Student Data Modifications, favorable.
Chair recognizes the Vice Chair of the committee as the floor leader.
Thank you, Mr. President. House Bill 320 is a topic that we've worked on before. It's really about being able to monitor how our students are doing and making sure that we can analyze and support their continued success. There was no opposition, there are no amendments, and the committee voted on it unanimously. Move the favorable report.
Floor leader moves for the adoption of the favorable committee report. On the report, any discussion? If not, all in favor of the report say aye. Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. The favorable committee report is adopted. Are there any amendments to the bill or its title? Seeing none, House Bill 320 is hereby ordered passed for third reading. Clerk will read the next bill.
House Bill 980, Prince George's County Delegation, Prince George's County Public Ethics, Definition of Application, Prince George's 41621, favorable with two amendments.
Chair recognizes the senator from Prince George's as the floor leader.
Thank you, Mr. President. Colleague, House Bill 980 is a local Prince George's County bill. As amended, this bill exempts a member from the Prince George's County Council from prohibiting against voting or participating in a proceeding regarding a countywide zoning map amendment if that member who receives specified payment to return said payment. There are two amendments. Amendment number 1 is technical. Amendment number 2, strike the bill as drafted and substitute provision previously described. There's no financial impact. Mr. President, I move the two amendments and a favorable committee report.
All right, the floor leader moves for the adoption of two committee amendments and the favorable committee report. On the amendments, any discussion? If not, all in favor of the amendment say aye. Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. The two committee amendments are adopted. Question now on the favorable committee report is amended. Any discussion? If not, all in favor of the report say aye. Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. The favorable committee report as amended is adopted. Are there any further amendments to the bill or its title? Seeing none, House Bill 980 is hereby ordered passed for third reading. Clerk will read the next bill.
House Bill 1142, Howard County Delegation. Howard.
Thank you, Mr. President. House Bill 1142 is a local Howard County bill. It requires that if the redistricting plan proposed by the Howard County Board of Education differs from the plan that's initially proposed by the county superintendent, that the local board must allow public testimony from one or more members of the household whose school assignment is changed only in the board's plan before the final vote is taken on either plan. The bill takes effect July 1st, 2021. It has local delegation support. There are no committee amendments. Move the adoption of the favorable committee report.
All right, floor leader moves to the adoption of the favorable committee report. On the report, any discussion? If not, all in favor of the report say aye. Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. The favorable committee report is adopted. Are there any amendments to the bill or its title? Seeing none, House Bill 1142 is hereby ordered passed for third reading. Clerk will read the next bill.
House Bill 1190, Howard County Delegation, Howard County Board of Education, redetermination of geographic attendance area, Howard County 521, favorable.
Chair recognizes the senator from District 12 as the floor leader.
Thank you, Mr. President. HB 1190 is a local reporting bill. It's a local Howard County bill. It requires that the Board of Education submit specified reports to the General Assembly and the county delegation beginning in the 2021 to 2022 school year. It includes an annual report on the program capacity of each permanent school facility based on capacity rates set by the board. Each year, the student enrollment at that facility that is not within 10% of target utilization, the county board has to submit a report on a plan to adjust student enrollment to meet that utilization. If the student enrollment at a facility is not within 20%, the board must implement processes described in their own policy or successor policies to assess the determination for a need of redrawing of geographic boundaries. And if the outcome of the assessment is not a redetermination of geographic attendance areas, the local board must submit a report. The bill takes effect July 1st, 2021. There are no committee amendments. It has local support from the county delegation. Move the adoption of the favorable committee report.
Floor leader moves to the adoption of the favorable committee report. On the report, any discussion? If not, all in favor of the report say aye. Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. The favorable committee report is adopted. Are there any amendments to the bill or its title? Seeing none, House Bill 1190 is hereby ordered passed for third reading. Clerk will read the next bill.
House Bill 1207, Delegate Bridges, Environment, Commission on Environmental Justice and Sustainable Communities, Reform, favorable with two amendments.
Yes, Chair recognizes the senator from Charles County as the floor leader.
Thank you, Mr. President, colleagues. House Bill 1207 makes several changes to the Commission on the Environmental Justice and Sustainable Communities. Among other things, the bill alters the composition of the commission and the designation of the chair, requires the Maryland Department of the Environment to provide new commission members with a specified orientation, and alters and expands the required duties of the commission. This bill is similar to Senate Bill 674, which the Senate passed unanimously, but includes additional modifications to the commission's makeup and new language requiring the commission to establish rotated meeting locations in different geographic locations of the state. There are two committee amendments. Amendment number 1 is technical, and Amendment 2 adds language requiring the commission to hold public listening sessions in different geographic locations of the state, and returns language that was struck by the House providing for 6 of the commission members to be jointly appointed by the presiding officers. Mr. President, I move for the adoption of the two committee amendments and the favorable committee report.
Floor leader moves for the adoption of the two committee amendments and the favorable committee report. On the amendments, any discussion? If not, all in favor of the amendment say aye. Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. The two committee amendments are adopted. Question now on the favorable committee report as amended. Any discussion? If not, all in favor of the report say aye. Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. The favorable committee report as amended is adopted. Are there any further amendments to the bill or its title? Seeing none, House Bill 1207 is hereby ordered passed for third reading. All right, senators, we've got a Senate is receding. So let's take this up. This is House Bill 135. If the clerk could read the first message.
House Bill 135, Delegate Young, Pharmacist, Administration of Self-Administered Medications and Maintenance Injectable Medications, Christopher King Access to Treatment Act. By the Majority Leader, ladies and gentlemen of the Senate, the House of Delegates refused to concur in the Senate amendments and respectfully request the Senate recede from its position. Should the Senate prefer a conference committee to confer on the disagreeing votes of the two houses, the House appoints Delegate Kelly Chair, Delegate Carlson, Delegate Kipke. Said bill is returned herewith by order Sylvia Seegert, Chief Clerk.
All right. This is an Education, Health, Environmental Affairs one, we believe, right?
Yes.
Chair recognizes the chair of the committee on the, I think we may want to consider the amendments we put on this bill potentially.
Yeah, Mr. President, we weren't happy with what they did to the bill, so we did not recede, and we'll go to conference.
Senator, on this one, do we want to go to conference?
No, we will recede.
Okay. Well, we will reconsider. We'd rather get it done, right?
Yeah, I'd rather have the paperwork in front of me is what I'd rather
Apologies.
have.
Yes, well, this one just came in, so I was catching them as they come in. All right, so the chairman's moved that we recede on the Senate amendments onto the House bill. So we have a couple steps here. First, we will have a motion to reconsider the bill by which it passed third reading. All right. On that motion, any discussion? If not, all in favor say aye. Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. The motion carries. We are now going to consider a motion to reconsider the amendments from the chairman. On that motion to reconsider the amendments, any discussion? If not, all in favor of that motion say aye. Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. The motion carries. We'd now like to potentially withdraw the Senate amendments to this House bill. The chairman makes that motion to withdraw the amendments. Any discussion on that motion? If not, all in favor of that motion say aye. Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. The amendments are withdrawn. Now, House Bill 135 is before the Senate yet again on third reading for final passage. Any discussion? If not, the clerk will call the roll.
Mr. President,
has everyone recorded their vote? Anyone wish to change their vote, explain their vote? If not, the clerk will take the call. With 45 votes in the affirmative, House Bill 135, having received a constitutional majority, is declared passed. Clerk will read message number 2.
by the Majority Leader, ladies and gentlemen of the House of Delegates, the Senate recedes from its position on House Bill 135. Said bill is returned herewith by order of Nicole Alexander, Secretary.
All right, let's take up Education, Health, Environmental Affairs, calendar number 44. There's just one bill here. Clerk will read the bill. Calendar 44.
House Bill 1091, Delegate Resnick, State Procurement, Emergency and Expedited Procurements, Revisions and Reporting, favorable with 3 amendments.
Chair recognizes Senator from District 12 as the floor leader.
Thank you, Mr. President. So House Bill 1091 deals with state procurement. And for the members of the body, a little bit of background as to how this bill came about. There were 2 parallel processes at play over the interim. The first of which, and both of these were at the request of the chairs of Health and Government Operations and Education, Health, and Environmental Affairs. The first of which led to a review that was done by the Office of Program Evaluation and Government Accountability with Mr. Powell, who had his team review 8 years of emergency procurements that had taken place from the state. In the course of their review, they issued a series of recommendations that we had basically taken up and incorporated as parts of this bill. It found that 56% of emergency procurements that were issued by the state had only one bid, just one single bid, more than half of the emergency procurements that were done, meaning that taxpayers were likely spending more because little competition was being issued as part of these procurements. There was also very little participation by minority businesses, much less than the 29% state requirement for MBE participation. It found that there was frequent use of emergency procurements for things that were fairly routine, like maintenance and construction, oftentimes for poor maintenance of facilities or equipment, as well as things like filling vending machines or providing health care to inmates, things that really should not have been emergency procurements or should not have reached that level. And so there was also a second audit that was requested by both committee chairs. This was performed by the Office of Legislative Audits to review the procurement of South Korean COVID tests, as well as the Blue Flame procurement for personal protective equipment, or PPEs. That audit, which was just released Friday, found that there were significant violations of basic procurement rules, including the fact that there was no written contract for these COVID tests. There was no identified final approver of these tests that were procured. There was little evidence of considering other vendors that could have provided these COVID tests. The South Korean tests were not approved as initially authorized by FDA, and we did not have a contract to be able to return them for tests that were eventually authorized by FDA. In other words, because we didn't have a contract, we procured tests that at the end of the day were not authorized by FDA, and we had no return policy to be able to seek them except to pay more. So this bill packaged those recommendations into HB 1091. What this bill does is that it clarifies that emergency procurements are for emergencies that can't be addressed via the normal procurement method. It allows all departments to use expedited procurement, which is a faster process but still requires that there be Board of Public Works approval, and it helps address times when there's a need for speed in procuring services or products, but it isn't a true emergency, so to speak. This should also reduce the need and use of emergency procurements. It also requires reasonable efforts to be able to get 3 verbal quotes, so to make sure that there is some level of competitiveness even in these emergency procurements. It requires the assessment of contractors' abilities to complete a contract, including the time that they've worked in this industry and a history of successful procurements. You may recall that this is to address the issue with Blue Flame, which was a very well-connected company that was able to secure these contracts but had no prior record or history of being able to provide the products that they had committed to. It also requires that there be a written contract for any emergency procurements that take place. It requires that the Board of Public Works set basic guidelines on MBE participation and how to determine appropriate MBE participation goals and outreach. It requires the state's chief procurement officer or his or her designee to approve of any emergency contracts procured by the state. There is an exception for cases where there's imminent harm. There is no specific definition of imminent harm. It's really up to the judgment of the department secretaries or agency heads, so it gives them a lot of leeway and deference to be able to determine whether imminent harm is present. It also requires that the state's chief procurement officer, who is an expert in procurement roles, be able to verify the ability of the company that's being contracted to be able to conduct the basic specifications of the contract. In other words, to help avoid the situation that we saw with Blue Flame, where a simple Google search would have identified the fact that they had only existed for a few weeks before that contract was done, as well as the South Korean tests, which were procured from a middleman that was not even a recognized entity within the state and did not register within the state until 3 months later. The state's chief procurement officer will also have a maximum of 48 hours to approve of a emergency procurement request, or it will be considered approved. And we also believe that because there's a designee that can be identified by the chief procurement officer, this should not delay proceeding with the contract, as well as the fact that 80% of emergency procurements happen longer than 2 days after an emergency starts, and the imminent harm exception will address those that can't wait for the chief procurement officer. It sets basic guidelines for the Board of Public Works to be able to oversee this. If an emergency procurement is over $1 million, the contract needs to be presented to the Board of Public Works within 7 days for review. I think many folks in the public are unaware of the fact that the Board of Public Works cannot actually rescind contracts nor claw back or pull back any contracts or funding that the state has procured as an emergency procurement. It also provides a cap on upfront costs that can be provided. This is a cap of $2 million plus 30% of any contract in excess of $2 million until they get Board of Public Works approval. And so that will allow them to at least get the work started on anything that they need to do. The Board of Public Works will have the ability to pull the contract in for a hearing early if they need to, and then can decide if they need to approve to proceed with further expenditures, or if they will request that the contract be terminated at that point. Again, providing the Board of Public Works basic provisions to be able to stop a contract. Currently, they have none. There are no guardrails in this process. And lastly, it improves reporting to the Board of Public Works as well as to the General Assembly, the two committees that have jurisdiction over procurement, as well as the Joint Audits and Evaluation Committee. Overall, this bill is intended to provide better transparency, accountability, and oversight over the procurement process to really put the Board of Public Works back in the driver's seat to have proper oversight over all the procurements that the state is undergoing, which it currently does not have, and provide that basic guardrail and structure. Move the adoption of the 3 committee amendments and the favorable committee report.
All right, the floor leader moves to the adoption of the 3 committee amendments and the favorable committee report. On the amendments, any discussion? If not, all in favor of the amendment say aye. Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. 3 committee amendments are adopted. Question now on the favorable committee report as amended. Any discussion? If not, all in favor of the report say aye. Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. The favorable committee report as amended is adopted. Are there any further amendments to the bill or its title? Seeing none, House Bill 1091 is hereby ordered passed for third reading. All right, Senators, we've got a conference committee report that just came in. This is the Clean Energy Program, House Bill 517. The clerk will read the bill.
House Bill 517, Delegate C. Watson, Clean Energy Loan Programs, Remediation and Resiliency.
All right, on the conference committee. Looks like the senator from District 9 is chair of the conference committee. If the senator could explain the decisions of the conference committee.
Thank you, Mr. President. So the conference committee chairs met, and the amendment that we added on the Senate floor was essentially too big an amendment for the House, and so we've decided to go back to the bill in its original form and to try the amendment in a separate bill next year.
And Senator, could the senator remind the body what the bill does generally?
Yes, Mr. President. So this is an existing program that allows financing for energy efficiency projects. And as the bill came in, it expanded it to remediation and resiliency projects, which includes, flooding and other risks from natural disasters. It also includes air quality, mold, and asbestos. So you can now do a project to improve your air quality and finance it through this existing program.
Thank you very much, Senator. All right, the senator seeks for the Senate to adopt the conference committee report. Are there any questions on the motion to adopt the report? Any discussion? If not, on the report, all in favor of the report say aye. Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. The conference committee report is adopted. With those amendments, House Bill 517 is now yet again in front of the Senate for third reading and final passage. All right, there we go. Any discussion? If not, the clerk will call the roll.
Mr. President.
Has everyone recorded their vote? Anyone wish to change their vote? Explain their vote. If not, the clerk will take the call. With 47 votes in the affirmative, House Bill 517, having received a constitutional majority, is declared passed. All right, let's see. We've got the last second reader from Education, Health, Environmental Affairs. This is calendar 43, just one bill. Clerk will read the bill.
House Bill 1047, Delegate Wilkins, Mail-in Voting Enhancement Act, favorable with 2 amendments.
Chair recognizes Vice Chair of the committee as the floor leader.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Colleagues, we saw a lot of different issues come up during last year's elections, and this bill, as amended, addresses a number of them, in addition to those that this body has already enacted, or has already passed. So there are 5 aspects of this bill that I just particularly want to flag for you. One is about tracking the progress of your ballot so that you know when it's been sent to you, when it's been received, when it's been counted, if there are any other problems. Second, drop-off boxes. You can't mess with them, and it just protects those. Third, we want to make sure that only your first ballot is counted. So if someone has sent in a vote by mail and then they try to vote provisionally, the provisional ballot would be rejected. Fourth, talks about starting to process but not tabulate ballots 18 days before the election. This is the number that was requested by Mayo, the Maryland Association of Election Officials, to give them enough time so that we can get the election results in a timely manner. And the last thing is curing. If someone forgets to sign their oath on the envelope, on the reply envelope, as many people do, their ballot is at risk of being rejected. This sets out how a ballot could be cured so it could be accepted and counted. So that's the overview. So as amended, House Bill 1047 does those things. There were 2 amendments. The first one is technical. The second enacts those aspects that I have already highlighted. And with that, I would like to move the favorable report as amended.
All right, floor leader moves to the adoption of the 2 committee amendments and the favorable committee report. On the amendments, Chair recognizes Senator from District 7.
Thank you, Mr. President. Floor Leader yield for
Will the floor
a
leader
question?
yield? It appears so. Senator may proceed.
Thank you. Can you just walk me through the steps? I'm trying to read quickly here, but I think it was the fifth thing you talked about. If somebody doesn't sign the ballot, you said there's a way for them to get it approved. How's that
Yes.
done in this bill?
So there's something called curing that has been in the law books, but that hasn't really been detailed. And so there's been a bit of a possible patchwork quilt as to how each of the jurisdictions manages its curing. So in this bill, it's going to be clear if you look on page 11, actually the bottom of page 10 into page 11. And it talks about, first off, within 3 days after starting the canvassing, the local board of elections will notify the voter so they can get timely access and have plenty of opportunity to text or call or come into the office to sign their oath to be sure that their ballot would be counted.
Okay. So I'm sorry, I'm just reading as you said, page 11, so they can text message, online portal. Okay. And then I guess my other question is, you talked about the drop boxes. I remember last year I got a phone call from the State Board of Elections because there was issues with the drop boxes getting them manufactured in time. They didn't have matching colors. Are we going to have a uniform drop box with this bill now, color-wise?
Thank you for the question, Senator. The question of where to place them and how many and other details around drop-off boxes have been addressed in other bills that this body has already passed. On this one, this is just basically don't deface it, don't mess with it. It's kind of the one last piece of the drop box that wasn't included in any other legislation. I don't believe it's controversial. The other stuff we've already passed.
Thank you.
Thank you, Senator. They had different colors?
I'm sorry, say that again,
The
please.
drop boxes had different colors?
Well, I can tell you that the state, anything that the state has ordered would be identical. I can give an example in Montgomery County. The most used drop box was in the city of Rockville, and it was ordered and paid for by the city of Rockville.
I see.
So that one looks different. But in general, most others should look the same and are handled by the State Board of Elections.
Great.
Mr. President, following up on that, last year the State Board had called me because one of the issues was they were trying to get more of them built quickly, and the manufacturer couldn't get them painted in time.
Right.
So they called to let me know they were going to be a different color. And you know, I just don't think they should be blue or red. I think they should be a neutral color like yellow or something instead of one of those two colors.
Magenta. Chair recognizes the senator from District 36.
Thank you, Mr. President. If the floor leader would yield for question.
Senator may proceed.
Thank you. You had just mentioned page 11 and the methods to cure problems. What are examples of the problems?
Thank you for the question, Senator. The bulk of the curing problems is when a voter doesn't sign the oath. And I think you all know that there's the mailing envelope that gets the ballot to a voter. Then there's the reply envelope. And on the reply envelope, you're supposed to sign it, and that says, yup, it's me, it's mine. That reply envelope is, after it's been accepted, is separated from the ballot. So your name and whom you chose to vote for are separate and not processed in the same place. So if you don't sign the oath, even before opening the ballot, before processing it, they want to get in touch with you so that you can add your signature and make sure that your vote is counted.
Okay, so the main problem you're saying is a voter doesn't sign it.
Correct.
What is the process of validating or verifying the signatures? Or the signature is correct to the voter that sent that in?
Well, we do not do signature verification in Maryland, and that is not a part of this bill. We just need to make sure that it is signed. And that is a penalty. You know, if someone tries signing your name or tries completing your ballot, that's a crime. So you are just saying, this is me and this is my vote, and then signing that and dating it.
So without any type of verification of the ballot other than a signature, is there a way then, I mean, how would the State Board of Elections determine that somebody incorrectly signed for somebody else?
This is the way we've always done it, and this bill does not modify that.
Okay, so even after everything that has happened, we haven't decided to look into this any further, look at what other states might be doing, and feel that it's important to verify voter signatures?
So other states have rolled back voter rights. That's not the way we're doing it in Maryland. In Maryland, we want everyone to vote. Certainly, there has been legislation proposed to try to deny voters their right to vote, but that's not what our committee is recommending to the body.
Are any other states like Maryland that don't validate signatures?
There are a number of others, but frankly, that's not something we looked at. That's not in this bill.
Okay. All right. Thank you very much,
Thank you,
Madam
Senator.
Vice Chair. Thank you, Mr. President.
All right, Chair recognizes Senator from the 34th District. Question for the floor leader?
Yes, question for the floor leader, please.
Senator may proceed.
So I guess you threw another one in there on your last comment that I'll just kind of ask you about. You said that we don't want to deny anybody their right to vote, but if somebody votes illegally, don't they in essence deny a legal voter their right to vote by canceling out their vote? So we would have an interest in protecting the sanctity of the vote.
So again, as I said, it is a crime to impersonate someone else. So if I tried signing an oath and casting a ballot for a spouse, a roommate, a child, that is a crime. And also the prior senator from Kent County who asked about with everything that happened last year, there were allegations last year. There was no proof of any fraud. It was a microscopic number in other states, but there has been not a problem. So we're not fixing a thing that's not a problem.
So no evidence of all of anybody improperly voting in Maryland?
No, sir.
Okay. And my question is really towards, I'm trying to understand what it means on page 11 of this bill. It says choosing among the multiple methods of communicating with the local board to correct a problem with the voter's absentee ballot. Does that, what kind of, would the corrective action be taken through these methods, or I'm trying to understand what that means. So
yes.
If the board says you didn't sign it, can I text back and say, yeah, it's mine, I signed it, or I meant to sign it?
So there will be regulations that are promulgated by the State Board of Elections, and our AELR committee is surely going to need to oversee those and make sure that they make sense. But current law has talked about curing, but it has not. But there was no one-size-fits-all, and so there could have been 24 different methods of curing or not curing. And again, curing is curing a problem with your ballot or your ballot envelope, and it is not who you voted for. It is making sure that your ballot can be counted generally based on the oath being signed on the outer envelope. Before they see who you voted for, that's just the basic thing, so we can then process your vote and make sure your opinion is counted.
Okay, now let me get back to my question if I can. That was interesting. Let me get back to my question. My question was, this says choose from among a method of choose among a method of communicating with local board to correct a problem. Under this bill, could I communicate, if I didn't sign the outside envelope, could I resolve that just by sending a text message to the board?
So as I said, Senator, the State Board of Elections will promulgate regulations as to exactly how that will go, but we want it consistent and fair so that every voter is given an opportunity to cure what is primarily forgetting to sign the oath.
Okay, so what I take by your answer is that this bill would allow to correct your non-signature through a text message back to the board.
Okay, let me be clearer. The State Board of Elections will promulgate regulations that will indicate whether the text message is, let's say, contacting you to flag the fact that you need to sign it, whether you then are going to be asked to sign something and take a picture of it or send it in, whether you have to come to the local Board of Elections, whether you can go to this online accessible portal, which is indicated in this section of the bill. The regulations will clarify exactly how that works.
Gotcha.
The key
So let me
thing
be
that I
very
want to, sorry,
okay,
if
go
I can
ahead.
just finish one thing. The key two things that are in this bill that are super important. One is that this action has to be taken within 3 days. We want to make sure that we give voters lots of time to fix their ballot so it can be counted. And the only way we get to do that is if we start processing the ballots 18 days in advance. Now, military voters are sent their ballots about a month and a half in advance. And the rest of us who have asked for vote-by-mail ballots are sent pretty soon after that. And so the local boards of elections will start receiving ballots more than a month in advance of Election Day. But if they wait until to start processing them until Election Day, we won't get results for weeks. And that's not in anyone's interest. The voters have a right to know, and they're eager to know who won and who lost. So 18 days in advance means they can start processing, and within 3 days of starting to process, they'll notice which ballots are ineligible to be counted so that we can give voters lots of time to fix it.
Okay, thank you. Let me get back to my question, though. That's all very interesting stuff, but my question was really, and I guess your answering is yes, so I'll just be really clear with that, that if the state board could, under this bill, authorize the correcting of a non-signature on a ballot or an envelope simply by sending a text message, then this bill, by definition, this bill allows for the correction of non-signatures by text message.
I'm going to say again that there will be regulations.
Yeah, I get that. But let's not mince words here.
I understand.
If we issue the statute, and if we give the bureaucrats the power to do that, then we're saying that's okay. We're not saying they have to do it, but we're giving them the power to say, I'm just going to, there was no signature on this envelope or on this ballot, so you're just going to send me a text message that says, oh, I meant to sign it, so can you just consider that signed? And the board could say, yeah, Fred, that's good enough. Thanks for the text message. Consider the ballot and the envelope signed.
So, Senator, I don't want to get ahead of ourselves because I'm not writing the regulations, but I would assume that a text that says, yup, that's me, or yup, that's fine, is not going to be sufficient because there's still no signature. So if SBE, the State Board of Elections, does allow a text, I would assume that there would still be a need to be a signature by the voter, taking a picture of the signature, attaching that to a text, and sending it in. Because we want the oath. We want people to swear, this is my ballot. And a quick text going, yup, is not going to do that.
So the ambiguity here was that it said you can communicate by text. It's one thing to communicate by text and say, hey, you got to come in here or send in a new ballot because you forgot to sign it, so you can come in and sign it. Or it could also be interpreted by the board to say, well, we just do all this stuff electronically by text message. We don't need to actually have an actual hard signature on here. And you're saying this would allow for that. So it's a pretty major step to say that we can pretty much vote by text messages is what this
Senator,
bill says.
that's, not to interrupt, I just want to be clear. You just misrepresented my words. That's not what I said.
I'm just representing what the statute says, not your words.
A text message can have
I'm
an
reading
attached.
the
All right,
statute
Senators,
of the
hold
bill.
on. Take a breath.
It's
We'll
just
do
a
ask
bill.
and answer.
Yeah, go ahead.
Senator from 34th District, proceed with the question.
I'm just interpreting the bill because what you say about the bill is what really matters is what the bill says, and it's clear to me then, based upon what you earlier said, that we're leaving this up to the board, that this bill would allow for basically confirming your vote by text message, because if we didn't mean that, it would say that you can't correct it by text message. We'll communicate with you by text message for you to come in and get it corrected, or you can send it a new ballot. But anyway, so here we go, a brave new world. Thank you.
Okay, no question. Thank you, Senator. All right, Chair recognizes the senator from District 31, from Anne Arundel.
Thank you. If the floor leader would yield.
Will the floor leader yield?
Of course.
Senator may proceed.
I know bills are flying by quickly. That was not my understanding of what we were doing, is allowing them to send in a signature or something from text. I thought that was the way we communicated to them so they could come in and do an approved process. So let me first ask, is it your understanding that to correct a signature on a ballot, somebody could simply send in a text message under this bill?
Thank you for the question. So again, this is going to be, there are options as to how to communicate with the voter to make sure they know there's a problem.
Right.
And then the regs will decide whether there can be a photo, whether they have to come in, whether there's the online portal. But we do want to make sure, so our local Board of Elections probably don't have most of our cell phone numbers anyway. So I'm not sure how much texting would go on anyway. So that's where the online portal, a snail mail, a form is all going to be likely the way this is going to go. And a lot of people do end up showing up at their local boards of elections to fix it.
Well, since this is on a House bill, we can amend it on third reader, but I think I'd like to work with you possibly, if you're willing, on an amendment to clarify that. I think the other provisions are good. I'm just a little concerned, and that's not the intent. When I heard it, it was probably on my side that I didn't understand it. But maybe we can meet offline.
I'm happy to have that conversation. Thank you, Senator.
All right, are there any senators who have not yet spoken who wish to speak on the amendments? If not, Chair recognizes the senator from District 7.
Thank you. So my question is, getting further back into this bill, reading it, and this is a new profession to me that I've read about. On page 12, that the State Board of Elections will contract with a usability consultant. So is this somebody who's going to study the website, as I'm reading here, to see if it...
Senator, totally fair question. Page 12 is completely eliminated. There is nothing left on page 12. Zero.
Okay.
If you look at the interlineated version, you might be able to see it a little better. As
I'm reading
amended,
third
there is
reader
no page
report
12.
online. Okay.
Are you looking at the reprint with the amendments?
All right.
All
Okay,
right.
I apologize. It's just
It's okay.
technology here. I thought I was up on it. I'm reading the wrong version of the third reader. Thank
Totally good. There is no longer any page 12.
We're glad to set the senator from District 7 up with a professional development session with OIS if senator would be interested.
No, I'd just like to get the pages back, sir, so we can get paper.
Fair enough. Fair enough. All right. Okay. All right. Question on the amendments. Any further discussion? Chair recognizes the senator from 36th District.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Again, with the floor leader, continue to yield for questions.
Appears so. Senator may proceed.
Just, again, I referred back to with everything that happened last year, and you mentioned nothing happened last year, but on page 11, there was actually an amendment that was made, and it states that if a local board receives more than one legally sufficient ballot in separate envelopes from the same individual, the local board shall, then it says, count only the ballot with the first properly signed oath. Doesn't that give the indication that the board was receiving multiple properly signed ballots?
So your question is really important. There are a lot of times, especially with the problems we had with the post office, that voters were nervous about whether their ballot was going to get in, whether that was going to be counted, and they were really passionate on both sides about the election. And so sometimes, even though they had mailed their ballot, they then showed up on election day, or they sent another ballot, or they got one emailed to them, which we really don't want to encourage people to do because that's problematic, but that's a different conversation. But the question is, which one's the real ballot? And so in this bill, we clarify that just the first authorized legal ballot with a signed oath is the one that counts, because once it's been accepted and the envelope is separated from the ballot itself, there's no way of reuniting them and figuring out whose ballot goes with whose envelope. So any subsequent ballot or envelope that comes in would be rejected.
So are you saying that mailing in two ballots is not a felony?
Mailing in two ballots from someone who's confused or well-intentioned, or there's something that's inaccurate. People do things that are ill-intentioned, but that is not generally what happens. So it's oops, I didn't sign it, or oops, and they try a do-over. So just the first legal ballot that is with a signed oath is the one that's counted.
Oh, okay, but it's confusing because when I asked about verifying signatures on ballots, the response was that it's a felony to do so, and now we're talking about examples where individuals do send in two ballots. I don't know that it says that if you forgot you sent one in or you weren't sure if the mail was going to deliver it or something. But if the stick is a $10,000 fine and it's a felony, and that's what we're basing not having to verify signatures on, we're just talking right now about examples on which multiple ballots, multiple properly signed ballots have been received.
So, Senator, for the most part, that example is someone returning a ballot by mail and then showing up and casting a provisional ballot. And to be clear, colleagues, the provisional ballot would be tossed out if the mail-in ballot was received in a timely manner and the oath were signed.
Okay, well, I think it goes back to what my colleague was saying, that without verifying signatures and multiple ballots coming in, we potentially do disenfranchise the correct and proper voter. That somebody could send in a ballot with a signature on it. If that gets in first before somebody else legally votes, then that legal person's vote under this amended bill would not count. So again, I think that just reiterates that we need to have some type of ballot verification. So thank you, Madam Vice Chair, and thank you, Mr. President.
All right. Thank you, Senator. Chair recognizes the chair of the committee.
Yeah, let me just correct one thing, Mr. President. There's something said earlier, because obviously it's very difficult talking to staff at the same time answering questions. You cannot text back your signature. That is not reaching out to someone to let them know they didn't sign it is why that's in there. But that is not, they'll either have to come in with a signed oath, or there may be some other methods through regulation, but it's not meant for texting.
Thank you for that clarification. It's an important one. All right, on the amendments, any further discussion? Chair recognizes Senator from District 31.
Yeah, just to clarify on some of this, it is already against the law to vote multiple times, but it has to be willful and knowingly. The other argument about the first person getting a legal ballot in counts, and then if you show up provisional, even though you may be the correct voter, it won't count. I have a concern about that. It's a tough, I've tried to look at it for years, what's the best way to solve it, and I haven't come up with a good solution. But I just wanted to clarify some of those about the voting.
Thank you. Senator's getting a little loud in here. It's getting a little loud. If we could please refrain. We got, I know, a busy few days here. All right, look, we are on the two committee amendments. Any further discussion? If not, all in favor of the amendment say aye. Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. The two committee amendments are adopted. Are there any amendments? Oh, excuse me, I'm sorry. We are on the favorable committee report as amended. Any discussion on the report? If not, all in favor of the report say aye. Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. The favorable committee report as amended is adopted. Are there any further amendments to the bill or its title? Seeing none, House Bill 1047 is hereby ordered prepared for third reader. All right, that was the, let's see, if we want to do, let's go to budget and tax and get these second readers out of the way as we're waiting for some additional items. This is calendar 30. Clerk will read the bill.
House Bill 2, Delegate Corman, Maryland Environmental Service Reform Act of 2021, favorable with one amendment.
Chair recognizes the Senator from Baltimore City as the floor leader.
Thank you, Mr. President. House Bill 2 makes overreaching changes to the governance and administration of the Environmental Service, better known as MES. The bill is in the same posture as Senate Bill 2, which has already passed this body. Committee amendments. The committee amendments strike the emergency effective and makes the bill effective date July 1st, 2021. Move adoption of the committee report, Mr. President.
Floor leader moves to the adoption of the one committee amendment and the favorable committee report. Question on the amendment. Any discussion? If not, all in favor of the amendment say aye. Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. The one committee amendment is adopted. Question now is on the adoption of the favorable report as amended. Any discussion? If not, all in favor of the report say aye. Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. The favorable committee report as amended is adopted. Are there any further amendments to the bill or its title? Seeing none, House Bill 2 is hereby ordered passed for third reading. Clerk will read the next bill.
House Bill 981, Prince George's County Delegation, Prince George's County Tax Sales Limited Auction, Prince George's 41321, favorable.
Chair recognizes the senator from Prince George's as the floor leader.
Thank you, Mr. President. This is a local bill. It just limits properties for which the tax collector in Prince George's County must conduct a tax sale by limited auction to abandoned property consisting of either a vacant lot or improved property cited as vacant and unfit for habitation on a housing or building violation notice. It also tightens up the bidder qualifications. Move adoption of the committee report.
Floor leader moves to the adoption of the favorable committee report. On the report, any discussion? If not, all in favor of the report say aye. Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. The favorable committee report is adopted. Are there any amendments to the bill or its title? Seeing none, House Bill 981 is hereby ordered passed for third reading. Clerk will read the next bill.
House Bill 1131, Carroll County Delegation, Carroll County Public Facilities Bond, favorable with 2 amendments.
Chair recognizes the senator from District 6 as the floor leader.
Thank you, Mr. President. House Bill 1131, as amendment, is a local bill that authorizes Carroll County Commissioners to issue up to $48.45 million in general obligation bonds. There are 2 amendments which are technical and correction. Move adoption of the committee report. Thank you, Mr. President.
Floor leader moves for the adoption of the 2 committee amendments and the favorable committee report. On the amendments, any discussion? If not, all in favor of the amendment say aye. Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. The 2 committee amendments are adopted. Question now on the favorable committee report is amended. Any discussion? If not, all in favor of the report say aye. Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. The favorable committee report as amended is adopted. Are there any further amendments to the bill or its title? Seeing none, House Bill 1131 is hereby ordered passed for third reading. Clerk will read the next bill.
House Bill 1219, Delegate Conaway, Baltimore City Tax Sales Notice, favorable.
Chair recognizes the senator from Baltimore City as the floor leader.
Thank you, Mr. President. House Bill 1219 is a local bill that establishes a notice sent to an owner property in Baltimore City at least 30 days prior to the first advertisement of property before a tax sale must be sent for first-class mail, certified mail. No amendments. Move adoption of the committee report, Mr. President.
Floor leader moves for the adoption of the favorable committee report. On the report, Chair recognizes the senator from the 43rd District.
Thank you, Mr. President. I know some of the members of the delegation were concerned to ensure that this fee is not passed on to the taxpayers. We believe, I was going to propose an amendment, but in conversations, believe they can handle it locally. So I support the favorable report.
All right, on the report, any further discussion? If not, all in favor of the report say aye. Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. The favorable committee report is adopted. Are there any amendments to the bill or its title? Seeing none, House Bill 1219 is hereby ordered passed for third reading. Clerk will read the next bill.
House Bill 1222, Delegate Conaway, Baltimore City Tax Sales Notice Requirements, favorable.
All right. Chair recognizes the senator from Baltimore City as the floor leader.
Thank you, Mr. President. Tax sales are very favorable at this moment. House Bill 1222 is a local bill that requires that when notice is sent to the owner of the property, Baltimore City, the owner, at least 30 days prior to the first advertisement of the property before a tax sale, the notice must include an itemized list of the source and amount of each tax due that the collector seeks to recover the tax sale. There are no amendments. Mr. President, please move the adoption of the committee report.
Will do. It's a good bill. Senator moves for the adoption of the favorable committee report. Any discussion on the report? If not, all in favor of the report say aye. Opposed, nay. The ayes have the favorable committee report is adopted. Are there any further amendments to the bill or its title? Seeing none, House Bill 1222 is hereby ordered passed for third reading. All right, we've got a layover calendar, number 26. I just want to make sure I didn't miss any Senate bills here. I think we're good. Okay, let's do layover calendar 26. Clerk will read the bill.
House Bill 89, Delegate Wilkins, Correctional Services, Diminution credits, education. Questions on the adoption of the committee amendments offered from the floor. Question is on the adoption of the amendments offered from the floor by Senator Huff.
All right, Senators, this is the 2 amendments, floor amendments. Question is on these 2 floor amendments. Chair recognizes the maker of the amendment.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. President. I wish to withdraw the amendment.
Okay, Senator wishes to withdraw with the amendments. The amendments are withdrawn, which means we are on second reader here or third reader for? These are on second still. Okay. All right. Are there any further amendments to House Bill 89? If not, House Bill 89 is hereby ordered passed to third reading. We've got a layover calendar 27. Clerk will read the bill.
House Bill 289, Delegate Atterbury, peace offers, workplace violence. Questions on the adoption of the committee amendments and the favorable report.
All right, question is on the two committee amendments. Any discussion? If not, all in favor of the amendments say aye. Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. The two committee amendments are adopted. Question now on the favorable committee report as amended. Any discussion? If not, all in favor of the report say aye. Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. The favorable committee report as amended is adopted. Are there any amendments to the bill or its title? Seeing none, House Bill 289 is hereby ordered passed for third reading. Clerk will read the next bill. Oh, right. We've got Special Order Calendar number 49. Clerk will read the bill.
House Bill 891, Delegate D.M. Davis, Higher Education Hunger-Free Campus Grant Program established. Bill is on third reading for final passage.
Okay. House Bill 891 is on third reading for final passage. Any discussion? Chair recognizes Chair of the Minority Whip.
Yeah, I seek to special order this bill for one day.
Senator seeks to special order. Are there any objections to the Senator's motion? Without objection, so ordered. All right, we have some concurrences, if I can find them, from Budget and Tax. Actually, I only have an EHE. We got a lot flying. Why don't we do the concurrences from EHE? Are we good for those? All right, let's do those. This is calendar 20. Clerk will read the first bill.
Senate Bill 227, Senator Ellsworth, Water Pollution, Stormwater Management Regulations, and Watershed Implementation Plans, Review and Update, EHE.
All right, Chair recognizes Chair of the Committee on the House Amendments.
Thank you, Mr. President. The House added some modest amendments, say one of the soil conservation districts represented on this, as well as an association that has expertise in stormwater restoration projects. These amendments conform the bill to House Bill 295 as it unanimously passed the Senate. For those reasons, the EHE concurs.
All right. The Educational and Environmental Affairs Committee moves to concur with the House amendments. Any discussion on the amendments? If not, all in favor of the amendment say aye. Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. The amendments are adopted. Senate Bill 227 is again before us on third reading for final passage. Any discussion? If not, clerk will call the roll.
Mr. President.
Has everyone recorded their vote? Anyone wish to change their vote? Explain their vote? If not, the clerk will take the call. With 44 votes in the affirmative, Senate Bill 227, having received a constitutional majority, is declared passed. Clerk will read the next bill.
Senate Bill 283, Senator Ellsworth, Student and Military Voter Empowerment Act, EHE.
Chair recognizes Chair of the Committee on the House amendments.
Thank you, Mr. President. The amendment from the House clarifies that the military common access card can be used to verify someone's identity, but it couldn't be used solely to allow someone to register. It's a clarification. We concur and move the Senate concur with the amendment.
All right, the EHE moves to concur with the House amendments. Any discussion on the amendments? If not, all in favor of the amendment say aye. Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. The Senate will concur with the House amendments. Senate Bill 283 is again before us on third reading for final passage. Any discussion? If not, the clerk will call the roll.
Mr. President.
Has everyone recorded the vote? Anyone wish to change the vote? Explain their vote? If not, the clerk will take the call. With 46 votes in the affirmative, Senate Bill 283, having received a constitutional majority, is declared passed. Clerk will read the next bill.
Senate Bill 350, Chair, Education, Health, and Environmental Affairs Committee, Natural Resources, Aquaculture Leases, EHE.
Chair recognizes Chair of the Committee.
Thank you, Mr. President. This too clarifies terms of use in the bill, native or naturalized species, to use the definition as clarified in certain provisions of the law. It's a clarifying amendment. We concur.
All right. EHE moves for the adoption of the House amendments. Any discussion on the amendments? If not, all in favor of the amendment say aye. Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. The House amendments are adopted. Senate Bill 350 is again before us on third reading for final passage. Any discussion? If not, the clerk will call the roll.
Mr. President.
Has everyone recorded their vote? Anyone wish to change their vote, explain their vote? If not, the clerk will take the call. With 47 votes in the affirmative, Senate Bill 350, having received a constitutional majority, is declared passed. Clerk will read the next bill.
Senate Bill 442, Senator Klossmeyer, Aquaculture Coordinating Council, application of tidal wetlands permit requirements to aquaculture operations study. This is an emergency bill. EHE.
Chair recognizes the Chair of the Committee on the House Amendments.
Thank you, Mr. President. These two are minor clarifying. They're not really substantive. They add the word state and to tidal wetlands and licenses to permits. They're minor. We think they're fine. EHE concurs with the amendments.
All right. The committee moves for the adoption of the House amendments. Any discussion? If not, all in favor of the amendment say aye. Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. The House amendments are adopted. Senate Bill 442 is again before us on third reading. Any discussion? If not, clerk will call the roll.
Mr. President,
Has everyone recorded their vote? Anyone wish to change their vote, explain their vote? If not, the clerk will take the call. With 47 votes in the affirmative, Senate Bill 442, having received a constitutional majority, is declared passed. Clerk will read the next bill.
Senate Bill 483, Senator Heddleman, solid waste management, organics recycling and waste diversion, food residuals, EHE.
Chair recognizes the Chair of the Committee.
Thank you, Mr. President. This amendment also conforms it to the House bill as it passed the Senate unanimously. It says first there should be a warning before somebody is fined. We think it's right. EHE would concur with the amendment.
EHE moves that the Senate concur with the House amendments. Any discussion? If not on the amendments, all in favor of the amendment say aye. Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. The House amendments are adopted. Senate Bill 483 is again before the Senate on third reading for final passage. Any discussion? If not, the clerk will call the roll.
Mr. President,
Has everyone recorded their vote? Anyone wish to change their vote, explain their vote? If not, the clerk will take the call. With 47 votes in the affirmative, Senate Bill 483, having received a constitutional majority, is declared passed. Clerk will read the next bill.
Senate Bill 684, Senator Lamb, Maryland Licensure of Certified Midwives Act, EHE.
Senate Bill 684. Chair recognizes Chair of the Committee.
Thank you, Mr. President. This House amendment is a technical change that makes it identical to the cross-file Education, Health, Environment. Moves to concur.
All right. The Education, Health, Environmental Affairs moves that we concur with the House amendments. Any discussion? If not, all in favor of the amendment say aye. Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. The House amendments are adopted. Senate Bill 684 is again before us on third reading for final passage. Any discussion? If not, I'm sorry. Chair recognizes the senator from District 32.
I'm just asking for a bill vote, Mr. President. I can wait.
I'm sorry, Senator. I couldn't hear. Could the senator repeat?
Oh, wait.
Go ahead. Okay. All right. On third reading, final passage, any discussion? If not, the clerk will call the roll.
Mr. President,
Has everyone recorded their vote? Anyone wish to change their vote, explain their vote? Chair recognizes the senator from the 32nd to explain her vote. She has 2 minutes to explain her vote.
Mr. President, is it the end of the calendar yet?
Oh, sorry, not quite yet. Let's close this vote out. Almost there. All right. Any further explanations of the vote? If not, the clerk will take the call. With 47 votes in the affirmative, Senate Bill 684, having received a constitutional majority, is declared passed. Chair recognizes the senator from the 32nd District.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Yes.
On Senate Bill 227, may I be recorded in the green?
227. Any objections to the senator's motion? Without objection, so ordered. Mr. Chairman, is that the...
One more. Next calendar, we have one.
I don't think we have that one.
200, isn't that next calendar, Senator? Mr. President, one bill, concurrence, not concur.
I don't think we have that one at the moment. Okay. It'll come. Check with us in just after we do have another concurrence calendar. Let's go ahead and do a concurrence calendar out of judicial proceedings. This is concurrence calendar number 19. Clerk will read the first bill.
Senate Bill 71, Senator Signor, Maryland Police Accountability Act of 2021, body-worn cameras, JPR.
All right. Chair recognizes the chair of the committee on the House amendments. Once we get it up, one moment. Beautiful weather. Big win by the O's yesterday.
Mr. President, just
Yes.
Senator from Baltimore City will take this.
Excellent. Just give us a moment. We got to make sure it's on the board. All right. There we go. It's not under layover, though. It should be under concurrence calendar.
Thank you, Mr. President.
1 second, Senator. Just going to make sure. Do we have it right? Okay, so we have it up. All right, Chair recognizes the Senator from District 44 on the House amendments.
All right. Senate Bill 71 requires specified law enforcement agencies to require the use of body-worn camera by each law enforcement officer employed by the law enforcement agency who regularly interacts with the member of the public as part of the law enforcement officer's official duties, subject to the agency's policies on the use of body-worn cameras. The bill also let's see. Let's say that it talks about something that was struck. So the House amendment, this was amended. The House amendment strike and alter provisions of the bill. It adds language relating to employee assistance programs and early intervention programs, and establishes requirements and provisions relating to use of force, de-escalation, intervention, rendering aid, and documentation of use of force incidents. The committee moves to concur with the House amendments.
All right, Senators, the question before the body is on the House amendments. The Judicial Proceedings Committee moves that we concur with the House amendments.
Mr. President.
Chair recognizes Senator from District 5 on the amendments.
Thank you. I will ask the floor leader to yield for questions. I'd like to make a statement first, if I might, is just to lead into the questions. But is it okay? Would the floor leader be willing to yield?
Well, Senator, feel free to speak on the amendments, and then once the senators finish speaking on the amendments, can ask the question of the floor leader on those amendments.
Wonderful. Well, I may have a few comments on the amendments, but I'll start here and then maybe ask some questions. I'm looking at the amendments, and I just first want to object to the idea that we're going to come to a floor with a concurrence calendar with an amendment that dramatically changes this bill. It's frustrating because I actually worked with the floor leader and with other members of the other chamber and advocates and police officers from across the state this interim on what was a very, not just bipartisan, but nonpartisan, data-driven focused process on the issue of body-worn cameras. And this bill, Senate Bill 71, as it passed out of here, was unanimous because we all recognize and agree the importance of how body-worn cameras are not just a good tool for accountability as far as the public's concerned, but it's a great tool for training for our police officers and for the chiefs and sheriffs. So now we are muddying this bill up, and I understand that's how this process always works at the end of session. There's always amendments that get put on bills, but this is pretty extreme to be throwing in, to basically changing the entire shape and scope of this bill. It's frustrating to me that the House would not have just passed a bill like this, generally back to us. Maybe a few changes dealing with the issue of body cameras would be understandable. But instead it puts people like me in a position of, I need to understand better what these amendments are and then ask them questions. But I just find it, I object to the process of this. I object to the idea that now we're going to have to take a vote on a massive bill with what seems to be, from my first little cursory reading here, pretty far-reaching implications. And, you know, the issue of body cameras is an important one that deserves its own standalone vote. So that's I'll start there. But I would like to ask the floor leader, my friend, if he would yield for
Will the floor leader yield?
Yes, sir.
Senator may proceed.
Thank you, and I hope you'll bear with me because, you know, again, just for the benefit of those watching perhaps at home, or anybody else, we're all seeing this for the first time if we're not on the committee. So this was not even on our floor system until just a minute ago. I don't know if it was available if I searched for the bill number, but it was not up on our floor system until just a few minutes ago. So can you talk us through, as this bill left here, it was all about body cameras and the process of body cameras. Can you talk me through what changes to the body cameras section were changed first? Like what's, and I understand, I'm not asking necessarily, I know it might be a lengthy list, but if we could get at least a Cliff Notes version of what was added or changed about the body camera language as it left here and has come back.
Sure. The rebuttable presumption that was in our bill was removed. We had a task force that was also removed, but the body of the legislation of requiring that body cameras be implemented in some of the counties by I think 2023, that remains intact, as well as the July 2025 date that we had.
The task force you referenced, wasn't that the task force that we was going to help us work with MACO and other stakeholders to determine in part determine the financing of this, or am I mistaken in that remembrance?
Right, so I believe, let's see, I believe the task force, the one that you and I served on together, if I'm not mistaken, that law was modified so that whereas we were we thought we finished what we had done, that task force mission has been extended.
Well, that was completed, but I thought we added something here in the bill about a task force or a committee. What was removed from the bill? You said there was a task force removed. What was the thrust of that task force? I thought that was partly put in there so we could say, assure some of the smaller jurisdictions that we were going to try to figure out a way to pay for this.
Right. So in the task force that we created under our bill created an entirely new task force. What the language of this bill does, it just kind of extends the time frame of the task force that currently exists.
Oh, okay. So the one that we were on, they will just continue that task force?
Yes.
Okay. No, that's good. All right. Because I still think that's an important issue on the body cameras. We want to be sure we find a way to help at least offset some of the cost for our smaller jurisdictions. But am I correct in saying that I think the bill we sent out of here exempted the really small ones, and now that exemption's not there anymore?
No, I don't believe that was an exemption, but what it was a kind of a schedule for the larger counties to be required to have the body cameras a couple years earlier than the rest of the state.
And that's still in here, right?
Yes.
Okay, good. No, thank you. Okay, so that's helpful. And those changes, give or take, don't seem particularly dramatic as it relates to the body cameras. But now I'm going through the rest of the bill, and we have this use of force. That there's a bunch of changes in putting in a use of force language. Now, I know we passed a use of force related bill out of here, but this seems like it goes further, and we're putting that language into this bill. Can you talk about what the use of force language in the bill does? I know that's a broad question, but again, not having seen this until just now.
Sure, it is a different standard, and the use of force language that we voted on was under a different bill by a different sponsor, but this particular language, how it reads is, a police officer may not use force against a person unless under the totality of circumstances the force is necessary and proportional to, 1, prevent an imminent threat of physical injury to a person, or 2, effectuate a legitimate law enforcement objective.
Could you tell me what page of the bill, the reprint that's on?
Sure, hold on.
I'm looking through it here.
Senator, this is a concurrence calendar. So on concurrence calendars, there are no reprints automatically generated because it's a concurrence. So it's a House amendment. So the Senator has to look at the House amendment on the amendments tab.
Well, that's an important point, Mr. President. Thank you for that reminder. Additionally, adding to the frustration of we basically have a bill here that's been totally rewritten and a lot of things added, that language that those of us on the floor that have them in the committee probably have never seen before. So that's for. Can I ask the question then, instead of asking the question that I had about the totality of circumstances? You mentioned the totality of circumstances. Who determines whether the totality of circumstances justify the use of force? Because the officer needs to know that. So how do they know that?
Well, I think ultimately it's going to be a question of the trier of fact.
Okay, well, what's the legal standard? What's the legal standard?
Point of order,
The
Mr.
legal
President.
standard.
So 1 second, Senator. What purpose does the Senator rise? Senator from Baltimore County?
Thank you for calling on me. We're talking about totality of circumstances.
Senator, this is a subjective issue. We can bring it up after the Senator from District 5 who has the floor. If it's a parliamentary question, we can answer that. But right now, the Senator from District 5 has the floor.
The parliamentary inquiry is I can't find the phrase totality of circumstances in the amendment that I have on my computer.
Senator, there are multiple amendments on the computer, and we can make sure that. Right. Right. No, you have to look at the amendment, as I've said. So the amendment, you have to look. The senator has to look at the amendment in the amendments tab, not at the reprint. The reprint is of the Judiciary Committee amendments. If it is a floor amendment, it is on the tab amendments.
You're saying that there is an amendment on my tab that contains the phrase totality of the circumstances.
213228.
Thank you.
Thank you. Senator from District 5 may proceed.
Okay, so let me reiterate, or let me ask the question again, and Senator, my friend, I'm sorry I didn't quite follow because of the interruption. So the totality of circumstances, what's the legal standard that, because again, we've got to train officers to understand this, so what's the legal standard?
Well, the legal standard is necessary and proportional.
Is necessary force defined already in our current law?
I believe if you were to look at Maryland's law for self-defense, you could find a body of law that kind of talks about necessary and proportional there.
Okay, but I thought part of the frustration that folks have had in wanting a better standard, a better definition of use of force was that reasonable use of force really isn't defined in our law anywhere.
What one would also have to do is you're looking through it at a lens of the totality of circumstances. So there could be a number of things that could happen that one would have to take in. So by way of example, if you have, let's say you're looking at what the suspect might be being arrested for. That's something that one would include in the totality of circumstances. You might look at whether or not one has a weapon or doesn't have a weapon. That will be looked at in the totality of circumstances.
You said weapon if they have a weapon or if they don't. Yeah.
Right.
Okay. It's concerning to me, and maybe you can answer this concern. Mm-hmm. It's concerning to me when you mentioned that those are a couple of things that could be, obviously whether they have a weapon or not is of course an important thing. My understanding is that would already enter into whether somebody is using excessive force now. But the idea of what you're arresting them for or what the circumstances are doesn't always absolve. I mean, the officer may have been arresting them for some petty crime, but then the person gets, violent, but in a way that may be hard to prove. I have to be honest, and I'll stop my question for a second. Mr. President, I'm looking at this list of amendments I did find in the amendment tab. We're being asked to vote on a concurrence, up or down, flat, done. This would be like getting the budget back and it'd be half of it changed and be like, well, we just got to vote it. It's in the amendments. You just got to sort out the amendments. We suspend the rules to actually have a reprint to go off on the budget, and this is not as many pages as the budget, but I would argue it's equally important. We have a second session today. I think there's going to be a lot of debate and discussion on this bill and the ones to follow. I would suggest that we special order the concurrence. I don't know if that's possible, but special order the concurrence until the afternoon. I mean, we're already coming back, so it's not like we're not putting it off another day. I think we need time, and I say this with all sincerity. There's going to be an up or down vote, so we got several days left in session. I think we need time to look at these amendments. I'm asking for just some fairness in that because these are dramatic changes.
Senator, we'd be glad. I think the committee would be glad to special order to the end of the calendar to move on to another bill and give the time while on the floor to review that.
Okay.
Would that be if the senator would amend the motion to the end of this concurrence?
No, I would move to special order till the second session today. I think that is a fair request based on, I'm looking at several amendments on here, and obviously there's no way any of us, other than if you're in the committee, could have read through all these amendments and understand what they mean.
Okay, let's hear from the chair of the committee.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd ask the body resist that motion. To the end of the calendar, it would be just fine to have the opportunity to review the bill. This material has been in front of us in one shape, fashion, or form for the last several months, so I'd ask the body to resist that.
All right.
End of the calendar would be fine by me.
On the motion, does the senator seek to press the motion? Approve. That's a yes. Chair recognizes the minority whip.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. This language has not been in front of us except for when we received it. First time I saw it was 5 o'clock. And just to talk about, of all the bills, all the ones we're going to talk about, this is the most controversial, this is the most impactful, and quite frankly, myself and some the members of JPR were still this morning trying to piece together what exactly they did, because the House took language, and it's legal language, the legal standard, they took language right on the floor and amended it. They put it on the bill, completely changed it. So they just did it, I would assume that was yesterday or the day before. We got it. We were trying to figure it out. Quite frankly, there wasn't even, my colleague from the back is asking about this objectively reasonable standard. I asked yesterday in committee, is that defined in case law or state law? The answer is no. So I would ask that we at least have the time, and my colleagues even on the committee are trying to piece together, because these are floor amendments they threw on the bill. I don't know, in this dealing with use of force and criminalizing police, we should at least give this time to read through this. Because I'm telling you right now, of all the bills we have, this is the most consequential. And this is the one that deserves the most debate and look through because of the impact it will have on policing. So I would urge the body to accept the amendment to at least, before we put a 10-year misdemeanor on a police officer, before we dramatically change policing in this state, we should at least know what we are doing. And I can tell you from sitting in that committee yesterday, we do not.
Okay, just to be clear, the senator's motion is to special order until tomorrow. Chair recognizes the senator from District 6.
No, Mr. President, I said to the second session
The senator has
today.
not been recognized. The senator has not been recognized. The chair recognizes the senator from District 6.
Thank you, Mr. President. We get many bills here, and we get local bills, and we get like the blueprint that we had for days, and we have had changes and have opportunities to read in detail and had opportunities to really dissect bills. This is a statewide bill that's going to affect every county, city, and to me, Mr. President, it's very important to have the opportunity to see this more in detail of the vast changes that have been presented to us today, this morning. And in all due respect, sir, I think it would be great to have the opportunity to seek more and dissect this better and have an opportunity to judge this better. And with our vote, that is very important. I thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator. And to clarify, the senator had noted that it is until the second session, so the next legislative day, not calendar day. So the second session was the senator's motion. Chair recognizes the senator from District 31.
Thank you, Mr. President. I think it's a reasonable request. I think we know where the votes are on this bill. People want to know the details of this. And so the option we're hearing is just special order to the end of the calendar. What that assumes is we're going to stop paying attention to what's on the floor before us so we can actually dig into this. I don't want to stop looking at what else is being put before us so I can start digging into this. What we really need is time to look at it. So from a process standpoint, if we're serious about looking at it, we need undivided attention to look at it. We can't say, well, the other information that's coming before the body is not as important, so let me ignore that so I can dive into these amendments. I just don't think that's a good argument. We can come back at the end or the next session, we can vote it and see where the votes are at that point. I think it's reasonable.
Thank you, Senator. Chair recognizes the senator from District 7 who's not yet spoken.
Thank you,
On the
Mr.
motion.
President. I have a question, parliamentary question.
Senator may
on
proceed.
This bill. So, after we vote the bill, where does it go from here?
Well, right now we're on the amendments. The
I understand. All right. Okay, so we're on the amendments.
The adoption of the House amendments. So we would, should the body move forward and adopt the House amendments, the bill would be back before the Senate on third reader for final passage. Should the body move forward on that, it would have passed and a message would be sent to the House.
and then it's done, right?
That's correct, Senator.
Okay, so with that, colleagues, I don't see what the big deal is holding this till one more session this afternoon. It's Wednesday. Sine die is not till Monday at midnight. We're probably going to have at least 6, 7, 8 more sessions before we get there. All we're asking is one session just to look at it. It's a courtesy. You know, last week we were on the floor here almost till 1:30, 2 o'clock in the morning dealing with these bills. We've been working hard. You know, again, we don't have printed bills on our desk. We're having to use our computers. You know, this system is not easy to use. You know, we talked about a usability consultant. I think we need to hire one for our website here because it's hard to figure out, is it the third reader? Is it the text? Is it the reprint? Which one are you looking at for the bill? I mean, I just spent 5 minutes reading the bill 10 minutes ago that it was the wrong version. I didn't know. So it's just a courtesy that we're asking for one session to lay it over till we can read it and vote it. So I ask for your support of this motion.
Thank you, Senator. All right, the motion is to special order. Are there any senators who have not yet spoken and wish to speak? If not, the chair recognizes the maker of the motion.
Thank you, Mr. President. First, I apologize for jumping up a minute ago, get a little excited. I would just reiterate what's already been said and just ask for courtesy here. We can't offer amendments. You know, we're not going to have 28 amendments to offer if we have the afternoon to read the bills because we can't. So we just would like to be able to look at the bills and make sure we understand what we're doing here. And it is a very important issue. All of these are very important for our entire state. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator. All right, on the motion, all in favor of the motion, say aye.
Roll call, Mr.
Senator's
President.
requested a roll call. The clerk will call the roll.
Mr. President,
All right, has everyone recorded their vote? Anyone wish to change their vote, explain their vote? If not, the clerk will take the call. With 29 votes in the negative, the senator's motion fails. Chair recognizes the chair of the committee.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd just like to make a motion to special order until the end of this calendar.
End of the calendar. Are there any objections to the senator's motion? Without objection, so ordered. The clerk will read the next bill.
Senate Bill 178, Senator Carter, Maryland Police Accountability Act of 2021, Personnel Records, Investigation of Law Enforcement Officers, Anton's Law, JPR.
Chair recognizes the senator from Baltimore City on the House amendments.
Thanks, Mr. President. Senate Bill 178 continues to establish that except for a record of a technical infraction, a record relating to an administrative or criminal investigation of misconduct by a law enforcement officer, including an internal affairs investigatory record, a hearing record, and records relating to a disciplinary decision, is not a personnel record for purposes of Maryland's Public Information Act. Thus, these records are not subject to mandatory denial. Such records, not subject to mandatory denial. A custodian may deny inspection by a person in interest only under specified conditions that under current law apply to the denial of various investigatory records. The bill must be construed to apply prospectively to any PIA request made on or after the bill's October 1, 2021 effective date. The House amendments alter provisions of the bill relating to inspection of records under the PIA and establish requirements relating to search warrants. The committee moves to concur with the House amendments.
All right. The Judicial Proceedings Committee moves that the Senate concur with the House amendments. Question before the body is on the House amendments. The House amendments. Any discussion? Chair recognizes the senator from District 34 on the House amendments.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. President. I'd just like to highlight these amendments, if I could, for the body, just to make sure that folks appreciate more fully what these amendments are that we're looking at. The first one, the House struck from the bill. So this has to do with, this is the provision dealing with warrants, specifically it's intended to be the no-knock warrant provision. And the currently under the law, it allows for a no-knock warrant, it allows the court, when they're thinking about should I issue a no-knock warrant, to consider the fact that if you don't do a no-knock warrant, you might lose the evidence. Somebody might destroy the evidence. And the House amendments delete that provision, that you can't, the court couldn't consider it as a factor. So if you're going to bust in on the serial killer who you've been trying to get all this time, and you know he's got the key evidence in his house, you're just going to have to take your chances that the key evidence would be flushed down the toilet or destroyed before you can get in. If it's some sort of a bomb-making guy and he might blow it up and destroy the evidence, you couldn't justify it on that one. So that's the First Amendment. The second one that we specifically previously rejected is that so the bill sets up a weighing. No-knock warrants are inherently risky. They're riskier than a knock and ask kind of warrant, just because the risk is that the police break in, and what if they break in the wrong home, and the homeowner that's there maybe happens to just be sitting there, maybe cleaning a firearm or something, and see somebody break in his door, and he ends up in a firefight, and people get killed needlessly. So the bill sets up a weighing test to say, hey, when you go before the judge, you're going to have to lay out to the judge, so the judge could say, hey, the risk of harm to people in the building doesn't justify what you're going for. So if the cop would say, we're gonna do this because we want to pick up a large batch of marijuana, and the police, and then the judge could look at the evidence or the situation and say, yeah, but there's like 4 innocent people in this house, and the risk of those people might not justify you recovering those drugs might not justify the risk to those people. But the other factor that you can look at this is if there's a danger to the police officer too. So by doing a knock and request, that can also endanger the police officer, because if you know the people in there are really bad dudes, and that if you knock, they're just going to start firing, that the police may say, well, for our safety, we need to just rush in this thing and neutralize it real quick before they shoot us or somebody else in the building. So we added in the committee, we said, and I agree with this provision, we added in language that said when you ask for one of these no-knock warrants, you got to tell the judge if there's disabled people in there, if there's children in there, because you're saying, well, we have a risk to the police officer's life, but we also got to weigh the risk to the other people in the house's life and balance all that out. And there was a suggestion in our committee that we add in pets. Consider that you have to tell the judge if there's pets in the building. And we rejected that the first time it came before our committee, because that would suggest to this judge that the judge is supposed to weigh the chances of injury or death to the police officer versus the injury or death of a pet, which we just found to be not appropriate consideration, and so we didn't include pets. We also allowed that the warrants would continue. We had great testimony about why a warrant should be allowed to exist for 15 days as opposed to just 10 days. But now we're just going to strike that and go back to 10, even though all the evidence that we heard from police officers said, you need at least 2 weeks, because a lot of times these search warrants, these no-knocks, are for really big, bad cases that are statewide, and we need to know where stuff is. But we changed that. We don't have any evidence, any reason. We're just going to change that. And then the final piece that we changed is, and this part isn't for no-knock, it's for all warrants, that when you execute a warrant, the police knocks on the door and says, anybody here? And they hear rumbling around and all kind of crap going on, and maybe they're flushing the toilets and burning stuff, that this police officer has to wait 20 seconds before they can break into the door. So, I mean, we're, for those of us who follow sports a little bit, you can run pretty fast in 20 seconds. Some people could run almost a quarter mile in that time. So I just want to make sure that the body understood what the amendments were that are being considered. I personally, just on those, find all those amendments to be very questionable, unnecessary. They degrade the bill that we put in. We had no one gave us a reason that we would make these changes, and so I would urge the body to reject these amendments. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator. All right, on the amendments, on the House amendments, is there any further discussion on the House amendments?
Mr. President.
Yes, Chair recognizes the Senator from District 5 on the amendments.
Could I ask the authority leader to yield?
Will the authority leader yield? It appears so. Senator may proceed.
Thank you.
Thank you. Did the House amendments deal anything with the personnel records issue, or is it in sum and substance the same as when it left here on this bill?
So it's in sum and substance the same. I believe that the House amendment specifically added language related to technical infractions, which makes it clear that technical infractions, which generally are infractions that don't involve members of the public, very minor things, that they wouldn't be subject to the disciplinary, to the, they are part of personnel records.
Okay.
I'm getting ahead of myself, but they are part of personnel records, but the other thing wasn't relevant to the bill.
And just to follow up on my colleague from District 34, I just want to clarify, we're literally putting in here that we have to consider the lives of pets when a police officer is executing a warrant?
So the language says, and I will answer your question, yes, but I just want to read exactly what it says because I think it does make logical sense. It says that when an officer is applying, they must present information about any additional occupants in the premises, the age and gender, as well as an indication as to whether any individuals have cognitive or physical disabilities or pets that reside at the premises, if known. So if they don't know, then of course they don't have to provide that information. But it's all about making sure that the court has a comprehensive view of what exists in the house before deciding whether there should be a no-knock warrant or not.
So it's something you would want to include, the bill is requiring to be included in when they're seeking the warrant, is what you're saying, is what the bill is saying, correct?
Yes.
Okay. As part of whether there are any sorts of, there's any number of things you would include, but this is requiring that they include that.
Yes.
And then, okay, I'm just looking through, okay, all right. Okay. Mr. President, thank you.
Thank you, Senator. All right, on the House amendments, Chair recognizes Senator from District 35.
Thank you, Mr. President. I just have a little confusion here, still being relatively new to the General Assembly. I'm looking at the reprint that's dated April 1st at 7:39 p.m. Is that exactly what we're going on now, or is there, with the different amendments, is there something different? I'm trying to find the latest version where everything's laid out together in a format that's pretty understandable.
Sure, Senator. It is the reprint and then the House committee amendments from the floor. In this case, the number is 423520. And so it's the reprint as it left judiciary. But again, this is a Senate bill amended in the House. So the reprint system is built for each individual chamber. So when amendments are added on individually, they are sent back to the respective chamber as an amendment to a Senate bill done in the opposite chamber. So that's the concurrence issue.
Sorry, Mr. President. Is that the only amendment that were?
The reprint and the House committee floor amendment. So any of the other ones are ones that were offered on the floor and potentially rejected. But the House committee amendment from the floor, which is 423520 on this particular bill, that is the amendment that is under consideration with any judiciary committee amendments. That's what the Senate has to make a decision on.
So the 423520, and is there any other ones that passed that I need to look at, or is that the only one?
Plus the reprint. Anything that has the amendment language in the reprint, which of course in the opposite chamber would be italicized language in the reprint.
Okay, thanks.
Mm-hmm. All right. On the amendments, Chair recognizes Senator from District 7.
Thank you, Mr. President. Will the floor leader yield for a quick question?
Will the floor leader yield? Appears so. Senator may proceed.
So going back to this pet issue, did you guys, was there a conference committee on this, or are you just accepting the House's amendments?
No, we moved to concur on the House amendments.
So, okay. So there's been no discussion with the House. So I guess, thank you very much. Mr. President, my issue with this amendment is with pets. I understand, dealing with, making sure, I think there were some people with cognitive issues and others, because the police know what they're needing to walk into. I only know of one pet that cops need to worry about when they go on the door, and that's a canine. In fact, I think we had a minister that used to come up here and give the prayer, who unfortunately had an incident where the police shot a dog when they raided his house on a drug offense. It wasn't even him. It was just something, unfortunately, people stashed stuff at his house they shouldn't have. Anyway, that's my issue, is we're going to worry about fish and turtles and all kinds of other stuff when I think it's only canines are what you need to be concerned about. I mean, I don't know of any other thing that could cause a police officer harm or make sure that they handled the situation right, because you hear these stories of a dog being shot because it was barking at the cops or attacking the cops. So to me, I don't know why we use the word pets. I think it should be canine, because that's what they need to know, what's there, what type of dogs, and if there are dogs. So I'm just curious why we didn't go to committee, go to conference, and try to work this stuff out. So with that, I'll be voting no. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator. Chair recognizes the Senator from District 34 on the House amendments. Oh, Senator, I'm sorry. We have a Senator from District 37. I think the Senator from District 34 has already spoken. 37 on the House amendments.
Thank you very much. Would the floor leader yield for a question?
The floor leader yield.
Or two, maybe? Yes.
Senator may
Thank
proceed.
you. Thank you very much. I'm just trying to sort out, too, how this bill differs now that it's back with these amendments. So help me get that straight. First of all, it covers warrants, no-knock warrants. Is that correct in the first part?
Yes, it covers two subjects: the subject of the disclosure of records under the PIA and warrants, both no-knock warrants, and also some requirements for non-no-knock regular warrants.
Correct. And then explain to me the disclosure of information. How has that changed?
It has not changed in terms of what we passed. Language has been added to clarify kind of a distinction between regular infractions that might involve the public and what's considered to be a minor infraction or technical infraction.
So
it really doesn't change anything regarding the disclosure of records, though.
Because it does talk about personnel is taken out, and then it clarifies administrative and or criminal investigation. Is that correct?
Yeah, but that language is the same as before. Basically, administrative investigations, criminal investigations, nothing in the new bill or new language has changed what we passed in the initial 178.
Okay, and were there any changes to who can access that information when?
Yes. There was language added by the House that allowed for United States attorneys and states attorneys and, one second, United States attorneys, who's the other?
And that's all in the language from the amended reprint on third reader, correct? I think it was states, there were a whole list. There are like 5 different listings there. Right, does it also clarify when records are not open, when they can be denied?
Yes, I mean, but that language is essentially the same.
Okay. So the only thing different it's in that section is that bold type, those folks who can get access to the records under certain circumstances, correct?
Well, that's not technically the only thing that's changed, but it's the only significant change in terms of who is allowed to access the records.
Okay, I think that answers my question then. I was just trying to figure out what the differences were kind of generally compared to the bill that we had before us. Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator. All right, Chair recognizes Chair of the committee.
I think we're good on that, but thank you, Mr. President. I would just add that, so to be responsive to the question, so the language actually adds some prophylactic measures on the disclosure, because our MPIA law does not cover certain things that we actually thought that it did. So there's more protection added here for personal information, name, address, that type of thing. And as you may remember, we actually, a week ago, it seems like 3 weeks ago now, but a week ago passed a bill that has an ombudsman that couples with this, so that you've got another check on that release.
All right, thank you, Senator. All right, are there any senators who have not yet spoken on the amendments that wish to speak? If not, Chair recognizes Senator from District 34.
Thank you, Mr. President. If the floor leader could yield for a question, please.
Will the floor leader yield? Senator may proceed.
So my seatmate here was asking a question about amendments in the records disclosure piece, and I think there's one piece that you left out, and that was in the House amendment, previously it said that they shall redact portions of the records, and you quoted this part that relates to medical information, personal contact information, information related to family and personal interest. But the one change the House did make, which we didn't even really discuss in committee or here on the floor, is that they changed that they moved the piece that talked about witnesses. Witness information previously was under the shall redact. Then we say they may redact portions of the record described in subsection A to the extent the record reflects witness information other than personal contact information. So we have to leave we can't redact personal contact information of witnesses. Do we know why we require disclosure of witness personal contact information? Why are we making that change?
So it's not saying that it is disclosed, according to my reading, it's saying it may.
It says they may redact the portion of the record to the extent that it reflects, to the extent that the redaction reflects the witness information, but then it says other than personal contact information. To me that says, well, you can't redact you have to disclose personal contact information. Isn't that what that means?
Right. Can you direct me to the page?
I'm sorry?
The page that you're on?
I'm looking at the amendment that's the 423-520/1, the House Judiciary Committee amendment that I understand was included in the bill.
Senator's indulgence, please.
No worries. We got it. Does the floor leader want to yield to the chair of the committee?
Okay.
Sure. Chair may proceed.
Senator, I'm reading it's a straight denial of witness information, period, on this reprint that I have. So except as provided in subsection C of this subsection, a custodian shall deny inspection of a record described in subsection A4 of this section if the record relates to an active investigation, the extent that the record reflects medical information, personal contact information, information relating to the family member and person of interest, or witness information, hard stop.
Okay.
Where are you looking there afterwards? I'm
so I'm looking at it's amendment number 17H/423-520/1, which I understood had been included, and it's amendment number 2 under that amendment, which I had understood, but hey, maybe I'm wrong. I just want to clarify that. If I'm wrong, this is a non-issue. This is not part of the bill. I thought that was enacted by. I thought that was included in the House bill, but maybe I'm wrong, Mr. Chairman. I'm not going to tell you. Like.
No, I'm not seeing it in the reprint of what we adopted. I thought it just looks like it's a hard stop there after witness information.
Nope, Senator. I think the senator is talking about the amendment, the House committee amendment that was adopted on the House floor, 423-520. 423-520.
If you could hold fast, then I'll triple check, but it's not what I have on mine, but I'll check.
Okay, okay, so we'll pick this up in a minute. Is that what you want to do? I'm sorry, I'm just a little confused.
Well, Senator, we don't have any other questions at the moment.
Yeah.
So let's just get the answer.
So I'm just want to find out if this is part of what we're voting on, Mr. President. That's all.
Mm-hmm.
And then if it is what we're voting on, I would just like to know, because we didn't discuss it in committee at all, and it does appear that this change would oddly disclose witness contact information, which just sort of seems to me that in these days of stop snitching, that's the last thing we would want to be disclosing. Of all the stuff in here, it seems like the one we would probably want to agree is the least disclosable piece of the record. Thank you.
If the floor leader wants to discuss the protections in MIA, the factors of MIA that are applied to all public information.
Mr. President, if I may.
Yes, Senator.
So we've been on the phone with committee counsel, and I just want to verify what the chairman said, that the language currently reads in the reprint is as it reads in the reprint, which does say shall deny, and it's a straight denial for witness information as well as it is for a number of other things, such as medical information.
Okay, so I
From
understand
committee
then that
counsel.
what we're voting on today, if we vote this in, it would not include the language in Amendment 423-520/1. Thank you.
No, the amendment is in the bill. It was adopted on the floor, Senator. All right. Further discussion on the amendments? On the amendments? If not, all in favor of the amendment say aye. Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. The House amendments are adopted. Senate Bill 178 is on third reading, again, for final passage. Any discussion? Yes, Chair recognizes the Senator from District 34.
Thank you, Mr. President. Colleagues, now that we've clarified that this bizarre language in the House's bizarre amendment number 423-520/1 is in fact in the bill, which of course the committee never considered. We have no idea why we would want to disclose witness information. I suspect we won't get an answer to this, and we'll just roll with this. Unfortunately, that's the way these bills have gone. The issues we raise are just sort of left hanging there. But I think it's unfortunate that when we talk about the safety of witnesses in this stop snitching world that we live in, where witnesses end up murdered, that we would consider reducing the protections we provide them is pretty outrageous. But I guess we'll roll this, and that's just unfortunate the way we're proceeding with these bills, that we're just really putting politics over the public safety. I just find that really sort of very sad. Thank you.
All right. On the bill, on 178, any further discussion? If not, do we have everyone in the chamber? Let's do a roll. Let's hit the bells, please, Madam Secretary. All right. I think we have everyone. The clerk will call the roll.
Mr. President,
Has everyone recorded their vote?
Explain my vote,
Wish
Mr.
to
President.
change their vote? Explain their vote. Chair recognizes the Senator from District 5 has 2 minutes to explain his vote.
Thank you. Just to remind the body, this bill exposes police officers' private personnel records to public view, including charges that were found to be unfounded or they were acquitted from relative to discipline. It's really an outrageous step here. More public accountability for things that officers are found to have done wrong is something that I think most of us or all of us would agree with. This bill, this bill does a whole lot of other things too, but I think the worst part of this bill is that we should not no one would want to have things that they were acquitted of, that they were found to be unfounded charges related to their work, be exposed to the public and as somehow part of a narrative that this is a bad person because they've had a certain number of complaints. It totally discounts the situation that our police officers find themselves in. Some places are tougher. They're tougher beats for a variety of reasons. And so that's why I vote on this as no.
Thank you, Senator. Any further senators wish to explain their vote? If not, the clerk will take the call. With 30 votes in the affirmative, Senate Bill 178, having received a constitutional majority, is declared passed. Clerk will read the next bill.
Senate Bill 600, Senator Smith, Maryland Police Accountability Act of 2021, Office of the State Prosecutor, Investigation and Prosecution of Deaths Caused by Police, JPR.
Chair recognizes the Chair of the Committee on the House Amendments.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senate Bill 600 requires a state's attorney with jurisdiction to prosecute a potential incident involving the death of a person caused by a police officer who decides not to prosecute the officer, to transmit a copy of that investigatory file and other relevant information to the office of state prosecutor within 10 days of the decision not to prosecute. The bill authorizes the state prosecutor to prosecute the officer if the determination is made to prosecute. It's appropriate. As specified in the bill also establishes a task force on independent investigations caused by deaths caused by a law enforcement officer. The House amendments strike the provisions of the bill, instead provide for the investigation of police officer deaths by an independent investigative unit of the Office of Attorney General, and adds a prohibition to law enforcement agencies receiving surplus program, a weaponized aircraft, drone, or vehicle, a destructive device, a firearm, silencer, or grenade launcher. The committee moved to concur with the House amendments.
All right, so, the Chair, Judicial Proceedings moves that we concur with the House amendments. On the amendments, Chair recognizes the Senator from District 34.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd just like to clarify what the nature of the amendments that were included in this. When the bill was before the Senate committee, we debated whether to create an independent investigative unit or allow the local jurisdiction to conduct the investigation and then to be overseen by state officials. And what we decided was that we didn't want to create confusion, and that it was necessary to allow the local jurisdiction to proceed with their investigation because they're on the ground. And if we have this statewide unit, it would take them a while to attend to the crime scene. And so therefore, in those critical first 2 or 3 hours, while the local jurisdiction is already there, full force, securing the area, interviewing witnesses, crime tape up, crime lab is rolling, it's on site in 15 minutes. They're doing all of that. Under this bill, it appears to say that, nope, hold back. You are not the investigators. The investigators will be here. Just wait. I know it's raining. I know the snow is falling. I know the sun is baking and destroying the evidence. Just sit back and wait, because they're going to get here and they'll do the investigation. And if you do the investigation, you're out of place. You don't have authority to do these investigations because it involves the death of a non-police officer. So we felt that was a really bad way to go. It was much better to push the local jurisdiction into action so they can immediately conduct the investigation, and then the state would arrive, and they could certainly, our bill allowed that they could work with the locals and see what was happening, but that we were going to hold the locals' feet to the fire to make sure they conducted a full-fledged investigation. If it wasn't done right, they're the ones that would swing, not this special investigative unit who can always say, hey, by the time we got there, the witnesses were gone, the evidence was gone, et cetera. So we're going to change that now. We have no reason to change it other than that we're moving this by politics and not by public safety. So that's what happens when we push politics over public safety. But here we go again. And then we have the other part that we specifically rejected was, as the chairman pointed out, that this duty would go with, we have it under the Office of the State Prosecutor. And you might ask, why state prosecutor as opposed to the Attorney General? Well, because the Attorney General is a political office. They repeatedly like to run for governor, and they're a very political office. The Office of the State Prosecutor was specifically set up by this state, to obtain a quality prosecutor who was not subject to political persuasion, or political suasion. That these folks are by the office is by its very design intended to be non-political, so they wouldn't be swayed by political ambition and the like, and it would be a very credible result they came up with, and not one swayed by politics. But we're going to go back for no reason. We're just going to jump back and backtrack on that one again, apparently for politics. And so here we go once again, putting politics above the public safety. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator. All right, on the amendments, any further discussion on the amendments?
Mr. President?
Yes, Chair recognizes Senator from District 35.
I'd just like some clarification, if you would mind if the floor leader would yield.
Floor leader, Senator may proceed.
So I was looking at the one amendment that passed, and it showed on the surplus things, the different things, and one of them listed is vehicles. So does this mean that that's no longer allowed? Is that a change from what had originally been sent over?
That language is exactly the same, and so just for clarification, this only applies to the 1033 federal program that allows for the acquisition of military-grade equipment to be, basically at the price of shipping. A. B. It's you can still acquire those things that are armored. This is exactly the same language that the Senate had. To bottom line up front, just short answer is this is the same language we passed out of here as in the Senate.
Okay, thanks.
Thank you, Senator. All right, any further discussion on the amendments? Chair recognizes Senator from the 37th District on the amendments.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. I just have a point of inquiry again.
Senator may proceed.
I was trying to figure out what to go from, and I know I've asked this before. I read the reprint, the third reader reprint, And I got one impression on the previous bill and on this bill, but it looks like you have to go back then to the amendments and figure out in your head, because they're not interlineated, all of those amendments then that are in the amendment section, to try to figure out how to overlay them in the amended version, the reprint. Is that correct?
603029. 603029 is the amendment, the House Judiciary Committee. And just, Senators, if we think back to what a normal session would look like, normally these would come in as stapled copies. And so that is the big difference here, is that the amendments would come in as stapled copies. And that's why we need our pages, as our good Senator from District 7 kindly reminded us. But yes, no, this is 603029 was the House Committee amendment.
Correct. And I guess I'm just raising the point of inquiry because to me these are very important issues. There's been a lot of time and energy put in it, and I'd like to be clear about what I'm reading and then what I'm voting on, but I guess that's not what's happening today, I guess. Anyway, thank you very much. I just wanted to make sure I was understanding the process. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator. Chair recognizes the Senator from District 7.
Yeah, Mr. President, just real quickly, for clarification, maybe help us a little. Maybe when we get up to offer the bill and explain it, they could tell us what amendment to look for.
Yes, that would be excellent.
Because the
We will
one
make
had
sure that's
12
the case.
amendments. So if we could, just when the floor leader gets up, just read the amendment out so we know which one to click.
And I think this is the only one, other than when we go back to 71, that will have that case. So.
Okay, thank you.
All right. Any further discussion on the...
Mr. President?
Yes, Chair recognizes the Senator from District 5.
Just real quick, I wonder if I could ask the chair just one question about the amendment.
Chair recognizes the chair of the committee.
And I guess I just don't understand. If you could explain why the change why did the House make the change? I know you're here in the Senate, but I mean, I thought the bill we sent over seemed to make a lot of sense. I mean, I voted for it, so I don't understand. I feel like some of these changes are just changes to change it. So can you just explain why they changed it?
Sure. So you may remember, or you may not, but back in the summer, I actually put this version of the bill forward because I thought that this would be kind of a natural alignment and responsibility for the Office of Attorney General. Then it went to the Office of State Prosecutor to see what that would look like. We did that. We had that hearing in the fall or early beginning of session. And frankly, I was agnostic as to where this responsibility would be housed. I just thought that the actual purpose of having an independent investigation for these officer-involved deaths was the most important part. Completely agnostic as to where this responsibility would be housed. So this, as the senator from Harford County mentioned earlier, there were some political concerns with the Office of Attorney General. Maybe they're subject to the political whims of the day. Maybe politics would be infused into that. I don't think that's the case. But in the alternative, if you chose the Office of State Prosecutor, then you're too insulated from public accountability. It's an appointed office, 6 years by the governor, a service term of 6 years, and maybe there's not that much public accountability. So you've got 6 in one hand, half dozen in the other. So if you go to the Office of Attorney General, you've got the public accountability, you've got the expertise, and you've got the ability to do it. That's where we've landed. I was personally agnostic as to which side we landed on, of the fence we landed on. I think this is a good alternative, and I'm happy to support the product that came back over.
All right. On the amendments, any further discussion? If not, all in favor of the amendment say aye. Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. The amendments are adopted. The Senate Bill 600 is now on third reading for final passage. Any discussion? If not, the clerk will call the roll.
Mr. President?
Has everyone recorded their vote? Anyone wish to change their vote? Explain their vote? If not, the clerk will take the call. With 30 votes in the affirmative, Senate Bill 600, having received a constitutional majority, is declared passed. Clerk will read the next bill.
Senate Bill 786, Senator McCray, Maryland Police Accountability Act of 2021, Baltimore City, control of the Police Department of Baltimore City, JPR.
All right. Let's see. Chair recognizes the chair of the committee on the concurrence calendar. Senator from Baltimore City on the House amendments.
Thanks so much, Mr. President. The bill establishes the Baltimore Police Department as an agency and instrumentality of Baltimore City rather than the state of Maryland, contingent on the passage of an amendment to the Charter of Baltimore City, which provides the transfer of control of BPD to Baltimore City and its ratification by voters. The bill establishes an advisory board on the transfer of control of the police department of Baltimore City and to study potential issues related to the transfer. The House amendments provide for the confirmation of specified community members of the advisory board by the City Council and include uncodified intent language regarding collective bargaining rights in relation to the transfer of control. The committee moves to concur with the House amendments.
All right, the Judicial Proceedings Committee moves that we adopt the House amendments. Any discussion on the amendments? If not, all in favor of the amendments say aye. Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. The House amendments are adopted. Senate Bill 786 is again on third reader. Let's ring the bells quickly just to make sure. It's on third reader for final passage. Any further discussion? If not, the clerk will call the roll.
Mr. President,
has everyone recorded their vote? Anyone wish to change their vote? Explain their vote? If not, the clerk will take the call. With 47 votes in the affirmative, Senate Bill 786, having received a constitutional majority, is declared passed. All right, we are at the end of that calendar, so we'll go back to the special order.
Mr. President?
Clerk will read the
Mr.
bill.
Senate Bill 71, Senator Signor, Maryland Police Accountability Act of 2021, body-worn cameras, JPR.
All right, we are on the House amendments. Chair recognizes the senator from District 34 on the House amendments. Oh, and senators, the paper copy. Actually, Senator, if you could just one moment. So this is not something that's normally done. This is a very unofficial copy because the interlining of two chamber different amendments. So we asked in the interim to try to ask the system to merge them together. So that is the paper copy. It is an unofficial, let me be very clear, unofficial copy that that puts all of the amendments from the House into one on the Senate bill. But again, it's an unofficial copy because the system doesn't work that way. Senator from District 34.
Thank you, Mr. President. So, colleagues, I just want to kind of highlight what these amendments are. I think this is a very important piece of legislation. In fact, I think it's a critical piece of legislation in the impact it will have on policing in this state. So I think it's important that we just take a minute and really look at what we've got. I'm looking at right now, this would be on, unfortunately a lot of these pages are unnumbered, but it would be kind of like the second page from the back, I guess, and it talks about a police officer may not use force, and it's section D1. Top of the page says law enforcement agency has the meaning stated in. That's what it says at the top of the page, number 2. And you move down from there, and then it has a C and a D. And D1 talks about a police officer may not use force against a person unless, and depending on which version you have, it did say unless a police officer under similar circumstances would believe that the force is necessary and proportional. And then that's been changed to say on the amendments that a police officer may not use force against a person unless under the totality of circumstances the force is necessary and proportional. I believe that's where we are right now, although I say that with a little footnote there because I could be wrong. So what's the current law? Where are we right now? If but for this bill, what's the law? Well, currently the law would say, did a police officer use excessive force? The standard is whether, from the perspective of a reasonable officer on the scene, rather than 20/20 hindsight vision, the officer's use of force was reasonable considering all the circumstances apparent to the officer. So that's the current standard in Maryland law. It talks about a reasonable police officer on the scene, not hindsight, what that officer think was reasonable considering all the circumstances. So what this now says is, so there's two parts to that. It's a reasonable officer and then under all the circumstances. What we got now is the police officer may not use force unless under the totality of circumstances. So we took the first part out. We've changed the Maryland law here. We've substantially changed the current Maryland law that talks about that reasonable police officer. I can't understand why the House would do that, strike that piece of this, and change Maryland law on when a police officer has exceeded their appropriate force. But we, like pretty much everybody else in the country, have always judged that on a reasonable officer standard. So we specifically deleted out of here from the perspective of a reasonable officer on the scene. That's what we've taken out. So that's a big change. The next big change is that we require that the force is necessary and proportional. So necessary force isn't so bad, but proportional. In other words, he's just coming at me. He's a big guy who can beat the ever-loving snot out of me, but that means I can't use my gun. So I'm going to have to go mano a mano here, use proportional force, get in the old wrestling match and see which one of us can actually strangle the other one to death. So I guess it's a sporting way to do this. And then we, on the use of force, we go down a little bit. It talks about the police officer shall cease the use of force as soon as, it says, the person on whom the force is used is either under officer's control, of course that makes sense, or no longer possesses an imminent threat of physical injury or death. So now the officer's got to be doubled, and he's got to look at this and say, well, is it imminent? Maybe we're going to second guess him here and say, well, that really wasn't imminent. So the officer's going to have to endanger themselves a bit. We'll make this a little bit more sporting about all this and let the officer endanger themselves. So that's where we are with these amendments, which I think are pretty devastating, you'll have to agree, in how we're doing our police officers. So I don't have any more on the particular amendments, although we can talk later on the bill. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator. All right. On the House amendments, any further discussion on the House amendments? If not, all in favor of the House amendments, say aye. Let me try again. All in favor of the House amendments, say aye. Opposed, nay. The roll call on the House amendments, the clerk will call the roll.
Mr. President?
On the House amendments, has everyone recorded their vote? Does anybody wish to change their vote, explain their vote? Chair recognizes the Senator from Montgomery County, 2 minutes to explain his vote.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. President. I just wanted to make sure that everybody's voice is heard on the Senate floor. This has been a very inclusive process, and I believe that, as Marylanders, we need to move forward and making sure that we have accountability, and I think this is a way to move into that direction.
Thank you, Senator. All right, on the adoption of the amendments, all in favor say aye. I'm sorry. The clerk will take the call. With 29 votes in the affirmative, the Senate concurs with the House amendments. Senate Bill 71 is now, Chair recognizes the minority whip on the bill? On the bill. Okay. Before the body, Senate Bill 71 is again before the Senate on third reading for final passage. Chair recognizes the minority whip on the bill.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. And this is the most consequential of all the ones we're going to discuss today. And quite frankly, even more so than the bill that's currently in conference. I think it's easy, especially if you're not on the committee, and quite frankly, if you are on the committee, to be very confused. There's a lot of legal jargon. What does this bill do? So taking out the part about body-worn cameras, which there's not a lot of changes there, the main part of this that is controversial is the use of force provision. And as the use of force originally came out, I was actually proud to vote for that. It was a bipartisan piece of legislation. I thought that we put together a good standard. The standard that we used was basically a well-trained officer. So if any of you are watching the court proceedings right now up in Minnesota, you'll notice they have the police chief there. They have policing experts there to explain in that trial what happened. And the chief actually came in, who would be a well-trained police officer under our bill, and said what was done was not correct. But this, and it was done on a floor amendment, so it was just done on the House floor. It says the use of force standard, and remember, so this is going to decide how our police officers interact with the public, and basically how passive or not they will be in enforcing the law. This changes, the use of force standard is changed from objectionably reasonable, which we did, to necessary and proportional. This change deviates from the current use of force, objectionably reasonable, standard that is embedded in the Supreme Court decision Graham versus Connor. This law provides for hindsight review of an officer's actions when reacting to a split-second volatile situation when the officer fears for their lives or others. The term necessary, quote, and proportional is not defined in Maryland law. It's not defined in case law, leaving it up to the courts to determine what this means. So when the first case is brought against an officer who is performing their duties to the best of their ability, that will be what decides it. The bill throws out years of case law, years of work of the General Assembly, and incorporates new terms that have no legal standing. Because the bill establishes a new, quote, use of force standard, a new training requirement will have to created for 16,000 police officers who have to be written, it have to be legally approved and established and taught. The main problem is the standard is brand new and unproven. Training police officers on a new standard that conflicts with Supreme Court law will be very difficult. Essentially, Maryland State Police will have to undo years of training to establish this new, undefined standard that may end up being, that the courts will end up determining. How so, I don't know. This puts all of our police officers at risk for a misdemeanor for up to 10 years on an undefined standard. And you'll look at, on the reprint, you'll notice it's the bolded language that was simply added on the House on the floor. So, and also, it's based on a standard of serious physical injury. You think, well, that gives me some solace to know we're talking about serious physical injury. Well, case law says that serious physical injury can be as little as impairment of function of any bodily member. That could be broken bones, it could be broken finger. And for that, the police officers on an undefined standard could be facing a 10-year misdemeanor. We do all this, and we're passing this legislation in the middle of surging homicide rates. My county of Frederick County, which yesterday was home to 2 shootings, which police thankfully took care of, where we had an active shooter situation, last year saw homicides up 40%. Baltimore County saw number of shootings that were up. If you look at the statistics for across the state of Maryland, from 2019 to 2020, 13 of our jurisdictions saw an increase in homicides. In fact, it was up 7% from 2019 to 2020. If you compare that number from 2020 to 2018, 14 of our jurisdictions saw increases in homicides. And there was a 17% increase. If you go to Montgomery County off to a deadly start in 2020 with number of homicides. Quote from the Bethesda Beat, Montgomery County has reached 7 homicides this month, nearly half of the total recorded in all of 2020. And if you look at, and I wanted to start off say this was a statewide problem. But if you look at the homicides in our state, obviously the center is the city of Baltimore. And just to put the numbers in reference, because we don't often, we throw out 300 homicides a year over that. We don't know what that, we need to put that in perspective. The city of New York, which is home to over 8 million people, had 321 homicides last year. The city of Baltimore, which is home to just a little over 600,000, had 335 homicides. So one of America's largest cities, despite having 14 times the population, had less homicides than the city of Baltimore. Quote, in Baltimore, where State's Attorney Mosby prosecuted but failed to convict several police officers in retaliation to Freddie Gray's death, police have drastically backed off from proactive policing tactics, such as focused investigative stops and more aggressive misdemeanor enforcement. These are the tactics that helped bring New York City back from the brink in the 1990s. In the 1990s, you may remember all the movies, Death Wish, and all these movies about New York and the crime and vigilante justice movies and all that. Well, New York back then at its worst point had a homicide rate of 14.5 per 100,000. Baltimore City, that was at its worst point. Baltimore City is currently sitting at 57 per 100,000. An investigative USA Today reports last year revealed troubling data on the drop-off in proactivity among Baltimore cops. Between 2014 and 2017, suspected narcotics offenses reported by police dropped 30%, while the number of people they reported seeing with outstanding warrants dropped by half. The number of instances in which police approached someone for questioning dropped 70%. So you can see what happened. You can see what this bill does. When police are charged and they have to make the decision between policing, being proactive, or serving prison time and being prosecuted. The decision for the police officer becomes, do I police or do I become prosecuted? In Baltimore City, they clearly made that decision. The decision was, I'm not going to be prosecuted. I'm going to sit in my car. I'm not going to actively police. And that's for the ones who stayed. Because the other ill effect, and I know there was a lot of talk on the floor, let them go, let them go, let the police officers go. We don't need them. That was said on the floor. Well, let's look at what's happened there in the city of Baltimore since they let them go. Since April 2015 riot, the ongoing surge in gun violence in Baltimore is at best, as anyone can tell, without precedent in modern U.S. policing history. Shootings jumped 75%. Quote, look around on everything that's been going on, said Lieutenant Victor Kamenga, as shift commander. Who would want to be a Baltimore cop today? Quote, I have enough police officers patrol the streets safely protecting themselves. I don't have enough police officers to patrol the streets safely protecting themselves, much less protecting the citizens of Baltimore. Quote, annual officer attrition via retirement, resignation, transfer to another agency continues to significantly outpace recruitment. Only 3 times in the last 14 years has the number of recruits equaled the number of officers leaving the force. And not only does that lead to problems in public safety, when you are lacking police officers, and they're currently lacking over 320 police officers, that means consistently short, but it also costs money because you have to pay in overtime. Quote, that's frustrating because it's not as if they're not putting forth any effort. It's just not effective. That's what they're talking about, the strategy to recruit. Last summer, BPD launched a comprehensive digital marketing and recruitment campaign aimed at hiring those with local community. It is called on possible recruits to be part of the, quote, greatest comeback story in America. Well, the comeback didn't come back because they were still short 350 officers. Overtime cost the department nearly $50 million in the past fiscal year alone. And again, as we sit here and we pass a bill that we will put on our police standards that are undefined, that could make them criminals, yet we think that won't have an outcome on policing, police clearly are going to make a decision that was already made in the city of Baltimore, and that is to leave, resign, or stay in your car and not enforce the law. And I went through the numbers, the historically horrific numbers, but you can just pick up any day of the paper and read the shooting indexes. And it averages about 5 or 6 a day. And I'll just say, Mr. President, we are going to rue the day that we pass this. We will be back next year looking to correct this after a summer of violence, after more bloodshed on our streets.
Gentlemen, yield.
Yes, I'll yield to the Senator from District 5.
Senator's not recognized. Senator's not recognized. Senator, the Minority Whip can continue.
No, I'll yield to the Senator from District 5.
Senator, that's not a right by the Senator. The Senator has not been recognized. Senator may continue.
Would the gentleman yield?
I'll yield.
Senator from District 5 has not been recognized. Senator from the Minority Whip can continue.
Okay.
Would the gentleman yield for a question?
Senator has not been recognized. It's out of order at this moment. Senator may...
Parliamentary inquiry, Mr. President.
Yes, Senator.
We are not able to recognize and request for the gentleman to yield.
Senator would be out of order at this time. The senator had not requested it, and the chair rules it out of order. The minority whip has the floor and may continue.
Sure. I mean, I'll be happy to hold the floor here. I have no problem with that. Sure. I'd like to at this point then read into record a study from the New York Police Department on policing. What is effective or not policing? Vibrant and dense, New York City is inhabited by people from every continent and every country, speaking every language, every accent, representing every culture and every creed. It orbits around 8 million centers of the universe, as New York's poet laureate Billy Collins once wrote. Today, the figure is closer to 8.4 million and doesn't include the additional millions who come each day to work or visit, who otherwise enjoy America's greatest city. Mayor Bill de Blasio and I pledged to make a safer, fairer city for residents and visitors alike, and this report describes one of the main tools for doing so, quality of life policing. Perhaps even more, though, than Lady Liberty in the harbor.
President, may I ask the gentleman to yield?
Senator from District 5, what purpose does Senator rise?
I'd like to ask the gentleman to yield.
Senator rules that out of order. The chair rules that out of order. Senator may proceed.
Perhaps even more, though, than Liberty in the harbor, the subway pole is the symbol of this city. Every day, the city's diverse millions, black, white, rich, and poor, from Brooklyn or Bhutan, from Queen or Qatar, cram into the tight confines of the country's busiest transit system. 5.5 million people ride in subways every day, coursing through the metaphorical heart of New York. What was the subway pole denotes that the city works. In a very crowded circumstance, 5.5 million people, 6 million on peak days go to work together and school together, sometimes squeezed shoulder to shoulder, and they do it in peace. Amazingly, there are fewer than 6 crimes a day on average, because America's city is her safest big city as well. It wasn't always so. When I came into this city in 1990 as chief of New York City Transit, the subways were a symbol of New York for a different reason. The underground graffiti, crime, and disorder were emblematic of an above-ground city that had become so powerless that it was driving America's crime rate. That year was crime's height of the nation's homicides. This is at a time when the whole nation was more violent. By 2013, these figures were 2.7% and 2.4% respectively. The city, once the site of a tenth of the country's murders, now literally has less than its share. More than any other factor, what caused this amazing change was broken windows, or quality of life policing. The term broken windows comes from a 1982 article in The Atlantic written by George Kelling and the late James Q. Wilson. In brief, Kelling and Wilson asserted that the unaddressed disorder encourages more disorder. From that follows crime, then increasingly serious crime, and finally violence. The criminogenic progression existed irrespective of a neighborhood's demographics. As Kelling and Wilson wrote, window breaking does not necessarily occur on a larger scale because some areas are inhabited by window breakers, whereas other populations populated by window lovers. Rather, one unrepaired window is a signal that no one cares, and so breaking more windows costs nothing. Beginning in 1990, I applied these ideas to crime in New York City transit system. We wouldn't ignore the little things, fare evasion, graffiti, and we'd no longer be considered too petty to address. In fact, we focused on them vigorously. As on serious crimes like robbery, if not more. Why? Because serious crime was more likely to occur in a lawless environment, and low-level disorder signaled lawlessness even more than a serious crime, which was less common. We also quickly learned that the serious criminals committed petty offenses too. When they weren't committing robberies or assaults, they were hopping turnstiles, unlawfully moving between cars, and generally diminishing the quality of life. Life that should have been enjoyed by others. Fair pacing riders. A subway criminal arrested for a misdemeanor rather than a felony wouldn't be going to prison, but he wouldn't be victimizing anyone for a while either. Quality of life in policing in the transit system worked. From 1990 through 1993, crime rates underground fell by 35.9% in the city above. Where quality of life enforcement was less rigorous, it only fell by 17.9%. It's hard to overstate how counterintuitive this was in 1990. Observers, academics, and pundits had difficulty with the idea of concentrating on fare beating when felony violent crime was as predominant as it was. But we proved the conventional wisdom wrong, first in the transit system, and then starting in 1994 as New York City as a whole, first time I served as police commissioner. With my leadership term, particularly Deputy Commissioner of Operations, the late Jack Maple, and the Chief Department, Louis Anamore, we established the crime accountability system known as CompStat. Using crime mapping and organizational accounting practices, CompStat recreated at the executive command level the broken windows philosophy of sweating the small stuff before it became the big stuff.
Mr. President.
Yes, Chair recognizes the senator from 34th District. What purpose does the senator rise?
I rise for just a point of parliamentary clarification.
Senator may proceed.
The gentleman had earlier proposed to that the minority leader yield to him, and I don't see anything in the Senate rules on those procedures, but I do see in the Mason's manual in section 95 that upon a request to yield by the speaker, the person who has the floor, that they could yield for questions or further explanation. So I'm just questioning why the decision of the chair to the president to decline their right to yield.
Yes, Senator. Senator, if the senator looks at section 94, the right of a member to hold the floor. A member has been recognized as a breach of order for another to interrupt, except for what's in 92 and in section 92 that provides the it's only for questions of privilege and for point of orders requiring an immediate ruling. And so the chair, as the discretion the chair has, rules that the senator's request for a yield would be out of order at this time.
Except that under our rules, it doesn't preclude the yielding. It just refers us to Mason's manual to supplement that. And it seems to me that the
Senator, that was from Mason's manual.
I'm sorry?
The ruling that was just made was from Mason's manual.
You're looking at section 70, or I'm sorry, excuse me, 92?
92, Senator. All right, thank you, Senator. Senator may proceed.
Well, thank you. It does seem to me that the gentleman 34 had been recognized, but I'll be happy to keep reading. I think and hold the floor as long as possible, or hold the floor to talk about this important legislation.
Senator, just for a point of parliamentary privilege, there's plenty of time, so if senators will want to speak, they certainly can be recognized. Everyone will have the opportunity to speak on the bill. So, Senator may proceed.
Mr. President. Oh.
I'll happy to continue my reading. At this point, I think my colleague from District 5 would like to say some comments.
Mr. President.
All right, the chair recognizes the senator from District 44 on the bill.
I'm sorry, did you say 34, Mr. President?
I'm sorry, Senator?
I couldn't, did you say
Senator from District 44, Baltimore City, Baltimore counties, and then we'll go back and forth. Back and forth.
Thank you, Mr. President. I think the question is, why are we here debating this bill in this moment? And I think when we think about that question and everything that's going on, even today in Minnesota, where we have a trial of an officer who certainly used deadly and unreasonable force, I reflect back and looking at my district in Baltimore City in 2015 where we dealt with Freddie Gray. I think about some cases in Baltimore County where people with mental illnesses have been shot and killed by law enforcement. And honestly, the standard that we currently have across the United States is just not working. Just a couple weeks ago, I was one Democrat who voted against the last use of force bill because I didn't think it went far enough. Today, I will be casting a green vote for this bill. Let's talk about reasonableness and that standard. There's a law professor And I'm going to read a little bit from this. It says, reasonableness, which is the standard in excessive force cases, as well in most use of force statutes, is such an open-ended standard. Alone, it provides little to no guidance to the jury deciding whether an officer's use of force was justified. The author also notes that reasonableness is usually equated with typicality. Because the officer's beliefs are measured against the beliefs of a reasonable officer, understood to mean that the average typical officer and subconscious racial biases that a typical officer might have become part of the reasonable officer's perspective. I don't want that. And third, one other problem that most state statutes on police use of force is that they focus on the reasonableness of the officer's beliefs. The legislation that we have before us, by moving to a necessary and proportional standard, I believe what we're attempting to do is move away from the focus of what the officer's beliefs are to where the focus should be, which are the officer's actions. This is what this bill does, and this is why I'll be casting my green vote. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator. Chair recognizes Senator from District 5.
Thank you, Mr. President.
On the bill.
Thank you. Let's talk about the bill for a moment. I think as I look at this, the reprint, the unofficial reprint, it's been helpful to kind of read it all in line. I approach it first as I approach these issues that we're talking about in this particular bill. I'm approaching it first from the local perspective, the local impact of what this bill could and would mean. First, as we look at the change that my colleague from Baltimore County was just talking about, the word reasonable, what we actually had, unless a police officer under similar circumstances would believe, but now it's just under the totality of circumstances. That's how a police officer is going to be judged on split-second decisions, a totality of circumstances, but not from the perspective of someone who's experienced in law enforcement or the perspective of somebody with a similar situation. It reminds me a lot of the rules of engagement that at times our military has been placed under, where they have rules of engagement that are very restrictive. They come from the same well-intentioned place of making sure that no one, to the best of our ability, commits or hurts somebody or certainly kills somebody who is defenseless or a civilian, or in the case of law enforcement, it would be someone who is unarmed or was not fighting back or was not doing things that merited violence or merited physical activity. But by making it something that, as I look at what we've done with this bill, what the House did with this bill, which we just sort of accepted, it's something that a lot of officers I know are very concerned about. They're concerned about they're concerned about all the rhetoric that they're hearing. This session has been dominated, not so much from people here in our chamber on the floor. There's been a few comments that probably were somewhat disconcerting, but I think generally it's not members. The loudest groups in our society championing so-called police reform approach it from the perspective of police being fundamentally flawed, fundamentally racist institution. Sometimes the rhetoric I hear almost makes it sound like people think we just should not have policing much anymore, that should be a dramatically different and should be dramatically less impactful. You know, we saw during the last year understandable outrage about what happened in particularly in Minneapolis and some other places, high-profile cases where someone's life was ended, and it seems to be, although trials are ongoing, seems to be very clear wrongly ended. But you know, when we overreact when we overreact to a case to condemn an entire institution based on a problem that that institution is having in one place or another, we run the risk of consequences that can be very dire. You know, I actually happened to look at some news reports talking about what happened. Minneapolis rushed to make a number of changes to defund their police department, make some pretty radical changes. But then, earlier this year, I have an article from February 14th where the City Council of Minneapolis approved additional funding back to the police department and have faced, they only have 638 officers available to work, which is 200 fewer than usual. They've had slow response times and an increase in crime. Unless someone think I'm cherry picking here, I have an article from CNN from just a few days ago. Not a publication or not a news source that would be trying to whip up sort of right-wing rhetoric, or certainly not known to be super pro law enforcement, talking about how the U.S. saw a significant crime rise in our major cities in 2020. In fact, 63 of our 66 areas dramatically increased. Now, it's funny, Baltimore City was mentioned as one that did not have an increase, but it was basically level in crime overall, particularly when you consider murders and nonviolent shootings, and has been up huge over the past several years. So really, throughout the country, we're seeing, major American cities saw a 33% increase in homicides in 2020. So when we talk about totality of circumstances, which was mentioned in another bill, we talk about the totality of circumstances that we have to look at, legal standard for how we define how police officers do their job in the most difficult situation when a life or death decision is being made. We're now going to change in this bill. This bill will change it to be something that is very uncertain for police officers. They're very uncertain about the future because they believe already anytime an officer in a crowded area, whether it's Baltimore City or another town or city in our community, they know that if they have to step in and deal with a rough situation, they're going to have cameras in their face. There's going to be things sent out over social media before anybody knows the whole story. From one angle, we saw it in Kenosha. We saw it where you didn't see a whole angle. You saw one angle of something that looked bad and perhaps was excessive, but you didn't see the whole story. You saw in Lancaster, there were riots for 2 days in Lancaster, even after video was released showing police officers shot someone who was trying to stab him with a knife, who had just been threatening his girlfriend with a knife and had a record of stabbing people. And that video was put out pretty quickly, and yet there were still recriminations, rioting, and angry demonstrations about the police. When we create that environment, there's one pendulum that says we don't have any accountability for police. There's not enough accountability. Well, we're trying to say that I don't agree with that, but I have agreed this entire session that we needed to make some reforms and changes. Again, I'm disappointed because we had several bills that many of us, almost all of us, voted for because we agreed there were some needed reforms and changes. But if we swing the pendulum to the point that frankly the House amendments do in this bill and some of the others, where we are basically trying to tell a police officer, you're guilty until proven innocent when you use force. You better be real careful, because if you were wrong, if you used force and it turns out that because of depending on how we interpret this statute, you could be serving time in jail when you really honestly were trying your very best to do the right thing, but had to make a split-second decision. What that does is it gets us to where we are, where we're seeing crime rise throughout the country. It's going to get worse, not better. But I tell you, crime rising is bad enough. I mean, 33% rise in homicides in the country. I had spoken earlier, I think it was last week, about nonviolent shootings. In Maryland, we've had nonviolent shootings double in the last 7 years. Good thing we passed that gun control bill in 2013. Really has helped. But nonviolent shootings have doubled in 7 years. Murder's up 35, somewhere between 33 and 36, 37%, depending on how you calculate it. Most of those murders committed with illegal guns. Well, the answer to that is not trying to make police feel more concerned about doing their job. Respect for life is really important. There's some things in this bill that talk about making sure officers are being well trained. Some of this, I think, already happens, but there's probably things in this that, as it mentions training, that are good, to make sure we're being very clear with officers. But let's just be real clear. The problem right now in our areas of our state that are experiencing the most crime is not over-policing. It's not over-policing. Clearly. That is not the issue. You don't have to believe in mass arrests for any little thing to believe that you need aggressive, proactive policing, engaging daily in areas where there is a lot of crime, and frankly, areas, let's be honest, areas where there's a lot of poverty and a lot of need. It's understandable why certain areas need help and why there's a frustration that, hey, lack of investment, lack of opportunity, lack of secure family structures leads to there being more crime. It's understandable why there'd be a frustration that, hey, police, we need you to work with us. But we're going to the other extreme. Those areas are going to be in real trouble if we pass this bill because they're already in trouble. And where it really comes out is in recruitment. And I'm looking at articles from 2019, they're both teen, but almost exactly a year later, I have an article from 2020 where about 400 positions they still aren't able to fill. We're seeing it even in some of our smaller communities and counties where it's getting harder to recruit officers because there is real concern that they're going to be hung out to dry when they make a split-second decision. Their face will be everywhere. Now of course, now with the bill we just passed, now it's like if you got complained against a couple of times, somebody's going to be able to find that out and try to say, trying to say, Susie or Jimmy, that's this cop, he's been complained against 3 times. Well, it won't tell you where their beat is or what kind of issues they've been dealing with or all the good things that they've done. In fact, we tried to get that amendment on the bill that you could release all the good things that they've done, but can't do that. We're only going to portray the bad things they've done. And you're going to wonder why you're going to have a hard time recruiting police officers. And hey, the vision of community policing, that's one thing I think a lot of us here that debate and argue and discuss about police and police reform, that's one thing I think probably all of us agree on is that it is best when there are police officers from the community, or at least from the area, that understand the community. Well, I'm not sure how we're going to get that if we put a target on everybody's back. I think about the police departments in my community, Westminster, Manchester, where I live. My hometown's sort of Westminster, but I live in Manchester now, and Manchester has about 8 to 9 full-time police officers. And they may not be particularly affected. They could probably find 8 to 9 people to serve. But who knows? Who knows? But we get people from the area and the community that want to serve Manchester. Westminster, though, is a little bit bigger town. Our police department ranges between 40 and 50 people. And they're not immune to, they've had a great success rate, very little complaints. They've resolved complaints well. Our sheriff's department the same. Our sheriff has shown excellent leadership. Back when everything happened, when everything really exploded last spring, our sheriff was out on the front lines interfacing with communities that might be suspicious of police. He was getting emails from all kinds of people who were concerned about their children or concerned about what policing looked like in Carroll County. He proactively reached out and brought people into the sheriff's department and showed them what we did and showed them what happens if someone complains. Thankfully, we haven't had a whole lot of complaints. In fact, he's become an enthusiastic supporter of body cameras because we piloted them in Carroll County, and he saw how well they were, not just to keep people accountable, but as a training tool. So that's community policing. The town of Sykesville has, I think 12 to 14 full-time officers. We have other, Tawnytown in my district in the northwest corner of the county has about 12 full-time police officers. Most of those folks come from the town or the area. That's what we want. It's what we want in Frederick and Rockville. It's what we want in Ocean City and Salisbury. It's what we want in Bel Air and Havre de Grace. It's what we want in Baltimore. But you don't get there by telling everybody with the bills that we are passing, we view all police with suspicion, and with use of force, if you get in a situation, you better think twice before you do anything physical, because we're going to come after you. If anybody thinks you were a little bit too rough, we're going to come after you. We already, when we talk about some of the terrible things we have seen that we all agree are wrong around the country, when we talk about those kind of issues, all of us agree. We don't want unarmed people being killed. Nobody wants that. Nobody wants that. But we also need to understand that there are a lot of times that police officers are put in impossible situations where we're taking the bad examples, and we're making that the whole story. We do not want police officers to not be able to protect the people they're called to protect and defend. I guarantee you the people in all of our communities, they don't want police to go away. They want good response times. And yes, they may want some changes with police, but they also want to be sure that we still have police there to protect and serve. What we should be doing is lifting up and respecting the profession of policing and saying we are going to go after the bad apples, but we're also going to have a realistic sense, a realistic idea of what we're expecting from you, and we're going to have a realistic use of force rules and laws. And that's not what this bill does. So when we look at the lack of recruiting, the lack of ability to recruit quality officers in some of our most troubled areas, this bill is going to make it worse. I was reading a very interesting article from USA Today from last year. Ideally, officers would never need to take anyone's life, but the data on police killings does not support reducing or abolishing law enforcement. Some really interesting statistics. 73% in New York City in 2018, 73% of shooting victims were African American, even though the African American residents comprise only 24% of the city's population. This article is talking about sort of the narrative about unarmed shootings versus the stats. It's really interesting. The communities that need help the most, oftentimes heavily minority communities, where sadly poverty and systemic poverty and systemic issues that I know we're trying to address with other bills we're doing this session, that has led to those areas being higher crime. And it's not good. And I have to believe the people that live in communities with higher crime would like to have, they don't want us to be having situations where we're losing police officers. So I think the challenge that we have is, and it's in this USA Today article, which I found very interesting, the challenge we have is we want to improve rather than abolishing the police. But this bill would go much further in exacerbating the issues of recruitment and the issues of high crime in our communities. Something else I would like to touch on. I've gotten throughout this process, I've gotten a lot of people contact my office. I can only imagine if I was still in the committee, I would have probably gotten even more. But one point that a constituent reached out to me, she's married to a police officer. She talked about she had counted up the number of police reform bills we've done in the last 5 years in Maryland. I remember I worked on one of the first real big ones in that 5-year period in 2016. There have been 21 different bills passed, billed as major policing reform in different issues. Yet we find ourselves here today still saying, well, it's not enough. There's a point where what we've been missing out, and I thought we've been missing out on a two-way conversation between law enforcement and the community. We need a two-way conversation to resolve the mistrust issues. We need a two-way conversation to say, police, institution of police, this is what we feel is frustrating, is wrong, but we need to hear from the law enforcement side. And frankly, from the side that says we support the law enforcement not changing at all, and say, okay, well, you don't want it to change at all. We need that back and forth and common ground and compromise. We all want accountability, fairness in policing, and we want public safety. But we're missing out on that. Again, I thought what we did here in the Senate, even though I didn't vote for every one of the 9 bills, I voted for most of them, I thought what we did was really good in a lot of ways. There were things I didn't like, there were things I didn't agree with, but generally I thought we did a great job. We worked together. And the bills went over to the other chamber and is coming back, and I just really wish we could take a little more time. Just a little more time just to get it right. I wouldn't like everything to be in there. Somebody can get up and say, well, you probably would have voted against it anyway. Well, maybe. I don't know. But I would have liked to. I voted for 6 or 7 of those 9 bills that went over. I was very enthusiastic about the body-worn cameras. I'm disappointed to have to vote against this bill because it goes way too far. And there's far-reaching impacts here, Mr. President, far-reaching impacts. They're going to hurt people in our community. I wish we could have a little bit longer conversation. I wish we could take a little more time. I wish we could pass some of these pieces and come back and do a little bit more. The use of force is too important to get wrong. It's too important to get wrong, and I think this definitely is going to get it wrong, Mr. President. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator. Chair recognizes the Senator from District 42 on the bill.
Thank you, Mr. President, and I will be brief. I enthusiastically supported the initial version of this bill. I voted for it on the floor, and I added my name to the bill as a co-sponsor. When the bill was fundamentally changed over in the House, the House members who made the changes never thought to consult those of us who were listed as co-sponsors on the bill. And I understand that at this stage, there's nothing I can do to take my name off of the bill as a co-sponsor. Well, I'm sorry, that seems to be the situation. This is a bill that I can't possibly support, and I want to make this statement on the floor of the House so that posterity will know that I do not sponsor this bill. Thank you.
The Senate, Senator. Floor of the Senate. Chair recognizes the Senator from District 34.
Thank you, Mr. President. Colleagues, on Sunday, I got an interesting text message which left me somewhat perplexed, to say the least. It was from a friend who said he had heard about all the violence in Maryland, and he was writing me to say, "Are you okay?" So here's a real surprising part of that email: is it actually begins with "Assalamu alaikum, dear brother." See, it begins that way because this guy lives in Baghdad, Iraq, and he's concerned about the level of violence in Maryland. And he's looking at it through the international lens. So to say that we got problems is a gross understatement. There were 2 innocent people were killed this past week in Baltimore. There was a Mr. Wilson and a Mr. Mendez. Just average Joe citizen type folks. One was murdered in front of his 5-year-old daughter. The advocates in the paper were quoted as saying, "It's normal now to hear from people in the community that they've been robbed, beaten up, and killings going on in the area." They continued, "I think if you live in Baltimore, chances are you or someone you know has been a victim of crime." Folks, we all keep reading the stories, seeing them on the news of the little 5-year-old kids and the like, gunned down in the crossfire. What the heck is happening here? We were seeing a decades-long downturn in the murder rate that ended in 2014. And since then, we went from about 350 murders up to the ranges of 538, 558, 542. And sadly, this isn't just confined to Baltimore, because now we're seeing the rates rise in our other major counties, like Prince George's County, Montgomery County, Baltimore County. So to say we have a problem is an understatement. So this session, we focused on bills to reform policing. And we've also seen the bills to basically reduce the jail time of those convicted of violent felonies. And throughout these debates on these two important issues, both reforming the police and allowing people free from their convictions, what we've heard a number of arguments that just sort of repeat themselves. The first is that reforms to the police are the key to a safer community. And we've heard that that incarcerating violent criminals does nothing to reduce violent crime. And we've heard that the victims' families who oppose early release of the killers of their loved ones, we've heard that they're just embittered people who need to move on. And we've heard it argued that incarceration is racist, per se, and we can't go beyond that. I suggest to you all that we really need to critically evaluate these arguments. Violent crime rates that were falling for decades have jumped back up directly as a result of these grand social experiments of reimagining criminal justice. That is an experiment that's killing people. I'd like you to consider the stark contrast between the crime rates that have traditionally existed between Baltimore City and Baltimore County. It's an invisible line, yet for years the differences of the annual murder rates have been hundreds, even though Baltimore County is nearly twice as large as the city. And what we've been able to hear in JPR, we've heard over the years the wiretaps from the Baltimore County Police, who say where they're wiretapping the criminals, and they say we can't go there. That's not a good place to go because that's in the county. Come back across the line into the city. And the reason they say that is because when you do your crime in the county, it used to be that you did time. You did time for that. But the more enlightened city pieces would be more gentle on the criminal behavior. And so removing the consequences for bad behavior have had a direct, huge impact on the murder rate and the violent crime. Folks, it was appropriate that we would make changes to the police disciplinary process. I wrote several editorials on that issue myself. We can't have processes that are an impediment to the removal of bad police officers. And really, the good officers all agreed with that. But you know what? None of the bills we've passed this year, none of those are going to reduce the violent crime spree. Rather, sadly, here's the real truth, these bills are going to increase violent crime. Why? Because the bill we're on right now just substantially raised the risk of policing. That's what's happened. We just told the officers, you get out of that car and confront somebody, you are facing jail time. You can't control the situation. You don't know what they're going to do. You don't know what's going to happen. There's other people out there. An altercation is almost certain to follow. And once that happens, you're facing jail time, as much as 10 years. Serious consequences. Loss of your career. Your family's on the street. This is serious stuff. That's what the officer faces every time they roll up. So what's going to be the result of that? It's what I call blue light special policing. And that's where, rather than get out of the car, and you see videos of this stuff, rather than get out of the car, when you see some trouble brewing, put the big blue lights on the top, flashing them as you drive up, hit the siren a few times, everybody runs away, mission accomplished, right? They went around the corner. That's blue light special policing. It's not a sign of bad policing. What it's a sign of is desperate policing. It's cops who are afraid, they have no support from the community to encourage them to get out of the car and step into a dangerous situation. You know, we heard a moment ago that we got to reject this reasonable officer standard. We got to reject that because that lets bad cops, that gives the cops a license to kill, sort of a James Bond thing, you know, reasonable officer standard. So you ask, why should we differentiate? Why should we why should we judge cops on a reasonable officer standard? What's the whole purpose of that? Well, what we didn't hear in the floor here was the justification for that standard. It's basically that to prevent Monday morning quarterbacking of our cops, because as you look, if you don't apply the reasonable officer standard, how do you account for the stress, the strain, the adrenaline flow that the officer faces, knowing that he may be about to be separated from his family permanently? How do you factor that in if all you're saying is this cold calculation of was your decision the right one to make under the totality of circumstances? So like, well, you were pulling out into traffic. It's almost like the same standard we apply to all of us if we have an automobile accident. That's how we're going to treat the cops, right? No presumption, no extra look at them. And so The reason, though, that we differentiate between cops, aside from the fact that we've asked them to go do this, is that most of us run away from trouble. Most of us, I don't know about you, but I've very few times in my life been in a situation where I was, seriously risking the possibility of a criminal indictment for some kind of crime of violence or the like. Cops face that every day. And I know for the folks listening at home, you have to recognize that there's like a half a dozen people on the floor now. This is a really serious issue, and this body takes this stuff seriously, I can tell, because we've been totally about all politics since this debates began, and so we don't really need to listen to anybody because we already have our marching orders. But anyway, I'll continue. It's that cops step into the fray every day, and not just once, but multiple, every hour. The police officers step into the fray and risk indictment. None of us do that. That means that probably in a shift in a tough city, every hour on a 10-hour shift, or maybe every half hour, is involved in a situation that could realistically result in them being indicted and lose their career and their family. And aside from the fact they might be shot or knifed and killed, they've also got the threat that they could be indicted. So the law recognizes that and say, look, you're not out there to do bad. We're asking you to take a lot of risk and involve yourself in these dangerous situations for our benefit. So we have to recognize that and say you weren't like out looking for fights. You're not a drunk coming out of the bars. You're not trying to jack people up. But we need you to get involved in these altercations. We need you to get involved with the bad people. And we recognize that you're going to get sucked into some really bad, difficult situations that eventually you're going to make a bad judgment call. But we're going to recognize that in dealing with you, and we're not going to indict you simply because you made a mistake. Not like this bill will allow to basically says, well, you didn't really do the way we like you to do it, so enjoy your 10 years in the DOC. So we're trying to protect them a little bit and just recognize the reality that when you remove these protections from the police, we undermine public safety. So I'd like to, and I just appreciate if you indulge me just a little bit more, because it's been apparent through the debates on this that we're sort of, and as was apparent from the lack of people on the floor right now, that we're sort of result-oriented here. We're not really too interested in the facts or the debate. But I have to tell you that, unfortunately, what I see as the end result of this entire police reform initiative, it's a product of what I call the Twitterocracy. It's a Twitterocracy where the overriding goal is to appease the folks on the Twitter sphere. But the problem with the Twitterocracy is that the Twitter sphere, folks, is not populated by a cross-section of the diverse, intelligent, thoughtful, hardworking, family-loving people that populate this state. Rather, it appears that the Twitterocracy, the Twitter sphere, is dominated by people from around the world who apparently confuse threats, personal attacks, and cursing for rational discussions on the issue. Legislation should not be made to appease angry mobs. It should be based upon fair and rational discussions of the issues in the interest of all Marylanders. Folks, these bills, this one in particular, is about appeasement. It's not about public safety. It has nothing to do with public safety. And the part about the reasonable officers, that was removed. And come on, we know why that was removed. That was removed to punish, mass punishment of the police officers in this state for no other reason than to say, we don't respect you, we don't need you, get out of here. That's what that says. So if you're not going to give them the reasonable officer standard, that's the biggest, you know what you can do with yourself. And I know folks have said to me, well, you know what, this doesn't go into effect for another year. Don't worry about it. It has a year delay on it. Folks, that's like saying, so we're going to go back to the police officers next year. That would be like if you're sitting there with your mother and she turns to you and says, you know what, I just want you to know in this moment of quietude that I never really liked you or trusted you. And then she's going to try to backpedal that next year and say, hey, you know what I said last year? And you're going to turn to her and say, Mom, look, that was an irreparable damage to our relationship there. You told me you didn't like me or trust me, and that you didn't care about my family, that you didn't want to protect me. But hey, no hard feelings, all's fair in love and war, right? Anyway, folks, I think this is a terrible bill, a really terrible bill. Sends the wrong signal to the people that protect us, their families, to the people who are looking at becoming policing, the young folks who might be interested in a career in policing, who might be in school to study policing, to folks who are just possibly going to be leaving policing. This sends all the wrong message. This is a terrible standard to hold them to, and I think it's most reprehensible. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator. Chair recognizes the President Pro Tem on the bill.
Thank you, Mr. President. And colleagues, I rise to just share my support for the bill that is before us and this report. You know, I don't talk a lot about my personal situation on this floor, and this will be one of few times that I do that, but I think it's merited here. And I want to first say that I have seen the passion of my colleagues to address this issue on both sides. I've seen a tremendous amount of work go forth to address what is undeniably one of the most important issues that we have addressed this session. And it is not important because of Twitter or any other social media platform. It's important because we have been a country in crisis. And this crisis requires that we as a state respond with change. We cannot continue to do things the same way and expect different outcomes. We had to respond to this crisis with change. The crisis wasn't brought by an angry mob. It was brought by a series of events that we've all observed, and some of us in horror, some of the things that we've observed. I stand before you today as a mother of two incredible sons. Some of you have met them, and they're the joy of my life. And as a mother, I have been so deeply concerned for them since their childhood because of what I've seen and experienced. And one of the things, I shared this with a few people a while back, when I raised my sons, and they laugh about this, they didn't get water guns or cap guns like what I grew up with. I actually gave my sons water bunnies. And so they would push this little button and the water would come out of the bunny or the clown's mouth. Because I knew that I couldn't afford to take risks and have them in the wrong place at the wrong time, just being children and growing up in this community. I stand here as an aunt and a cousin. I stand here as a daughter and a godmother. And I stand here because this legislation is our effort to ensure that our citizens don't fall into harm's way. I also stand here as a family member of military and law enforcement officers. So I don't stand here to speak against our law enforcement officers. As a matter of fact, I stand to celebrate them and support those who are working to protect and serve our communities with the recognition that we have to make change in order to address the actions of some bad actors. Now, some of the dialogue today has been that this is not the appropriate response, but I will say to you that I have watched in my now 19 years in the General Assembly committed and concerned members of this body and the one across the hall working with time and talent to address these issues. And time again, their responses have been either modified or rejected. And so I get the fact that there's been a lot of work, in particular, put into these pieces of legislation this interim, and that members of this body researched and collaborated and negotiated and partnered to come up with solutions. And we embrace the solutions that we believe are in the best interest of this state. But the negotiation had to continue because there are more people around the table than the people in this chamber. And so in order to get a meaningful piece of legislation passed, we had to give some things that we might have thought were most valuable in order to come up with a piece of compromise legislation. And I use the word compromise in the purest sense to say people willing to work together to get a result that is meaningful for this state. And so we put in the work, and we have a piece of legislation before us, and we've put in the time, we've had the debates, and at this point, I would say as a mother of two sons, as a niece, as a neighbor, as a friend and a citizen of the state of Maryland, I just ask that we focus on the reason this legislation was brought before us in the first place, recognize that it may not be perfect, but there's a lot of good in it. So I ask you to join me in voting for this report so that we can move forward and work on the behalf of our citizens as we pass this important report. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator. Chair recognizes Senator from District 35.
Thank you, Mr. President. 47 to nothing, 47 to 0. That was the vote on this bill on March 3rd of this year. Dare I say that the vote's not going to look like that when we take it here in a bit, and that's really a shame, because that represented what I talked about before as the best of the Senate, where he came together, had this great product, and now, as you've heard from the debate coming from this side of the aisle, doesn't look like there's going to be support this time, which is really a shame. I just want to talk briefly. I have severe concerns about recruitment and retention, and that's been brought up a little bit before, but I kind of have a unique perspective of this because I was the chief of a volunteer fire company for 6 years, where I had to get people to come and stay, and they weren't getting paid anything. I can tell you this, looking at my career opportunities as a young man, I never really had a desire to be in the police department, but I love being in the fire company. I guess I like my chances better putting a fire out than potentially, dodging bullets, and that's, the risk we all know are so great for our law enforcement officers that they deal with every day. So as I was looking and doing a little research on the issues possibly that could come up with retention, I ran across an article from Joseph Bussoletto from the University of Wisconsin-Platteville, and this is pretty recent, just back in December of 2020, looking at recent events. And he wrote, "Policing is a career full of occupational stresses. At times, these stressors may contribute to a police officer's decision to resign from their position. Urban police departments across the United States are struggling to retain employees. While employee retention is seen as a problem at many police departments across the country, police administrators, government officials, and research organizations are doing little to directly address the problem. This is partially attributable to a lack of research or meaningful analysis of employee retention strategies implemented within these police departments. To identify data-driven employee retention strategies, peer-reviewed empirical research articles evaluating the efficiency of those retention strategies outside of policing were examined. Employee retention strategies proven to be successful outside of policing were analyzed to generate a set of employee retention recommendations to be implemented within urban police agencies. Police administrators should develop written retention plans, deliver job previews to applicants, create a mechanism for employees to be heard, and evaluate the efficiency of employee retention strategies." So as this article starts out, why won't they stay? That's the question. An analysis of employee retention struggles. Police officers frequently experience occupational stress related to various components of their work. Occupational stress experienced by police officers can be traced back to physical danger, safety concerns, exposure to traumatic events, lack of physical resources, inadequate staffing, lack of support from department leaders, and scrutiny from members of the public and society at large. Many of these stressors can contribute to a police officer's decision to resign from their position. These occupational stressors can make it very difficult for a police officer to remain in the profession for an extended period of time. Over time, police officers accumulate additional training and professional experience. Previous training and experience becomes invaluable to police officers as they respond to a diverse array of societal problems characterized by unique and challenging circumstances. A lack of training or experience can reduce the quality of service a police officer provides. Therefore, employee turnover presents a significant obstacle for police departments to overcome in pursuit of the common goal of providing high-quality police service. The year 2020 has been a tumultuous year for police officers across the country. The COVID-19 pandemic has forced police officers to quickly alter the manner in which they perform their jobs, while adding additional stressors, including the possibility of contracting a potentially fatal virus in the performance of their duties. Furthermore, controversial police incidents, including the in-custody death of George Floyd in Minneapolis and the fatal shooting of Rayshard Brooks in Atlanta, have resulted in unrest across the country, including violent clashes between police and protesters, the burning of police stations, public calls for police reform at federal, state, and local level, and demands to defund and even abolish the police. A combination of the devastating impact of the COVID-19 pandemic on government budgets and the public demands to defund the police will likely result in budget cuts to many police departments. In July of 2020, the Police Executive Research Forum...
Senator, is the senator just reading from an article, or is this the senator's opinion?
Some of both.
Okay, this is, and the senator mentioned that the senator is new. This is the Senate of Maryland, so please, you have the right to the floor. If that's the way the senator chooses to use the right of the floor here on the Senate of Maryland, just to read an article, I think, colleagues have respect for, speak from the heart, Senator, speak from the heart. Senator may proceed.
Okay. What I was getting at about the article, it clearly lays out the issues that are faced with police recruitment. And this is an important thing. These folks are the ones that answer the call, and what happens when there's nobody there to answer the call? I mentioned about my time as the chief of the fire company. Your greatest fear as a chief when you're providing that public service is that what if nobody shows up? Well, if people feel unappreciated, if they feel like they're under attack and they don't want to respond to the call and they leave, that creates a huge, huge problem. And I think back, in as a child growing up, I'm sure you'd rather hear about this than the rest of this article. As a child growing up in a country area, in a rural area, it was exciting to have those occasional trips to the big city. And as a boy, you get to go to the Inner Harbor or to a Baltimore Orioles game, and you think of those wonderful experiences. Well, there's a lot of folks that you hear talk that are not comfortable taking their families to certain areas if the crime rate's too high. So if our police are not going to continue in that profession due to all these different circumstances, and we lose these officers, it will just make things less safe there. I think back, to the first time going to an Oriole game, the excitement of that, going to that big city when you come from that rural setting, and seeing how things, the big buildings, and I mentioned the Baltimore Orioles, the team that came in from St. Louis. They started out in St. Louis as the Browns. They were a team that were always losers, except around the Second World War, they actually won the American League pennant and went on to face the St. Louis Cardinals. Of course, they lost. Years later, in the 50s, they moved to Baltimore, became the Orioles. They still weren't a very good team for a long time until you got into the 1960s. And as the 60s went along, the team got better and better. You have players like Brooks Robinson come along. In 1966, you have the trade that brought Frank Robinson to the Baltimore Orioles. And that 1966 World Series, 4-0, they beat the Dodgers in that World Series. And the Dodgers were the favorite in that. And then you move on later on, up to the time when I was able to go until, of course, the 80s. But there was a long tradition there, and just that excitement. And I want to see that for my children, for other folks, that we can go to these places that we know we're be able to be safe, enjoy the experience, and not have these worries. Well, if there's a perception that we're not backing the police and that they're leaving, it's only going to hurt these areas. I mean, we just can't stress that enough, how important it is to make the right decision. But back to my original statements about this bill. 47-0, the best of the Senate. We, in a bipartisan way, that's a big deal for, when it comes to body-worn cameras. I know there's a lot of police officers, I would assume, that like that idea because they're going to be shown to be innocent when some of this stuff comes out from the camera. Security cameras can prove when somebody's doing something wrong, but they can also prove when somebody's hasn't done something wrong when they've done something right. So I don't, so that's an important statement to make. So I just have severe concerns with the way the bills come back. I wish we could have kind of held the line on this side of the aisle or this side of the hallway, with that original product that we sent over, where you had a unanimous vote. And this is not going to be that. So I think it's, in a way, kind of a sad day when we go from a unifying experience. We're going to have folks from all areas of the state, from Western Maryland to the shore, to my corner up in the northeast part of the state, down the same areas all over the state. We all voted for this original thing. And that's not going to happen now. And it's just, it's disappointing. It's I think kind of a sad statement on the way things are right now. So with that, I will not be able to vote for this as amended. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator. Chair recognizes the Senator from District 17 on the bill.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. I rise not just as the Senator for Rockville and Gaithersburg, but as the chair of the Next Generation 911 Commission. For 7 years, since 3 people have died in my district, I've worked on figuring out how to support police, fire, and paramedics through our 911 centers, through the courageous women and men under the headsets who deal with such ferocious stress and who are saving lives and property every day. I used to say to the Senate President's predecessor, the late President Miller, I assume I can use his name, that perfect is the enemy of the good. This may or may not be the perfect legislation. But I want to flag for colleagues and for anyone listening at home that this does not go into effect until 2023. That gives us the opportunity, in the light of day, after the Chauvin trial is done, when there's more time for 188 legislators, to decompress and think about these issues and continue the great work that the Judicial Proceedings Committee has done, when we're not looking at a clock that's running out of time before we adjourn from our 90-day session. This bill focuses on transparency. It offers accountability, both for the police officers and for someone who may be confronted, arrested, or otherwise interacting with a police officer. That's helpful. Our 911 specialists are going to be watching this video, and we've already seen in Minneapolis how a paramedic came to the aid, or tried to come to the aid, of George Floyd, and how a 911 specialist flagged for the police department because she saw what was going on through the body camera footage. So this technology will help keep our law enforcement officers safe, will help keep our constituents safe, and will give people confidence in our law enforcement. So the last thing I want to mention is that this bill also includes employee assistance, mental health, and counseling. And sometimes those in law enforcement or in public safety are too proud, and they think they can tough it out. And sometimes they can, and sometimes they can't. And when they can't, there can be a tragedy. And we can try to avoid that through employee assistance program, through the transparency and accountability, through body cameras, and other measures that this bill has. I will be proudly voting green, and if there are changes that we will need to make next year, I look forward to hearing about those. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator. Chair recognizes the Senator from the 37th District.
Thank you very much, and I agree with my colleague from Montgomery County who just spoke that, in fact, there are a lot of good reforms in here, and I would like to figure out and have worked to try to figure out how do we celebrate the best in what policing and law enforcement is, and at the same time be able to impose in the structure to move in a new direction? Because a lot of the reflections and assumptions that the whole structure does have kind of an undertone of implicit bias. That's what I hear on a regular basis. So it is gut-wrenching and it is difficult to create change. And what is the best way for us at the policy level to do that? And I think that we can talk about all the best things up here, but the reality is on the ground, in our communities, where the dialogue also has to go on, and where we're able to instill, I guess, a vote of confidence with our existing law enforcement while we move forward. And I, too, supported this bill, and I looked very hard because many of the members on both sides of this issue have talked to me since I voted for it the first time, just asking me to think through and read through the bills carefully. So today when these came before me, I was trying to read through the bills to exactly determine what the differences were and whether or not those changes that came over to us would make a difference in how I thought about it and how I voted. And my conclusion was that most of the bill is good and sets up a number of things that I like. Having taught prevention and management of very violent behavior in a state institution for over 30 years, I get that. And I know that when people are stressed, you better be well educated and well trained in how to perform those kinds of interventions. You know, for all of us in healthcare, many of us who do CPR on a regular basis and remain certified, you know that we tried to learn how to do that. So when in stress, you can go on automatic and you do not cause harm to anyone. So I understand that, and I appreciate all the employee assistance that's built into that, because that is very good. But at the same time, while we were sitting here reading those, I had an email from a constituent, and I'm going to read just a little bit of this. And it comes from a constituent on the shore, says, I'm writing to respectfully implore you to carefully and seriously consider working with the other members of the legislature to find a reasonable compromise regarding police reform. After reading some of the bills, and as a law-abiding citizen, I'm compelled to state that I see issues in the bill as a pathway to become a deterrent for good law enforcement officer recruitments, and a cause for good, experienced, knowledgeable current officers to leave their jobs. Law-abiding citizens deserve to feel safe from crime and criminals and feel secure that there will be law enforcement officers to call when help is needed. And indeed, I've been in that situation. There are good and bad actors, and every occupation needs to deal with these individually and appropriately according to the law. But to put a negative label on all LEOs, taking away their protections, adding more restrictions, and placing more stress on them makes it harder for them to do their job during life and death situations, and will not work to protect the citizens of Maryland. I just share that with you because it's kind of a conundrum that I find myself, because I would like to work on part of that compromise in creating good structure for which we can move forward and change what doesn't work of the past. But I find several words in this piece of legislation that I think set us back in another direction. So I would urge all of us to continue to work on this and to think about it and to really have good, honest dialogue, because I would like the opportunity to hear, to understand, and to be understood, and to be listened to on all perspectives of this issue, because I think it's one of the most important, it is the most important issue we'll be dealing with in this session. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator. Chair recognizes Vice Chair of the committee. On the bill.
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise in support of the committee and in support of the bill. We've heard a lot about the use of force standard, and I think the President Pro Tem's description of that portion of the bill was exactly on point. But I want to recenter the debate back on what exactly is in the title of the bill, the body-worn cameras. You see, you don't need to worry about the use of force standard if force is never used. And a Department of Justice analysis of the peer-reviewed studies on the topic concluded this: among officers wearing body cameras, the use of force is substantially reduced. What about citizen complaints? We've got an entire bill coming later about citizen complaints. But you don't need to worry about citizen complaints if there is no inappropriate behavior to complain about. That same Department of Justice analysis...
Sorry, Senator, it's getting a little loud in here. Please, Senators, they can take Senator conversations outside the chamber. Thank you. Senator may proceed.
Thank you, Mr. President. That same Department of Justice analysis of the peer-reviewed studies, it concluded that where officers are wearing body cameras, citizen complaints are substantially reduced. A substantial reduction in the use of force, a substantial reduction in citizen complaints. Mr. President, I'll be proud to put up a green vote.
Thank you, Senator. Chair recognizes the Senator from District 6.
Thank you, Mr. President. You know, I have to say is not just great dialogue, but there's a lot of good points that are being made. But, Mr. President, you know, I've talked to you about problems that we've had as we neighbor each other in district. And the problems that we have are very similar. I've had very serious problems lately in my district and also my other neighboring district in the 8th district. We've had some homicides. We have some very serious cases of things happening that just disturb me, and I think it disturbs every person in this room. Just this past weekend, we had a get-together at a church outside with a minister, the commander of Baltimore County, a colonel, a major, the county executive, myself, and other community leaders and people in the community. And they're all very concerned. Why? They're very concerned because they see crime. They see the things that are happening. But one thing that I have learned greatly in some of my communities and in my districts that I visited, they have done things, and they've done great things. They have COP in some areas. They work with the police officers, and it's been making a difference. Why? Because they're working together. Communities working with police officers, making a difference, and making their community safe. They see that firsthand, and I appreciate that. They're going above and beyond and doing things so differently, but they're seeing results in a good way. Why? Because they're working with their police departments. And that's what things, I believe, those are the kind of things that we need to continue to do, to work with our police departments and work with our police officers. And learning the responsibility that you have to have as a community, but the police officers have at the same time. I mean, I've seen firsthand at the Dunlop Community College in situations that police officers go through. I went through a situation personally and was right in the middle of a situation where a police officer had to make that split decision. And it was a critical moment. And I realized myself, I couldn't do that job. But there's police officers out there today. There's state troopers. There's police officers in each county. There's police officers in the city of Baltimore that are being responsible, that are good police officers, that are doing their job, that are upholding the law, that are protecting and serving what? Their people. Just like we are here today, We are here serving our constituents and doing, I believe, in heart and in mind. We are doing the best that we can. Why? Because we are concerned. I'm concerned about this state. I'm concerned about this nation. We all should be, and I believe we are. I think we're trying to take the proper steps to do the right things, to put the laws in place, to do the right for our community, for our state, and for our nation. And we are trying to be examples. I believe our judiciary committee did an awesome job when they did what they've done. And we voted, and our votes spoke for themselves, that we did a great job. But I think right now, and what we have before us, has literally compromised and not really did what we should have been done. And I think we can do better. I appreciate the hard work of our chairs. I appreciate the hard work of each and every person. And I'll say it again. We're all here to make a statement. That statement is to serve our communities. And I believe we're doing the best that we can. But again, we can do better. And I'll say this, Mr. President, I want to continue to do all that we can. And I know we've only just begun with this, but there's so much work, much more work we need to do. And we can do better. We can work with our police officers. We need to do certain things to make a difference, to make it safer. And if we do these things, I believe we can go to a place that we can be the example in the nation. Maryland can be the example for our country. But let's work together. Let's do what's right and what's best. And I think more than anything, in heart and in mind, we have ideas. We are doing and making decisions, but I think we need to still at times get back to the table, and we need to just assess better. So, Mr. President, all I can say is this, is that let's continue to have dialogue. Let's continue to work. Let's continue to do the best for our constituents. Let's work with our police officers who are already understaffed. Every county and the city of Baltimore are all understaffed already. We know this personally. They need our help. They need our assistance. And the only way they're going to do that is backing them and supporting them in every way. Yes, there needs to be accountability. I understand that fully, as you do. We all understand there needs to be accountability. But they also need help. They need us to support them. And if we do that, I think we can go a long way. And remember, we always say this, and you say this a lot, Mr. President, this is the Senate of Maryland. Let's be the example. Let's be the one that shines out and says, this is the best product that we're going to put out there. Why? Because we do care. And I believe if we do that, we can leave here sine die and say, we know we put the best thing out there, not just for our police officers, but for our community and for our constituents, and we can lift our heads high. And we can say, thank God that he gave us the wisdom to do and say and be the right people. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Thank you, Senator. Chair recognizes the senator from the 45th District on the bill.
Thank you, Mr. President. On the bill, first, I'm just going to be proud to push the green button in reference to Senate Bill 71. And I'm going to be proud because, as stated by many of our colleagues, I'll start with body cameras. Body cameras are across in a number of jurisdictions at this moment, and we've seen where body cameras have worked to find the challenges, but it can also benefit officers. So this benefits our constituents, but it also benefits officers. Now I'm going to speak to use of force. Use of force does not just benefit one jurisdiction, but it benefits the whole state. No matter whether you live on the Eastern Shore, no matter whether you live in Baltimore County, Montgomery County, Howard County, or Baltimore City. We have constituents that feel as though their voices have not been heard over the years. But at this moment, when we're voting on Senate Bill 71, in all of these pockets, some of us larger than others, but they exist in every jurisdiction, all 47 jurisdictions, it's important to know that their voice matters. I applaud this body for amplifying the voices of those folks that may be voiceless at these moments. I applaud the body for those folks that may have reached out to their local representative and explained the use of force challenge that may have happened. And I say to them, you matter. I applaud this body for those folks that may have reached out to their delegate or their senator and explained the interaction that may have happened, but felt as though nothing was addressed. At this moment, I say you matter. I applaud this body for those that may have reached out to their federal representatives because they felt like their local and their state just did not hear their voice. I rise and say that you matter. Mr. President, April 7th at 2:35 p.m., I know that our constituents back home, in not just one of our districts, all 47 of our districts, that do not have the opportunity to amplify their voice in the manner that is necessary, at this moment, I say that you matter. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator. Chair recognizes the Senator from District 7.
Thank you, Mr. President. Colleagues, as I get up, we talk about this bill. I look at policing. Policing's tough. Think about it. People don't call 911 when they're having a good day. They call when something's going on that's horrible, a tragic event. There's been a robbery, somebody's beating up somebody, somebody stole something. So they're going in to deal with that. And people are not at their best, let's be honest. And it's tough. You know, we've heard the horrible stories of police brutality. Absolutely, they're there. We've seen them, we've witnessed them. But we also have everything on the other side of the aisle, or the equation, with regards to what police have gone through. You know, Officer Jason Snyder in Baltimore County, who was serving a warrant, and as he went in, the assailant was on a stair step and shot at him as he was bent over and actually went up below his bulletproof vest and killed him. Or the two officers we lost in Harford County, after a wife had left her husband because he was threatening her life, and she hid from him for years. And he tracked her down to Harford County. She saw him one day, called 911 to let him know. And Senior Deputy Daly stopped in the Panera Bread where they thought he was, walked up to him very politely, said hi, and the gentleman got up, withdrew his weapon, and killed the deputy instantly. That's tough. I mean, that's what these officers face. You know, I'm not a police officer. I've never been one. But I will tell you I came close to it with regards to the riots in Baltimore. My guard unit was activated, and I was activated with it. We showed up at the base that day in our uniforms. We had a quick briefing on what was going on, where we were going to be stationed. They gave us our gear. We had to go up to the armory to get our weapons. And then they sent us down to what's called Security Forces Building, where we were going to have a meeting with the JAG to talk about LOAC, Law of Armed Conflict, how we're going to handle it. And as we're sitting there talking to him, a gentleman walks in with a cart. And on the cart, he had carved these boxes, and he started throwing them across the table for each of us. When I opened it up, it was bullets. That was one of the most sobering events of my life. That, you know, this is real. We're being deployed in my town, Baltimore, to protect people. Thankfully, you know, we didn't have to deal with it or, you know, use any force down there. We were there as a show of force. But what I witnessed was how people interact with police. And I could tell you, you know, a lot of the constituents down there, some, not all, a lot, but some, you know, they would have some pretty bad things they would say to the police. But when it came to those of us in the military uniforms, they wouldn't talk to us. They called us G.I. Joe, and they left us alone because they didn't know what to expect from us. And it showed me a lot of what was going on. And an honor I had in 2016 was a horrible year in policing. We had those 4 police officers shot in Dallas. And I actually got a phone call one day, and it's a true story. I'm at my house working on the farm. I get a phone call, and a gentleman on the other line says, yes, this is the White House calling. The president would like to meet with you tomorrow. And I'm like, what? Sure enough, President Obama had called down several people to talk about policing, and I was honored to go. Sat in a room with him and about 20 other people, sat next to the mayor of LA talking about policing and what we can do. And I can tell you I had a lot of respect for that man, being President Obama, the way he sat there for 4 hours uninterrupted talking to us about issues and how to handle policing and respect. And as I sit on the floor here, you know, I might have my head down listening, but I listen to what people say and how it affects me. And I could tell you last week when the senator from District 47 told the story about the walk he took in the rain and how he went and stood on the porch, and how the President Pro Tem just spoke about raising 2 sons. Those are fears I don't have. I've never had that. I don't know what it's like to be like that. I don't know what it's like to go into a store and have people stare at me. I don't know what it's like to be scared to be pulled over, other than the fact that the ticket I'm going to get and how many points I'll get from it. But that is unfortunately the world we live in, where people do have that fear, because that is out there. And I am sorry, and I wish we could change it. But when I look at this bill is I go back to the beginning with policing is tough. They are dealing with people at their worst time. I think we should focus more on training and how these police officers react. You know, I could tell you, what I did in the Air Force, the Air National Guard, was a loadmaster on C-130s and C-27s. We trained constantly for how to handle emergencies in the air, because we had split-second decisions to make a decision. Engine out, rapid decompression, how do you handle it? And all you did was constantly train. And to me, some of the things we need to do with this stuff is look at police officers, say, hey, how do you handle hand-to-hand combat with each other? I know they get it in their initial training in the academy, but what more do they have from that? With pulling their weapons and training, looking at standards. How do we improve that? How do we make it so that it becomes second nature to them more than it already is? Mr. President, as it was said earlier, this bill passed 47-0 when it originally came through. And here we are with a bill that came out of the House, that we're taking the House amendments. And I know sometimes the legislative process is tough and it's ugly. It's like that, they say it's making sausage. You don't like the process, you just get to the end of it. And here we are at the end. I wish we would have taken this thing to conference and tried to work some of these things out. Because I don't want to see another police brutality case out there. I don't want to see another victim hurt or killed. And I don't want to see another police officer killed. But I want to make sure the police can do their job. Because again, think of what they have to deal with, especially when they're wrestling somebody, trying to subdue that person. Not only are they trying to subdue that person, but think about it, they have that gun belt around them that has mace, a club, it's got a gun. They are still having to protect that also as they do the job. It's very tough with what they have to do. So I'm not going to support this legislation, because I think it goes a step too far with regards to what we're trying to do here. So, Mr. President, it's been an honor to stand here and talk about this. It's an emotional issue, as I said. But, on this one, I'm going to be voting no.
Thank you, Senator. Chair recognizes the Chair of Education, Health, and Environmental Affairs. Senator from District 22.
Thank you, Mr. President. And while I will be disagreeing with the senator from District 7 on how I'm going to cast my vote, I find myself agreeing with many things he said. Policing is tough. I wouldn't want to be in that situation. And the observations of people who have to have the talk or are afraid of being pulled over, it's still hard to relate to. We hear about it, we read about it, we see it, but it's difficult for many of us to understand and fully integrate into our heart and our minds. So why is this important? Why does it matter? It matters because social justice matters. And there's been too much social injustice for too long. Obviously, it's been in the news since George Floyd, but it existed for dozens and dozens and dozens and dozens, and some might say hundreds of years before. And it's time we make a change. It's not something small. We have to have a paradigm shift. we have to make sure that the police are not seen as an occupying force, that they're seen, respected, cared for, and welcomed by the community. And one of the first steps to doing that is having accountability. And sadly, for too long, there has not been the kind of accountability people expect. And if they can't trust, they don't believe there's accountability, and they're afraid it's the Wild West, there's going to be tension, there's going to be antagonism, and we have to turn that around. And I think these bills, this bill we're talking to now and the other bills, start to do that. And while I hear the concern about unanimity and bipartisanship, the first time we had the 9 bills, not everyone voted for all bills. There are different perspectives on this floor, and that's okay. We have to respect them. But it doesn't mean we have to stop moving forward. And I would agree with the senator from the 17. Are these perfect? No. And we're going to have to fine-tune them and look at the practice on the ground and change our theory and reassess our theory and change it to practice. And that's an everlasting situation of learning from lessons and fine-tuning what's happening in the ground in Prince George's, in Baltimore, in Wheaton, in Montgomery County, and on the Eastern Shore. This is a long road. And prior to this year, we haven't taken the aggressive steps we needed to take on that road. And these are the steps we're starting to take to show that we care about the whole community. We care about social justice, and we're not going to put our head in the ground and ignore social injustice. This doesn't solve every problem, but it begins down that road, and I'm going to be proud to vote green on this bill.
Thank you, Senator. Chair recognizes the senator from District 29, St. Mary's and Calvert.
Thank you, Mr. President. So, colleagues, I got up this morning and I said I wasn't going to talk on this bill. But as life changes, I just want to tell you I happen to really know a lot, at least I think I do, about something that I did for 30 years, which was policing. And I want to just set the record straight on a couple real quick things here. And personally, even though I was a policeman for 30 years, if I look in my rearview mirror and I see the red and blue lights of a patrol car pulling me over for something that I do, the first thing that happens to me is I start to shake. I am nervous, right? I am definitely nervous all the time. That is a different nervous than what was been talked about in here, but it was the fact that I might have done something wrong. And I was like, holy smokes. The last time I got stopped with my children, I couldn't even get my license out of my wallet. I was like, what in the world is wrong with me? Right? And I have stopped literally a lot of people, in 30 years. And I was like, all the time that I walked up to those cars, I was like, wow, holy smokes, why is that guy nervous? But it does happen. When you're worried about doing something, the difference between right and wrong, that definitely does happen, and it does influence you. Now, one thing that, and some of you in here know about it because we talked about it in committee, and some of you don't, but I've dealt directly with the state prosecutor's office. I've dealt with search warrants. I have dealt with obstruction of justice by corrupt police officers. I have testified against them. I've told the truth, and I've watched them go to jail, and I've watched them lose their jobs, one-on-one, standing there testifying about it. I have lived what we are talking about in these bills. It pains me to hear members, when I hear a resentment against police officers and against the men and women who are prepared to give their life for another just because they wear a uniform. That really does pain me. There are good and bad people in all occupations, in every life there is. There are good and bad. And there's nobody more that wants to get the corrupt and bad officers out of a profession. Now, when we talked about this bill being 47-0, I don't really know how to do that, because this bill it's got multiple bills put into it. And one of those bills I didn't vote for. And I didn't vote for it because it was creating a standard for law enforcement officers that doesn't exist for any other occupation. And so that's why when I say I couldn't have voted, if people say they went 47-0, I personally couldn't do that on this bill, because there's a part of this bill that I didn't support. And I don't think it was right for us to create a higher standard than we have for anyone else just for police officers. And that's why I opposed that legislation. But I wanted to say that in everything there are good and there are bad. And there's some parts of this bill right here that are extremely good. When we talk about the mental health for police officers, this is really a good thing. And some of the colleagues talked about this. 3 different people that I worked with, 3 different uniformed officers that I worked with in 30 years, took their service weapon and blew their brains out, right, and committed suicide. And I can tell you right now, if we had had what is in this bill right now, 1 or 2 of them might have still been here to be able to see their children. And that is an absolute tragedy that exists, not only in our military families, but it exists in law enforcement. And it's something that we have to work with. There are some things that weren't addressed that I think are missing. Recruitment. We didn't do anything for recruitment. We didn't do anything for retention. We did nothing for education pay incentives. Now, we did, in one of the bills, we talked about scholarships. But the fact is, if we do scholarships for people that are going to be police officers before they're police officers, there happens to be a polygraph, and there's a bunch of laws that concern young adults coming along, one of them predominantly sexting, that when people are just being boys and girls, that happens. And without a lot of education, there's a lot of people that are never going to be able to use that money. It's one of the things that we're facing in law enforcement right now, is the ability for these young children to be able to pass the polygraph. But as we spoke, a department is only as strong as its weakest link, and we have to work together. We in JPR worked very diligently on these police reform bills. I'll have to say I was very proud to have worked with them. And I will say this, that this is a difficult topic when you talk about something that you worked for your whole life, and you talk about with your colleagues when you leave here, when they're like, couldn't you do this? Couldn't they understand? And I'm sure you understand the pain that myself and the senator from Calvert County experience the minute we walk off this floor, and the people that we have known and our friends, and we are part of that family. They are supportive to us, but they're also like, can't you help us? This is our job, because we're willing to give our lives for every member in the state. And it is very painful to see people that that you can't help. When I talk about this bill goes further than other things that we've done in the past, nothing else that we've done up here has created this minimum mandatories that we're doing for police officers to be able to go to jail for 10 years. We haven't done it in the 3 years that I've been up here in the Senate. The one thing that I wanted to talk to you about was the fact that in my career, before I came here, I did a lot of teaching. And in that teaching, I taught adaptive leadership. And I taught it to people from around the entire world. And adaptive leadership is a principle and a policy that is relatively new. But what it does is it works adaptively, because the world is always changing. We can't just take a problem and throw a solution at that problem and expect that problem just because we looked at it once and we said, well, this is the way it was, right? We don't fix it. I have taught people in this country, all over the country. I have taught for Africa, Indonesia, Asia, all different issues of society change. The one thing that is very apparent is the fact that in order for us to have a solution, to work towards a solution, we have to listen to all the people involved. And sometimes that is a very painful process. Sometimes that takes a lot of time for us to be able to do. But getting input from all the stakeholders at every level of the process is extremely important. And that is what pains me about this process that we've done here at the very end. We had a process that we worked very diligently for. It was very painstaking. It took us a lot of time. But all of a sudden, we said, well, here's a product, and this product is what we're going to pass, and that's what it is. And we stopped the discussions just so we could get to this point. And that concerns me. Whenever in life, in the textbooks, they would call that a knee-jerk reaction. We made a promise. We're going to follow that promise. We've got to get it done this way right now. But in society, we have learned that is not always the right thing to do, and it will cause problems. We will be back here again, examining this problem and working with it. We should not be passing a bill just to pass a bill. There are some very good parts of this bill, but I was hoping that we could work more diligently together. But I do hope in the future we will be able to address these issues. I offer to each one of you to read this summer about adaptive leadership. I think it is something that through listening we can learn more about the stakeholders and all the stakeholders, not just one group or one issue. I will say this, I am very proud that I was a police officer. I'm proud my brother's a police officer. I'm proud that when, as a dad, I'm in the store and people come up to me that I don't even remember, and they say, Jack, if you remember what happened and how you affected my life, and I see that on my children's eyes, how proud they are of their dad. That's a big deal. Makes me proud to be a police officer, proud to represent those people. And the fact is, that is what we need to talk about. We need to talk about retention. We need to talk about recruitment. We need to talk about the people that through this entire pandemic never took a day off, never stayed home, worked for each and every one of us. And we shouldn't be, if they make an administrative problem, be putting them in jail. The only other thing that I'd like to say is, for my work as a police officer, I do have the ability to protect my family. I wish that each and every one of you has that ability also.
Thank you, Senator. Chair recognizes the senator from the 26th District from Prince George's County.
Thank you, Mr. President. I had not really decided to speak on this bill, but I feel the time is now more so than ever for me to stand up and share a bit with you as a black man born in the South, born in a segregated situation with little opportunities or none to succeed. Born into an area where there was a white jail and a black jail. born into a system where it was only expected that a black boy, a black man, could only expect to get only a 7th grade education. And so I hear many of you talk about time. We need more time. Well, how much more time do you think you're going to need? We've waited 2 or 3 generations for this day. And I am so happy and pleased to have been a part of this process. Now, I don't want anyone to think that I don't recognize the expertise and the performance of police officers. But I can tell you that those in my community, and I will be so happy to go back to my community, talk with the young people in my community, hope to develop and build some everlasting trust that would break this linkage of not being treated fair and not be given a fair justice system to abide in love. So I'll leave you this evening with this message, and especially to JPR for a wonderful job. I watch you, I listen to you, you've taught me a lot, but I also know that maybe this is a point where we can come again and continue to do what we need to do so we all can live in America where we can feel and not be afraid. We can drive out and not be afraid. I am the father of 3, and I can tell you I have had sleepless nights. I've seen fear and tears in many people's eyes. So I know what it's like. And just wanted to say thank you, thank you, thank you.
Thank you, Senator. Chair recognizes the senator from the 38th District.
Thank you, Mr. President, and I'll be brief because I think it's emotional for all of us, and there's the utmost respect for my colleagues across the aisle. Like some of my other colleagues, I was proud to vote for those earlier bills, and we came a long way. And when I say we came a long way, I know that, again, the utmost respect for the chair and my colleagues on the Senate Judicial Proceedings Committee on all the hard work. I know locally, and so much of this comes back to our own family and our own community situation. When I, being a non-member of JPR, but maybe trying to do my small part, I went and I met with, in Wycomico County, we actually have a newly formed prosecution integrity unit. We think it might be one of the first in the nation. And it was formed to work to build public confidence in the processes and outcomes of the criminal justice system by ensuring the integrity of current prosecutions and past convictions. And I wanted to share that with you because locally they were taking a leadership role and recognizing a lot of the issues that you all have been working so hard on for so long. And I took to heart, they actually shared they went through the bills and they shared their perspectives, and I learned from them. And we're hearing the family and the community impact, and I have family members who are in law enforcement. I also have, my late brother was a public defender. So I try to listen, I try to understand all these perspectives. And I think where we were, for some of us, that's where we could support the earlier versions. Now we're in a position that we like certain aspects of this, but there are aspects of this current bill that are so concerning on what it will actually do, the impact it'll have on law enforcement and also the families of law enforcement. And I tried to think about localizing and personalizing my comments. Before I stood up, I wanted to go back, and this whole issue of recruitment and retention is a very serious issue in my district, on the shore, across the state of Maryland, and it's concerning that, as my colleague from district, from St. Mary's County already noted, that we haven't done enough in that area of recruitment and retention, and we need to address that together. And I'm a little concerned about the use of force and the current definition, and that it will actually, it almost puts some of these, some of these good cops in that position, that they're going to be, second guessing themselves, and any type of charge that it makes it so difficult to maybe clear their own name. So these are genuine concerns that we have, and why we cannot support the legislation in this form. And so I vow to my colleagues, I want to work with you on these issues of recruitment and retention, and so that we can encourage the building up of more good cops for the protection of our home communities. So I wanted to explain how I was approaching this, explain my family situation and what's going on in my communities. And that's why, unfortunately, I will be casting a no vote.
Thank you, Senator. Chair recognizes the Senator from District 10.
Thank you, Mr. President. Colleagues, I think I'm the oldest one in this body, and I've seen a lot. Back in 1967, when my family and I were going across country, my husband had gotten a National Science Foundation fellowship for the summer at Stanford, and we decided with our 3 kids we would take a route that was fairly northern across and go down south when we got to California. And I'm driving along, we had a new car, and we thought life was good. I was always timid as a driver, and I never would speed, no matter what. So I was shocked. We were outside of Bozeman, Montana, when suddenly this red light comes on behind me, and I realized they want me to pull over. So my husband actually was sleeping. And so I pull over. They tell me that I was speeding. I was going twice the speed limit, which was absolutely impossible. And then they said, you have to follow us into town because we're going to court on your case. Well, we were scared by then, as black people in Montana. So my husband took the wheel and I moved over, and we went into the little town. When they stopped us, we were in front of a building that looked more like a fire station than any kind of a court or a police station. And we thought, something's wrong. And something really was. When they opened the door, it really did have fire engines inside, but the place was dark. And the 3 kids are following us into this station. They finally took us to a little corner area and turned on a pull light. And a man came in, no robe or anything, and said, hear ye, the court is in session. We were robbed by those police officers. They took all of the cash that we had. We had kind of stopped you up because going with the route that we were going, we didn't know how often we would find necessities. They took everything, and my 4-year-old son, realizing we were in peril, said to us, Mom, I've got my piggy bank in the car. And they said, well, let's go get that. And the police made him go out, and they took him, and he brought back his piggy bank, which they broke open, and they took the money out of the piggy bank. We offered to pay them whatever they said we owed with a credit card. They didn't want credit cards. They wanted only cash. And when I said, well, this is all the cash now that we have. We've got a long ways to go. We're trying to go to California. Your driver's licenses from Maryland in those days had your occupation on it, showed we were teachers. And as they took all of our money and told us we would have to go to big court and wait till the following Tuesday if we wanted to do anything other than pay them with cash now, we complied. When we got to California and we called AAA, which had given us the route that we were on, they said, nobody should have sent you through that town. They do that a lot to people in that area. But we were scared to death. We had no choices. What my point is this. There are good and bad people in every occupation. Some people who serve in general assemblies are good and others are not. Some who are police officers are good and some are not. And I have in my time run into a number who were not good. The work that we have done on these police bills have been very important to me, and it kept bringing back flashes of what my family went through on that occasion. The idea that we were robbed, and we found out from AAA that this had happened to a lot of people in that area, so it was something that was known. And the last thing they said to us, well, since you guys are teachers, we can see that from your driver's licenses, you will be happy to know that this is how we get a pension fund for our teachers in this state. We have to do what is right and what is prudent, assuming that most people are good, but that some are not in every profession. And in other ways, we have been frightened in many times by the police who should have been there to protect us. But I thought you might find it interesting to know that one of your own here was actually robbed by police officers for no reason except that was a pattern of practice in that area. And we have to not presume, based on what a person's profession is, that they are good or that they're bad. You're going to have some rotten apples in every profession. And when they have the power of police powers, and they tend to be bad, that is the worst possible circumstance in which people, ordinary people, could find themselves. The work that JPR and the other committee has done is reflective of the wide range of experiences that people are having with police. We know that there are many police who are honorable people and who are heroic and who do a job that we need people to do. But we also know there are some bad apples in the bunch, and that many people, if you are considered underprivileged, if you're considered a minority, if you're considered under-resourced in any way, you have no power in the situation, and you can be impacted in ways that are threatening. We had to send one of my kids to therapy because of what we went through. The child was just scared to death of police and would just freak out when they saw a policeman. And we lived in an urban area where there were many. So I just wanted to share that there are all kinds of experiences that people are having with police. I'm sure most police are good people, like most members of other professions. But there are some rotten apples, and some things have happened to some people that are life-threatening, that make a difference in your perception of your possibilities in life for the rest of your life. I've seen the good, I've seen the bad, and we have to just face it. Until God calls us to heaven or somewhere better, we're going to meet some good and some bad police, and we got to be sure that what we do is reasonable, that is prudent, but that we can't assume that anybody, by virtue of their profession, is automatically good or honorable or respecting the dignity and the purpose of the profession that they are part of. I wanted to share that. It's been on my mind for days, but today it seems like it's appropriate to let you know that that is an experience that I have lived through, and that we need to be sure there are checks and balances. Thanks so much.
Thank you, Senator. We have a few more senators who wish to speak. I think we only have on the one side one who has not yet spoken, and then we'll go to those who have not yet spoken. So we'll go to the minority leader.
Thank you, Mr. President. From this side, I think I can say we have shared goals on police reform. And I heard my seatmate from EHE explain some of his childhood growing up and things like that. And it was very touching, very heartwarming. And it also was heartbreaking hearing some of those stories. And I condemn those kind of actions. And I'll never be able to walk in your shoes and understand completely. I had a little glimpse. I went overseas for 1 year. It ended up being 10 years with my family. And the area that I was in, I was very much a minority. I stuck out like a sore thumb. And one day we were driving down and we were crossing an intersection at a light, and somebody just plowed into us. And I looked over, my oldest daughter was wrapped around in metal. I thought she died. So I ran around the back of the car. My two other kids were unconscious in the back. I mean, it really shook me. And I won't go into all details, but I ended up going to court. And it was a clear case. The other person ran the red light and just slammed into us about 50, 60 miles an hour. Going to court, pretty much speaking another language. Think it's going to be perfectly fine. And it was all going well until one person in a robe came whispering in the judge's ear. And all of a sudden they said, okay, we think you're guilty. And I came back and found out that person told him the person that hit me was the personal driver of the sheikh of that country. And talk about being a little fearful. Over there, you get thrown in jail and you stay there, and your family has to take care of you. They don't provide the food and all that. Anyway, I felt that being, not an American as I would normally feel, like in control and everything. And it was a really bad feeling. Now, fortunately, my company came to my defense. They got a high-powered lawyer, and we were able to work it out, and they put the offense against the other person. But I share that because growing up in America, I never really felt that. And it was a completely different feeling. So I understand a tiny bit of what you're referring to, and I appreciate it, and I think it's terrible, some of the acts that have taken place in our history. But on the other side, I always try to look for balance. We sent a bill out here that was bipartisan. Was that perfect? Probably not perfect either. But it's really sad to me on this side to see that this has become a partisan issue and we can't work together and work out the details and hammer them out so we can all come out of here united and say this is a problem, we need to address it, and we agree with the issues. It's really sad to me. And as minority leader, they cover me a little more. I don't know if that's good or bad, but one of the issues was crime and police reform, and I went and watched the news. And as they were sharing what I said, they were playing clips in the background, And I'm sure it was rare, but it was cases of police abuse. And I was just watching that in awe, and I was astounded to see that and horrified that that could occur. And so I want to go after bad actors like that. We really need to get them off the street, no matter who they're attacking. That it's inappropriate. And I wish we could have come together in a bipartisan manner as we started in the beginning of this session, because that's where my heart is. I don't want this to be a partisan issue. I'd like to be able to throw up a green vote and say, in solidarity with you, we're united, we see the problem, and let's go forward like we did earlier in this session. So I reluctantly, because of some of the provisions in this that the House has put in, will be voting against it when I so wanted to support it. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator. Chair recognizes the Senator from District 11.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. It's exactly because police officers have extraordinary powers to lawfully take life that deprive citizens of their liberty that they must be held to a higher standard. I want to say that again. It's exactly because police officers have extraordinary powers to lawfully take life and deprive citizens of their liberty that they must be held to a higher standard. It's why we want them to wear body cameras, and we don't ask teachers or electricians or legislators to. It's both for their protection and for the communities, so that there's a record of what the interaction is between the police officer and the community. It's about having the unbiased, stark documentation of what is happening. Different jobs require and demand different things from us. This whole effort about police reform is about safety. It's about making our communities safer. It's about making the environments where we raise our children. It's about the environments where we learn, where we recreate, and where we travel. Some of us, because of the color of our skin or the accent in our voices, cannot walk easily and freely in the world. Some of us, because of the color of our skin and the accent in our voices, do not have to give it a second thought about walking freely in the world. I am proud of the work of our committee. It has been really hard. At times, it has been agonizingly hard. And I was not totally comfortable with the use of force standard that left our committee, although I supported the bill. The legislative process is about making compromises and working towards a solution to the problems that exist. We have another body that has its own beliefs, and that is part of the legislative process. The gentleman from Baltimore and Howard and Harford counties talked about his experience sitting down with former President Obama. And under his administration, he issued a report called the Final Report on the President's Task Force on 21st Century Policing. And in that, it stated, building trust and nurturing legitimacy on both sides of the police-citizen divide is the foundational principle underlying the nature of relations between law enforcement agencies and the communities they serve. Decades of research and practice support the premise that people are more likely to obey the law when they believe that those who are enforcing it have authority that is perceived as legitimate by those subject to the authority. I want to end as I began. This bill and all of our efforts on police reform are about making the community safe for everyone. And it is exactly because police officers have extraordinary powers to lawfully take life and deprive citizens of their liberty that we must hold them to a higher standard. I will be happy to support this bill as well as the other ones that have come before this body, and believe that we have done really good, really difficult work this session on an incredibly, incredibly important issue. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator. Chair recognizes the Senator from Howard County.
Thank you, Mr. President. I think we all recognize the importance of this moment. I think we all recognize the enormous responsibility that we have in this democracy as we represent all the citizens, all the individuals, all the Marylanders across this state.
Why is it so important? It's so important because justice matters. I actually don't think, obviously this is about policing. That's obviously the main component of our discussion. But I think underlying that are a whole host of issues in society that led us to this moment. Some of you on the committee, my committee, know that I keep a book on my desk called The Theory of Justice by John Rawls. And it's got a simple premise that everyone comes into this world dealt a different hand, a different set of cards. And since we may have the opportunity to all know that if that were the case, we would want to create a society that was fair and just and decent to everyone. Underlying all these issues that we've talked about today are the fact that there are problems with economic justice, there are problems with racial justice, with social justice. There are inequities that exist in so many ways. The question is, what are we going to do about it? When we have a crisis come up, when we have an incident like we have seen, or many incidents, quite frankly, recently that we've seen, particularly in terms of racial discrimination, we come together. We say, now's the time to act. But the problem is, at least from my perspective, that although those might be catalytic moments, the underlying problems have lasted for years and years and years. This is the moment, not because of one of those incidents in my mind. This is the moment because it should have been the moment a moment ago, and a year ago, and a decade ago. We should have been dealing with these issues. And maybe it's too hard to say that we didn't try, because there have been attempts along the way, and there's been success in our society. But it's just not enough. If we were going to build the world that we wanted to live in and be proud of, this wouldn't be it. There'd be good parts about it, don't get me wrong. But it's not good enough. When segments of our society are hurt and afraid and fearful and disrespected, it's just not enough. This is the moment. That's why I'll be supporting this legislation and the package. We still got a lot of work to do. I think we are in a broader crisis in our society. And I believe the more we talk about it, the more we look at it straight in the face, as I believe we are now. I know everyone in this room deeply is involved in dealing with this. We've got to reach out to all of our constituents and our neighbors and continue this, because when this crisis of the moment is over, we'll have made some improvements, but there's still a lot to do. This is the moment, but we need to keep the moments going. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator. Chair recognizes the senator from the 27th District.
Thank you, Mr. President, colleagues. Been listening this afternoon, and quite frankly, I've been listening since my recollection of being 5 years old. 5 years old, we moved from Upper Marlboro to Forestville, to a community that had a total of roughly 5 apartment developments, a few houses, some townhouses, very densely populated area, which was different for us. I mean, we came from a farm. And I can tell you then that notion of being a person who looked forward to watching Lone Ranger, Batman and Robin, and the others, and the like, right? So I can tell you that the notion of that person, that group of folks who are the ones that are there for someone, kind of got slanted a little bit when I began to realize the treatment of folks who lived in my community by the law enforcement in that community. And I watched it. We were there up through my sophomore year of college, my second year Marine Corps. I watched it. I watched it across our country. So it wasn't just in Prince George's County, which at the time, by the way, when I graduated high school in 1982, was ranked number 7. Not proudly, ladies and gentlemen, because I had done a little studying on this. For some reason in my life, the way my family brought us up is you will be there for those in need. But 1982, Prince George's County was one of the 7th worst law enforcement communities in this country. It's in 1982. One of the 7th worst. Miami-Dade, Houston County, LA County, NYPD was one of the worst. DeKalb County, one of the worst in our country. And everywhere I traveled with family, friends, military friends, college friends, I saw it. And I'm in my mind, I'm like, you know, I'm going to school for electronics. I'm doing my thing. I really want to help people out, but they aren't professional enough for me. There's no way in the world I'm going to be associated with an organization or a profession that's not respected. Seen enough of that in life, growing up as a black guy, a black kid, and a black young man. I've seen it not. Forget the labels, didn't want to be a part of any other labels, so every step I took in my life was to fight that off. The college I went to, the major I took up, the military branch I joined, everything I did was to shake that off. But everywhere I traveled, I saw the same thing. The same thing. And one thing I know is if you want to change, you got to be the change that you want to see. I left my profession. And I joined the Office of the Sheriff of Prince George's County. And the reason I joined the Office of the Sheriff instead of the police department wasn't because they were on the list or being, you know, one of the worst in the country. Is because the sheriff is elected by the people. So accountability starts at the top. Where does real accountability start? And when you think about any wrongdoing that's occurring, particularly when it becomes systemic, somebody is sanctioning it, either directly or indirectly, by turning your head, or by glossing over it, or what have you. So I made a tough decision for my family. I left a profession in the electronic world. I said I want to join law enforcement. Had to go through a lot of explaining on that one. However, but what I wanted to make sure that I didn't want to run for sheriff then. I wanted to start at the beginning. I wanted to kind of find out what is really making a noble profession, which it still is, believe it or not, a noble profession. What has occurred that has so many people, rightfully so, because I've lived through it myself, rightfully so, believing that this is not really a profession, you know, it's sort of a club, or it's sort of a, you know, a group that you had to belong to, and if you didn't belong to it, or if you weren't one of those who were not doing the right things, then you couldn't stay a member of it. All those things raced through my mind. And so as you think about the history of law enforcement in our world, started with the sheriff, obviously, and then policing came along because local communities, municipalities wanted, you know, their wanted to be accountable for it or wanted to direct those agencies. So I joined the agency. I understand that I need to understand everything about what law enforcement is about and service is about. Did pretty well. I actually ended up becoming the FOP president, which is where I met many of you in this room. Many of you in this room, in the halls of Annapolis in the mid-1990s. You met me walking these halls, representing the men and women of law enforcement in this state. And my perspective on that side of the table was one thing of, I have my marching orders, I have my perspective on how you all should be, voting for what we wanted. But the only perspective I knew then was as a law enforcement officer in my little area and in my sphere of responsibility. But as I progressed through my career, I began to see things again amongst my colleagues that I wasn't so proud of. Things that I had to hear from you all here in the General Assembly and on Capitol Hill, and there as well. You're asking us to grant you this, yet we are having concerns brought to us by our community regarding the behavior of the men and women in uniform. So that was something that I had to digest, and I had to bring myself to grip with what is the next step. I am not progressing as I need to, and I don't have the influence, as we all do, to bring about that trust factor or to regain that trust factor amongst the men and women. So that was in the mid-90s, so I set my goals on becoming the elected sheriff of my agency. And as the sheriff of my agency, I am now not only responsible to the men and women of my agency, as I was as a union president, I was responsible to the citizens who elected me. And therein comes, with that comes another level of responsibility. I wasn't an appointed chief by a chief executive officer or branch. I was now the elected sheriff of the entire county. And as much as I reached out to those of you who I met back then, as the sheriff of my county, honored to be sheriff of my county. As the Maryland sheriff, the president of the Maryland Sheriffs, and I met some of you all in your counties in that capacity, it still was a challenge. Police reform is necessary. I have taken those hard stands among my colleagues. And those hard stands among my colleagues cost me a little bit, but it didn't cost me. So, although the product that JPR put out a couple of weeks ago is not the product that's before us today, it is the beginning of another leg in the journey that I've sought my entire life. The journey to make sure that everybody has an opportunity to be served honorably and respectfully by the men and women who aren't chosen. Men and women who wear those uniforms and who are accepted into those ranks should be honored. I don't know where some have lost it, not many, but I don't know how you ever lose that. You are actually selected to be a part of that, but you volunteered for that. So I'm not sure when a person who selects to be a part of an organization forgets the very premise of what that organization stands for. It actually needs to read serve and protect versus protect and serve. The protection component of that comes only when necessary. only when necessary. Service is constant. It's constant. So I guess I just wanted to give you a little bit of who I am and how I got to where I am today. And with the continued experience that I have as I'm growing in the public safety arena. But I'll say this again. In order to seek a change, you need to be the change that you want to see. I'm honored to be here in the Senate. I'm honored to be, and I'm honored to be on JPR, where I come across the street from a work group on police reform, which was excruciating because it's my profession and I've got to sit there and I've got to take it. I've got to take it. Perception is reality. And then I come across the street and I land on the committee that's actually handling the Senate version of police reform. And we crunch out a product. I mean, we crunch out a product that we were all proud that it was a product that was the beginning to reforming a profession that is so vital to the safety and security of our community and country. But we also have in the legislative body, the General Assembly, we have another chamber. And not every bill that I've passed in my 7 years here, well, I shouldn't say 7, about 6 years here. I'm not sure what will get passed in the other chamber this year. But not every bill that I passed ends up the way that I put it over, that I proposed it. So I'm voting green on this bill as I have on the other bills. And I am going to say what I said a couple of weeks ago. I'm in the Senate now, and I am trusting the deliberative body that each and every one of us, all 47 of us, are committed to this being the start to police reform, and in a broader sense, the criminal justice system reform. You know, I will be dogged on that, Mr. President, and my colleagues, because it is that vital for us to make sure that we are truly wanting to make a difference and that this is just not a political expedient move on our part. So thank you for this opportunity, Mr. President. You know, this is something that's near and dear to my heart and to my son and to my grandsons and my granddaughter. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator. All right, Senators, I think we know the issues. I think every senator who has not yet spoken has, so any senators, we've had a long debate. I think it's a concurrence here. So we've got the bill on third reader for final passage. The chair, if there's a senator who has not yet spoken who wishes to speak, if not, the chair recognizes a senator from the 34th District.
Thank you, Mr. President. Colleagues, a lot of you have shared very touching stories here this afternoon, and thank you for all of those. And there's no way that this bill or any bill that I've seen down here can possibly ameliorate the pain that you went through, or, and I guess in many cases, continue to go through as a result of your experiences. And I just, so I don't mean to in any way lessen those experiences. I find it beneficial to hear about those and know what folks have lived through. But at some point, we got to pull ourselves back to what we're doing here. This bill, this issue, because we kind of have this big package of police accountability, and we're sort of on the tail end of this, but it includes administrative discipline for police officers. It includes records. It includes body cameras. It's really very plenary. It's very broad based. We're here on one little piece of that now, but it's not it's so like, well, it's just the heart, you know. It's a little piece, but
Excuse me, Senator. Chair recognizes the Majority Leader. What purpose does the Senator rise?
Thank you, Mr. President. I have a motion to limit debate.
Senator will just give us a moment, just a moment. I think we have a paper copy of it. If the senator could read the motion.
Pursuant to the provisions of Senate Rule 77B, debate on Senate Bill 71 shall be limited to 30 minutes in the aggregate for consideration of third reading and final passage, including explanation of votes. The President shall allocate the minute's aggregate time among those senators desiring to speak thereon, provided that not more than 15 minutes shall be allocated for their proponents and not more than 15 minutes shall be allocated for the opponents of such bill.
All right, Senator has moved the motion. If we could ring the bells. This motion is not debatable. The clerk will call the roll.
Mr. President.
Has everyone recorded their vote? Does anyone wish to change their vote? Explain their vote? If not, the clerk will take the call. With 32 votes in the affirmative, the motion passes. There are 15 minutes allocated on each side. The senator may proceed.
Thank you, Mr. President. So the issue now is this piece of it. Was there some evidence that we all heard that said that we have to change the standard by which we can throw police officers in jail for excessive use of force? Did we hear any evidence that we needed to change this? Actually, we didn't. We didn't hear any evidence that here in Maryland that we need to change the standard. Not just that we need to change the standard, but that we need to roll the dice with, we just need to create whole cloth, a whole new standard that's untested, and roll that out and see what happens. And the experiment isn't like, well, we're going to try this kind of school or this kind of energy. It's please go to jail. It's a heck of an experience. If you're a police officer, it doesn't sound like a very fair kind of experiment, because if the experiment doesn't work right for you, you lose your freedom. But what I really want to focus on here is that what is the big problem? What do we fear? What's happening here in Maryland? So in Baltimore, we lose about 540 people a year to non-police related violence. Just gunned down, shot in the head, dead. That's more than one a day. Average Baltimore would see on the average year, about 6 homicides involving a police shooting. And yet, what we're saying is, what we got to do here is get tough on the policing. We've got to go after that piece. And I guess that's the part that's not really been explained. Because if anything is depriving the people of their rights to live in peace and harmony, to enjoy God's given, the gifts that God gives us all, it's the 540 murders. That's what's doing it. And I just can't accept that we're going to use this to somehow try to correct past injustices. This nation has looked at correcting those past injustices. That's why we remissioned the FBI. That's why we remissioned the Justice Department. That's why Maryland remissioned the Attorney General's office. That's why we've enacted a lot of crimes to go after the hate crime legislation. But this bill here ought not be about rectifying past injustices. This bill is about police officers today who use excessive force. And we ought not be trying to send a message to anybody about locking police officers up. That's the wrong way to send a message. You want to build a school, you want to build a highway, you want to rename buildings, rename highways, great way to send a message. But we don't send a message by depriving police officers of the right to survive. And let's face it, what we're talking about here is that piece of the police officer's life when his or her life is in danger. They're confronting a danger, which could be either their life or the other person's life. And we're toying with that piece of it. That's the little part here. It's not police officers not being courteous. It's not police officers being belligerent. It's none of that stuff. It's not even about police officers being crooked. This is about, can a police officer effectively defend themselves when they step out of the car? That's what this bill is about. That's it, right there, that piece of it. And we should not use that piece of a police officer's life, whether they go to jail or not, to send a message to anybody. Because we wouldn't do it for anybody else. We don't do it for, we're saying, well, police officers are held to a higher standard. You bet they are. Because once they're found guilty, everybody knows cops always get a tougher sentence than anybody anybody else. They get a tougher sentence. But we don't say we're going to make it easier to send you to jail. We never do that. We're going to hold you to a standard of conduct that doesn't push you into jail. But if you lose the case, you're probably going to do a lot more time than a non-officer would. So this is serious stuff, and I think it's inappropriate that we talk when we debate this bill, that we start talking about sending a message, correcting past injustices, because that's not fair to these police officers here today. Most of these folks are in their 20s and 30s. They're the ones that are here today. We owe them the fairness, the due process of the law, 100%, and not using them to say, well, something happened before, and to send a message, we're just going to make it easier to throw cops in jail. So, thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator. All right, Chair recognizes the Senator from District 16, from the proponent side.
Yes, thank you, Mr. President. This is just to briefly explain my vote. The killings of George Floyd and Breonna Taylor and other incidences that have occurred nationwide and in Maryland, we saw a huge increase in awareness and urgency for our country and for Maryland to address hundreds and hundreds of years of systemic racism, injustice, and inequality. Black, brown, and communities of color have been marginalized. They have been disrespected. They have been dehumanized. Because if we don't deal with this issue now, our children and our grandchildren and future generations will have to deal with this. So we need to do it now. Over the interim and when our session commenced, our committee, our Judicial Proceedings Committee, we had numerous briefings and hearings on this issue of police misconduct and all these inequities in our criminal justice system. And as a result, this bill, along with the others we have just voted on, they will increase police accountability, transparency, training, including issues like bias training, best practices, recruitment protocols, banning excessive use of force, and greater transparencies in investigations, especially where there's been egregious incidences of alleged police misconduct and deaths while in police custody. And critical to keeping our families and our communities safe is having a law enforcement who are our guardians, our protectors, who will work very closely with all our different diverse communities in cooperation and trust to keep us and our families safe. So I'm very proud of the product that was put out by our Judicial Proceedings Committee, and I was very proud to cast my vote for this important bill and the other bills we just passed. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator. Chair recognizes the Senator from District 5 from the opponent side.
Thank you, Mr. President. And if I could just bring it once again back around to what I think is the biggest concern that I have in this bill, and it's why I think this bill, probably of the ones that we're going to end up voting on for final passage, is probably the worst bill that we have. This change of the use of force standard, we're changing it in the bill. The bill changes it from objectively reasonable to necessary and proportional. So this change deviates from the current use, objectively reasonable, that is embedded in the Supreme Court decision, Graham versus Connor. We are taking this out, it throws out years of case law, and it incorporates terms that do not have any current legal standing. It'll require totally rewriting police training manuals and documents and adding in something that has not been legally tested. Now, I know the goal, people may say, well, yeah, we want to totally redo training because we think there are lots of problems. But you don't do that by going to an unproven legal standard. Because what we have done here, we've put in a rule of engagement now that is going to tie the hands of law enforcement members who, as my colleague from Harford County just really eloquently pointed out, we cannot fix past injustices with this current bill. We certainly want to try to be sure certain things don't happen again. Many of these past injustices are from a long time ago, and they were bad. But we cannot, this bill, the law is a very blunt instrument here. And what we are doing is we're going to be tying officers' hands with something that's not a current legal standard. I say this is the worst bill because this bill is going to put police in severe jeopardy for trying to do their job. When we talk about the impact of a defanged police department that has to pull back, that can't fully have the confidence to go out and do what they need to do to keep the community safe, what we have is what we're seeing around the country. And I talked about it in my comments before, where there's rising violent crime all around our country in the 66 biggest cities. And I want to quote there's an impact that comes from when police have pulled back and then are trying to reassert control. But I want to quote somebody from this CNN article I was referencing previously, a gentleman named Ray Kelly, who is a community leader for the consent decree monitoring team, and he's from West Baltimore. He talks about, in this CNN article, that we're constantly dealing with trauma in our inner cities and communities where violence is prevalent. The impact is especially severe on children who are continually exposed to violent crime from an early age. So he says, and another gentleman in this article says, when we talk about violent crime, it should be talked about in the context of the victims. The context of the victims. There has been an increase in victimization of community members in these communities, in these cities. A lot of this stems from there's been protests about police that have gone on for many years in our country. These folks are not saying that violence necessarily stems directly from the protest, but if the reaction to the protest, which has been in many cities, to really restrict what the police can do, and that's what this bill will do. It will restrict, whether it literally restricts in the writing of the bill or whether it will emotionally and mentally restrict a police officer from feeling like they can go the extra mile to protect citizens and to protect themselves. This bill will incarcerate police officers for doing their job. It may catch people who did wrong too, but there will be innocent police officers who will be put in jail with this bill. There will be police officers who will be dragged through extensive court proceedings for trying to do their job. So we should always be careful. Every bill, we always have to think about both what we want to accomplish and the unintended consequences. I support accountability. I support making sure that we can discipline officers who've done things that are wrong. And I support if someone abuses their authority and hurts somebody, knowingly and willfully, they should go to jail. If they hurt somebody negligently, there should be punishment for that. But the way we're drawing this standard, it will put our police, it will put good police officers in jeopardy. And perhaps worse, it may cause a lot more police officers to pull back and just say, as we said earlier, I'll flash those lights, but I'm not going down that alley in case there's an altercation if there's not something that really needs it. So, Mr. President, I will be voting no on this bill, and I would just urge the body, we can do better than this. We can be more precise in our language, and I'm voting no. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator. Chair recognizes the senator from the 41st District from the proponent side, if the senators.
Thank you, Mr. President, and thank you, colleagues, for your patience and endurance on this important issue. I know that we are growing, many of us, weary from the long discussion. I promise to be brief. But I think it's important for me to say that I'm not holding my nose in taking this vote. I'm not holding my head down. I'm going to vote green with pride. There's been much discussion about the definition and how we passed the bill, and now it's been altered and we support what we passed. But work on this bill has caused the bill, some of the provisions of the bill, to evolve. And I, for one, am proud of the definition. And I want to talk about that just a little bit because of the fact that while the Supreme Court has never opined on the specific definition, it is the shortcoming of the Supreme Court definition that has brought us to where we are today, where we need to redefine what use of force is. So this represents the best practices. And for people that want to talk about Baltimore City, I want to talk about Baltimore City that's now under a consent decree that has adopted a policy for objective reasonableness, necessity, and proportionality when it comes to use of force. That's Baltimore's definition. And while we're on Baltimore, I want to talk about how Baltimore had a retention study to talk about the flight from the police department and how to recruit better officers and more officers. And they surveyed their officers, and what was their officers' response about why they were leaving and what could be done to recruit and retain officers, it was, hey, you could streamline the disciplinary process. You could make promotions more fair. You could do more things to reward us for doing good things. Not one single aspect of the response to that survey was the protest, or people don't have any more faith in us, or you're too strict on us when it comes to integrity. So I'm happily going to cast a green vote because I believe in Maryland. I believe in fairness. I support the police, and I want the police to be better. And this is going to make the police better. And what that's going to do for Maryland is going to make Maryland better. Because only when we restore trust and integrity are we going to then be able to have a safer state. So everything we're doing is in the direction of a safer state. So I just want to say to the colleagues that are not on JPR, please understand that this is a great bill. It is a very, very strong and important step toward the future, and actually will have Maryland be at the forefront and be more of a model for what policing practices ought to be, as opposed to where I personally held my head down a few years because we were the model when it came to the Law Enforcement Officer Bill of Rights, which was an impediment to accountability. So thank you for your time, and please cast your green vote with pride.
Thank you, Senator. Chair recognizes the senator from Frederick County as 5 minutes and 23 seconds remaining.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. President. And the question is, how did we get here? Why is this bill so controversial? Why do we spend so much time debating it? This bill was always the red line. This bill was always the most delicate, the most difficult. We spent a lot of time getting it correct, because this bill, make no mistake about it, can turn cops into criminals. Right now, if a police officer assaults someone, murders someone, they can get charged. This is, on top of it, a 10-year misdemeanor on our police. So you got to be real careful here to make sure you don't catch a police officer who's doing their job, a police officer who may be fighting for his life, who's being attacked, a police officer who's protecting others who are being attacked. We don't want to turn that person into a criminal. You have to be very careful with the standards that you are using here. The standards, we're sitting on this whole floor arguing, and I was very glad we had a protracted debate, and I was very glad, and I think the members of this caucus are glad and pushed to have that cloture vote, because I wanted to require a supermajority in order to do this. That I could tell my constituents and the police officers back home, I did everything I could to stop a bill that was written on the House floor yesterday with a standard that is not defined in Maryland law, not defined in case law, that will make them a criminal for penalty up for 10 years. We're on the floor here defending a bill that our Senate committee did not write. We're defending standards that are not defined in Maryland law. And so when you take a cop and make him a criminal based on undefined standards like this, to think it's not going to affect policing is ludicrous. To think it's not going to affect our constituents, no, that's ludicrous. This bill is the most dangerous of all of them, and I weep for our police officers for what we're going to do on a standard that we can't define. And by the way, the Supreme Court has spoken on it. They used a completely different standard than this one in the bill. These are standards we are making up on the fly that were made up in the floor of the House. This bill should have gone to conference and we could have worked it out. It wouldn't have made sense. But instead, we've got this, and to quote my colleague from Baltimore County earlier, talking about shoddy work products that we were working on, we've got a shoddy work product from the House that is now going to criminalize our police. This should have gone to conference. It could have been worked out. But instead, yesterday in committee, we asked, what was the definition that we're going to lock up our police for? No one knows. No one has still yet answered on this floor. In the hours of debate, no one has adequately explained what is going to turn cops into criminals for 10 years now. So for my constituents, the police officers back home, I want them to know we did get a cloture vote. I did everything, and this caucus did everything we could to prevent this from going into law. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Senator. All right, I believe we may have our final remarks on the proponent side to the bill sponsor.
Thank you, Mr. President. To explain my vote, I believe we have a number of parents within this body, and I hope that station in life helps in understanding my analogy that I'm about to share. After my first year in office, I would share my experience as a legislator that a bill is like a child. You do everything that you can to nurture that child and get them ready to send them out into the world, because you know that the world can be a tough place. And when you send them out into the world, there's this expectation that your child will change because of the varied experiences that you did not give them. Your hope is that the good changes will always outweigh the bad. Senate Bill 71 was sent out into the legislative world, and the House changed it. I was discouraged to see the rebuttable presumption removed because the intent was to ensure that after a substantial investment in body cameras, we wanted to make sure that our officers would not intentionally turn off their body cameras. But as I mentioned earlier, the use of force standard was improved, and the employee assistance program was added. This is a compilation bill. Mr. President, I am thankful to the senator from District 20 for pulling some of us together this summer to begin this work. I am thankful to the senator from District 41 for her work on the initial bill that had the initial use of force standard. And I am thankful to the senator from District 43 for her idea and work on legislation creating the employee assistance program that's enshrined in SB 71. I thank all of my colleagues on JPR and within this body for a job well done. When my daughters ask, what did I do to address the disparate treatment that many of us are still currently witnessing? And we all have heard about Eric Garner, Elijah McClain, but I had a constituent, Miss Rena Mellerson, who was pulled out of her house when an officer came without a warrant and attempted to enter her house, pulled her out of her house, and she was pulled on the ground, 76 years old. She was then, she had charges filed against her, which were held over her head for over a month because she did what anyone would do, and she tried to prevent someone from unlawfully entering her house. Mr. President, you know what I'm going to tell my daughters? I voted for SB 71. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator. Could we please ring the bells, please? All right. Question before the Senate. Senate Bill 71 is on third reading for final passage. The clerk will call the roll.
Mr. President,
Has everyone recorded their vote? Anyone wish to change their vote, explain their vote? If not, the clerk will take the call. With 31 votes in the affirmative, Senate Bill 71, having received a constitutional majority, is declared passed. Senators, we have a conference committee report.
Mr. President?
Oh, yes, Senator from District 12.
I'd like to be recorded in the green on Senate Bill 600.
All right, in the green on 600, Senator, are there any objections to Senator's vote? Without objection, so ordered. All right, House Bill 670, the clerk will read the bill.
House Bill 670, the Speaker, Police Reform and Accountability Act of 2021.
All right, Senators, we have Senate Bill 71. No, I'm sorry. We have House Bill 670. Give us just a moment, Senator, while we're getting up on the board. So the question before the body is on the adoption of the conference committee report. Senators, there's a paper version. Again, let me be very, very clear. This is an unofficial paper version because this is not a traditional way of adjusting pieces of amendments. So let's go ahead. We're going to focus. This is a bill that we've debated extensively, and so we're going to focus on the amendments. On the conference committee report, and the chair recognizes the chair of the committee to explain the report.
So thank you, Mr. President. So you'll recall that the House Bill 670 addressed tort liability caps for police misconduct, loan and scholarship programs for police officers, police disciplinary procedures, and the Maryland Police Training Standards Commission. So generally, the amendments convert those 8 Senate amendments into a conference committee amendments and make additional changes that were agreed to by the conferees. More specifically, the amendments alter provisions of the tort claims provision to clarify that the cap applies to violations for constitutional rights, and that the cap is a maximum amount for any single incident or occurrence, regardless of the number of claimants or beneficiaries. The Conference Committee amendment also allows complaints to be filed with a Police Accountability Board instead of an administrative charging board, and required that local governing body to establish administrative procedures, budget, staff, so that the Police Accountability Board can work more effectively and efficiently. The Conference Committee amendments also make changes to the administrative charging committee. Specifically, the county charging committees will be composed of civilians, 3 appointed by the Accountability Board, 2 appointed by the Chief Executive Officer of the county. The state charging committee will be composed of civilians, 3 appointed by the governor, 1 by the Speaker of the House of Delegates, and 1 by the Senate President. The amendments also clarified that an officer may have a representative when appearing before a charging committee, only if called to appear before the charging committee. Regarding the trial board, the amendments strike the provisions authorizing a disinterested attorney to serve on the trial board, and instead only allow a retired judge or administrative law judge to serve in that spot. The amendments also require an officer to receive a copy of the investigatory record at least 30 days before the trial board proceedings begin. The amendments limit the circumstances in which the chief may suspend an officer without pay when charged with a crime, and authorize the chief to terminate an officer who was convicted of secondary assault. Finally, the amendments clarify that a member of the Police Training Standards Commission from the Warwick Program Advisory Committee is a civilian. And then finally, the amendments strike all provisions of the bill regarding and relating to pension forfeiture. With that, Mr. President, that concludes the Conference Committee report.
All right. The Conference Committee report is now before the body. Questions are on the report. Chair recognizes the Minority Leader.
Yeah, Mr. President, I probably know the answer to this, but this is the first I've seen 15 pages of amendments, and you're asking us to vote on it. Is there any way we can special order this till the next session tonight so we can at least look at it? I mean, there's no way I can look at 15 pages of amendments that quick.
And Senator, I think the length of the amendments are largely because of the redrafting, so the amendments are actually much smaller. So a lot of the language is language that already existed, but it was redrafted. It was done as one big amendment so that it would be easier for printing, frankly. But let's see what the chair of the committee has to say about the senator's motion of special order.
Actually, yeah, I'd ask the body to reject the motion. Or we've got an opportunity here to have a full-throated debate on the amendments. I've just read the kind of the sum and substance of it, so I'd ask the body to resist.
All right, question is on the special order. On the special order, any further discussion? If not, all in favor of the special order?
Mr. President?
Yes, Senator?
Again, Mr. President.
Yes, Senator from District 6.
In all respect, sir, thank you, but we need time to check this out. I mean, there's so much here, and we just heard the chairman, again, thank you, Mr. Chairman, for explaining, but there's so much more in detail in this, and we need opportunity to really read this in detail, and to think of just voting on this and not giving us time to really in detail read this out and giving us a few more hours, because, sir, it's 4:30. We're going to come back in here tonight in a few more hours, and it's not going to take a lot more time. So in all due respect, sir, can we have that time? Thank you.
Thank you, Senator. Don't think we'll have a special. Don't believe we'll have a second session tonight. This will probably be our only session of the day today. But question is about in the special order. Chair recognizes the maker of the motion.
Yeah, and we can do what we want to do. I'm just curious I don't know whether it's the chair, what the urgency of this is that we can't have time to look at it. I understand if we were trying to get it to the governor's office and it had to get up there in a certain amount of time. I'm just trying to understand why you're recommending not to afford us the courtesy so we can have a chance to read it. What's the urgency? I guess I'm asking.
I think a supermajority is ready to vote, but chair recognizes the chair of the committee.
No, just to reiterate, we've had this bill before us for several days, and that we've got this opportunity now to have this debate. We are here convened, so I'd rather press on with the debate.
All right. Question on the special order. All in favor of the motion, say aye. Opposed, nay. The noes have it. The motion fails. Question before the body is on the conference committee report. Chair recognizes the senator from the 34th district on the report.
Thank you, Mr. President. Okay, just some questions for the floor leader, please, or the chairman, I guess. Or
Will the chairman yield for questions? Senator may proceed.
yeah. So thank you, Mr. Chairman. Can you take specifically the amendments dealing with the disciplinary process? Can we just take us through? I mean, that's sort of a really important part of this bill, I think, is that the disciplinary process. And I know that the majority party has had just as much time as the minority party to review this, because we all just got handed it on this at the same time, other than the few members who are actually on the conference committee. So if you wouldn't mind, if you can just take us through a little bit of I'm looking for the page that's on in this massive reprint.
So you probably want to start on page 30, where it speaks to the establishment of the PAB, the Police Accountability Board, which is largely the same as it's been for the last several days. And then it goes on through there. Talks about the charging committee, the chief's ability to go up or down, the composition of the PAB, the new composition of the charging committee, and so on. So starting on page 30. Okay.
So I see we've the accountability board, that's going to be determined. The local governing body will establish the membership of the accountability board, right?
That's
entirely,
correct, yes.
Is it entirely by the local governing body, or is there any difference?
No, it's the same thing, same as before. That's exactly the same. You're
okay.
Right.
So even though there was some change, that's sort of a stylistic change. And then it says that a complaint, right now with a complaint, it need not be notarized, right? But we didn't really change that. We struck out or sworn to. So that's where we left it before, I think, correct?
That's correct, yep.
All right. And then when we go on, we go through the accountability board. I see looks like it's a lot of that is stricken. I guess we're striking we're striking a lot of the membership of that. So where do we end up with? Now we end up with 2 civilian members selected by the Police Accountability Board, 2 civilian members selected by the Chief Executive Officer of the county. I guess for most of us that'd be the county executive, right? And that's 4. Who am I missing? We wouldn't have an even number, right?
So I guess now you're referring not to the PAB, but to the
yeah. I'm sorry, I moved on.
Yeah, to the charging committee, which is on page 32.
So now we're on page 32. That's right. So the chair is appointed by the accountability board, and then we've got 2 members selected by the chief executive officer of the county, and then 2 civilian members selected by the head of the police force. Right. So that's the 5.
Yeah. So 2 appointed by the chief executive. You're right. That's 5.
Okay. And then then we have the statewide. That doesn't really change much. So then after we come through the accountability board, does the process change at all by how the accountability board deals with a charge? Have we changed that at all?
The accountability board, no. I mean,
I'm sorry. I didn't mean the accountability board. I meant the
charging board.
Charging board. Excuse me. Yeah. I just jumped back on you. I apologize.
Yeah, no worries. So we basically, you remember, we rerouted the process so that now the complaints still come to the PAB, which is the accountability board. The charging board, apart from its composition, the functionality did not change.
Okay, and they're still dealing with public complaints, correct?
That's right.
Okay. We haven't changed that piece of this at all, right? Remember, we had distinction between public.
Can you say that one more time? I'm sorry, I missed that.
Yeah, we had in the previous edition, we distinguished between complaints by the public versus internal complaints. We didn't change that at all in this.
We did not. So, I mean, if you're a member of the public, you can go through this public process. You could also go to the police department, and if you're a member of the police department, you can go through the internal process.
Right. Now, I thought you said that we have to have a administrative judge. That's to the trial board. Is that what that is? That's not part of the charging. I mean, of the charging board, right?
That's part of the charging board, not the PAB. That's right.
Well, I heard when you gave the description, you talked about an administrative judge. That's in the trial board, I think, or is?
That's correct. So you go from the charging board, which we just talked about the composition, and then if the officer says, look, then it goes to the chief or the sheriff, then you can elect to go to a trial board, and that's where the ALJs come into place.
Okay.
Yeah.
And when we looked at that, we said it's going to be tough to find a spare ALJ sitting around or a judge, and so we went with an attorney, but that's been stricken now, right? Is that correct?
So yes, that's correct. So when we had more of the discussions, and this is more on the House side, talking to them about the availability of ALJs or an AJ, that wasn't so much of a problem or something that worried folks, that there would be an adequate amount of folks to serve on these trial boards.
Well, did the committee, the conference committee, did that include folks from some of the smaller jurisdictions? I mean, I realize that if you're in, Montgomery County or another large county, there's probably at least a fair number of retired ALJs and retired district court judges sitting around. But if you're in a smaller county that only has one judge, one district court judge, and they kind of retire and die, and they don't really have any ALJs. That was the concern that we had, is trying to staff these things so that we wouldn't run into problems. Is that?
Well, we also talked about this for the small jurisdictions, and so the AJ or the ALJ is not. You don't have to have them from that specific jurisdiction. They can come from a different jurisdiction.
I'm sorry, I'm having trouble hearing you.
They can come from a different jurisdiction, so they don't have to necessarily be from the jurisdiction on the trial board that the issue is originated from. So you can get an AJ from a different jurisdiction if your locality or your county doesn't have a sufficient number to serve on the trial board.
No, I got that, but we're focused on those, Western Maryland, Southern Maryland, where there just aren't a whole lot of ALJs for any reason, because that's not the seat of the government. So, there's plenty of them hanging around Towson because that's where the Office of Administrative Hearings is, and so you get a lot of ALJs up in the Baltimore County region, but you don't have as many out in the small counties to deal from. So do we consider that this may just pose a really tough burden on the? Are those guys supposed to be paid?
So no, it's not. It doesn't specify that it's not a paid position,
Right.
But also that's why left open so that you could draw from other jurisdictions. You don't necessarily have to have.
No, I got it. So these guys have to go look for some volunteer ALJ to drive 3 counties to sit to hear this. I'm just. It seems
No,
like
you're right. That's right. You're right on.
It's sort of above and beyond the. I mean, that's a lot of that's some pretty can be kind of a tall order for folks to expect that. So I just sort of surprised that we didn't grant the smaller jurisdictions that flexibility. I think it might run into some difficulties in staffing an appropriate trial board. That's my concern. And would those trial boards apply? This composition of the trial boards we're providing for in here, does that apply to a trial board for both internal and both public complaints as well as internal complaints?
So it could be internal or external. It doesn't. I mean, it's obviously when we're walking through this process, we're thinking of the public process, but it could be for a process that was initiated from the inside as well.
Yeah, but okay. My question is it the trial board structure? Is that mandate that structure, is that required to be adhered to for both public complaints and internal police department complaints?
So the trial board kind of crosses over, but this process that we've set up is generally for when you're thinking about it from the PAB to the charging committee, that's for public.
Right.
The other processes that originate from the internal side of the House could theoretically avail themselves of this trial board. So both sides of the House could use the trial board piece, but the other structure that you've set up is only for the public side of the House.
Okay, I'm sorry. This is an important point, so please bear with me. If a department wants, and it's an internal matter, the chief has charged an officer with, I don't know, some administrative fraction. It wasn't the public that did it, and now it ends up at a trial board. That trial board, does the chief have to have an ALJ on that trial board, or can he set up a different trial board composition? Or she, excuse me.
So you're saying if it originated internally, would the chief then have influence over the composition of the trial board that's different than the one that we're
Would they
putting
be
in?
required to have an ALJ on their trial board?
That's what this says, yes.
Okay, I mean, I'll just posit for the body that, our interest was not to inhibit. I mean, under the existing LEOBR, the chief doesn't have to go around looking for an administrative law judge. And what we tried to do was say, look, we don't want to make this, we don't want you gumming up the works here. If you can get, administrative law judge is just basically a lawyer in good standing who probably has a history in litigation, and so they can run a trial. But we're saying, and there's usually plenty of those folks in any county. So what we were trying to do is say, those folks, we just grab one of them, interview them, make sure they're fair, impartial, know how to run a hearing, that they can rule on evidence and admissibility and be fair. And so we felt any decent litigator in the county could fill that role. But when you say, no, it's got to be ALJ, our concern was that you're going to end up delaying trial boards that ought to be moving through the system simply because you can't find an ALJ who wants to volunteer. I'm sure if you paid them, you could do that. I guess we don't prohibit them from paying an ALJ, do we? Does the bill prohibit compensating the trial board members?
The bill doesn't touch the compensation piece, but again, I'll just say that, the discussion which occurred, between our negotiations, the House, and asking the chairman over there, look, it was not, they thought of that, they pondered that. It was not going to be a logistical matter or concern for the availability of an ALJ. So the flexibility of being able to get someone from a neighboring jurisdiction coupled with the availability, they just didn't find that to be a concern, and we agreed.
Right. Okay. So now the trial board is. I'm sorry. You know what page that's on? I was trying to find the trial board composition. Oh, here it is on page 35, I guess. Page 35 talks about the trial board, and it requires the actively serving or retired judge or district court or appointed. The trial board is going to be composed of an actively serving retired administrative law judge or retired district court or circuit court judge appointed by the. Oh, I see. The chief executive officer appoints that. They take the panel and appoint them, right?
That's exactly right.
And then we have a civilian who is not a member of the administrative charging board, who that person is appointed by the police accountability board, and then we have a police officer appointed by the head of the law enforcement agency, right?
That's correct. Yep.
All right, and then so they go through the trial board. Did we change the due process components that were in the bill as we had passed it?
How do you mean specifically? You mean the ability to get the file, to be represented by representative, to be accompanied by representative?
We had specified processes, various processes. I guess those are all, looks like those are all stripped out. All we have in here is that the trial board can administer oaths and subpoenas. And as far as the rules of the trial board, who does the current bill now provide will establish the rules of the trial board?
That's not specified in this bill.
I thought in the previous edition we had specified the right to. I thought we had, at one point, we had some provisions on, it says, except as provided they'll establish a trial board process in accordance with this section. So the law enforcement agency establishes a trial board process, and then their only limit on that is whatever's contained in this bill, right? 3106? Is that correct?
Well, so the way that we've set this up, that each law enforcement agency is going to have to promulgate those specifics, but the general structure is what we've set forth here in this bill.
Gotcha. But it's not much of a structure other than who's on it. That's all right, we say is who's on the board. We don't provide any kind of rules or how they conduct themselves, right? That's up to the local police department to establish that. Is that that's what I take
those
from
specifics, like the nitty-gritty details of how evidence is taken and kind of those processes again have been relegated to the local jurisdiction.
Well, I mean, I look at district court trials which deal with things like traffic tickets and minor things like that. Even there, they're subject to the 3 rules of the Maryland rules, which are fairly substantial in how you conduct the trial, what's admissible, rules of evidence, whether those apply, which cases they don't apply in, and the like. I mean, it's pretty detailed. We don't have any of that in here, though. So
no, we don't. I mean, but as you see on page 36, sorry, good. So it establishes the burden of proof, and then it says obviously that an officer can only be disciplined for cause. I mean, those are the only 2. I mean, that's so on page 36 lines between 11 and 12.
11, between 11 and 12, except as otherwise provided in the subtitle, a law enforcement agency has the burden of proof and preponderance by the preponderance of the evidence in the proceedings. That one right there, right? Okay. And is that the same standard, preponderance of the evidence? Do we use that same standard in disciplining other, let's use under the state law. Is that the standard that we're going to use in the, for state employees, say, who's facing discipline proceedings? Or is it a different standard? I mean,
so we kept this consistent from the last version, our version, and the initial one, but for state employees, not quite sure.
Okay.
Let me check.
I mean, the reason I have trouble, we're saying a preponderance of the evidence standard. That means that, I mean, a preponderance of the evidence, that means the person charged can't just sit there and take the fifth. They have to defend themselves. And if the chief comes in and puts on a really crappy case that's just barely there, but the officer remains silent, then the chief wins. I mean, that the officer has to actually put on their own evidence, and it has to be at least as good as the chief's, or they lose, right? That's preponderance. It's that weighing standard.
Right. That's right.
Did you all consider clear and convincing? I mean, a normal administrative hearing, like for MVA, where if I take a client to an MVA hearing on, revoke their driver's license, the state has to establish by clear and convincing evidence that my clients, did whatever they did, and I can just submit, and if they don't meet their burden, then my client can win.
So we did not consider clear and convincing, and then to answer your question, for the rest of state employees, it's again the same standards we have here. It's just the preponderance.
Okay, and we don't know how that compares with others. Okay.
No, that it's preponderance is the answer for that question.
I'm sorry?
Preponderance is the answer for that question for other state employees.
Okay, thank you. So it is preponderance for the others? Thank you. All right. And then we finish up the trial board. Did we change the appeal procedures at all in this?
You mean as far as going to a trial board?
Yeah, so you go through the trial board, then you have appeal procedures. Did we change that at all in the amendments?
So then you keep going back down onto page 36. So the trial board, it stays consistent from the earlier version of the bill.
Okay. And I'm looking on page, and then on page 37, line 19, it strikes or. That's just a technical change, isn't it? Who's convicted of or. That's kind of an.
Are you on page 37?
37, yeah, all the way down in line 19.
Oh, you mean of or a felony? The strike of the or?
It doesn't really change substance, does it? That's just a technical change, I guess.
That's a typo correction, and same thing for bottom, going down farther. Yeah, so typo correction.
Okay. All right, and then. Okay. All right. I'm just looking at your amendments here real quick. I'm skipping over because some of them I don't have an issue with.
Senator, there are other senators that potentially have questions. Does the senator want to glance through?
I'm almost done, Mr. President.
Senator,
If
go
you
ahead.
just bear me just a second, I won't have to get back up on you, if that's okay.
If you could, Senator, just let me know what page you're on so I can follow along.
Yeah, I'm on page. I'm looking at page 39. We struck out the investigating unit of a law enforcement agency shall immediately review a complaint by a member of the public alleging. Was that just moved somewhere else, or is that stricken? Page 39, lines 12 through 21. Was that just moved somewhere else in the bill, or would we actually eliminate that?
One second here, I'm reading it. It's really located there. So moved. So it looks like this is moved to page 41.
Okay, it's just a relocating it.
Yeah.
Okay, that's no problem. Thank you. All right, I don't have any further questions. Thank you, Mr. President. Appreciate your indulgence.
Terrible timing. Chair recognizes the senator from District 33. Sorry.
Thank you, Mr. President. Hope you enjoyed your mouthful of food. If the floor leader would yield for a couple questions. As I shared last time this was around, I believe, one of these times, I'm very concerned about the small police forces in many of our southern Maryland and Eastern Shore, Western Maryland communities. And in my town of Crofton, we only have 5 police officers. At the bottom of page 31, on lines 26 and down, it talks about there's one administrative charging committee that can serve everybody in the county. Okay, so that's fine. Now, if the city of Annapolis wants their own, can they have it, or is it automatically by the county?
So just one. It says shall have one. So it's one per county.
Okay, that's very
for
good.
every municipality within the county.
Right, now at the top of the next page, it talks about the county's police accountability board. Now this is different than the administrative charging board or committee.
That's correct. Yep.
Okay, so is there one county's police accountability board again for the county?
That's also correct. Yes.
Oh, okay, good.
So you got one charging board, one PAB, police accountability board per county.
Okay, thank you. On page 38, lines 15 in that area, it talks about a law enforcement agency shall designate an employee as a victim's rights advocate. Again, is this the county-wide organization, or does this person have to be within the local police agency?
So that's the agency. So that's a more localized agency. Okay. So if it's a municipality, it's that municipality's department, the local agency.
So my special benefit tax district has no employees. How do we address this?
You have no employees. How would you address it?
Could it be one of the police officers?
So it designated an employee of the agency. You're saying that if the law enforcement agency doesn't have any employees?
Yes.
So that exists? Like you see, you're saying that the law enforcement officers aren't employees of the agency, or?
The law enforcement officers are. And my question to you is, would they be eligible to serve as that?
It doesn't say that they couldn't.
Victims' rights advocate.
Yeah. It doesn't say that they couldn't. It just says an employee. So.
Okay, that's fine. And I think I've got one more. Bear with me. And this also on page 51, line 28, you talk about posting in a prominent place an explanation of procedures. So at the police building, it looks like a single-family house in Crofton. Page 51, lines 28, 29 in that area. So I presume you're saying they can post something on the door of the building?
You mean of their own building? Yes, they could do that.
Yeah. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator. All right. Chair recognizes the Senator from the 37th District on the report.
Thank you very much, and I appreciate the gentleman from Annapolis asking those questions because they were some of mine. But if the floor leader, chair of the committee, would yield, I'd like to make sure I have this straight because in our little counties on the Middle Shore, we're having difficulty just recruiting police right now. And so we have skinny down teams. So I am, and a number of our counties, 3 of our counties out of the 4 I represent are disparity counties to boot. So starting with that, I'm to understand that there are at least 3 different committees or commissions or boards that each county is going to have to establish. A police accountability board, an administrative charging committee, and a trial board. Is that correct? I got that one right. Okay.
That's right. Well, yeah, the local, yes, that's right.
Okay, can they be one and the same?
You mean can the people serve on multiple different?
Yes.
So just no, because of the way that we've set forth the selection process.
Okay.
You're not going to have the same people on.
Yeah, and I know in several of our little towns we may have one police. We're lucky to have any in most of them. But anyway. And then there is the victim rights advocate that my colleague talked about. And then, am I to understand that each county or each police department or sheriff's department is going to have to establish their own procedures and policies for this? What's in the bill? Or will there be a standardized template that they can draw from?
So no, they're going to have to, for the trial boards, they'll have to develop their own processes, but I mean, that's something that will have to happen at the hyper-local level. So yes, that's right.
So that's a little
They're
later.
Generally, under the LEOBR now, I mean, they're generally performing this function already. So this is not something that's going to be recrafting things, it's not going to be reinventing the wheel. The membership is different, but the actual template, if you will, to borrow your phrase, it's not going to be something that's reinvented, if you will. It is not something that has to be reinvented because they're performing this function under the current structure right now.
I'm just concerned with the small workforce that we do have in our small communities. I'm trying to envision how this works. And then is there additional funding to bring on additional people to do this? Because we'd love to have additional funding in a couple of our jurisdictions just because we have a hard time recruiting and retaining police.
I'm sure every jurisdiction would, but no, there's no funding mechanism encompassed in this.
Okay. The other question I had, this has been a little bit, maybe a lot amended since we looked at it the other day because there was some composition and members who need to serve on these various boards that I know it would be hard to find. I think collective bargaining was one, and then a police board that I think the only one is the state police. And I was curious as to whether there were going to be traveling people to sit on these boards in the absence of having enough locally.
So it wouldn't be like a kind of the old, what you would think of a judges kind of riding the circuit, so to speak. It's nothing like that. So it just allows for those smaller jurisdictions to enlist the help of those from across the state. That's how it deals with that to our earlier conversation.
Okay, great. Then I think you've answered most of my questions. I was just concerned about the complexity and kind of, I know this is pushed out, this doesn't take effect for another year or two? Or
That's right, a year.
Another year?
It's pushed out a year.
So everybody has at least a year to be thinking about it. Yes, thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator. All right, on the conference committee report, if there's no further discussion,
Mr. President.
All right. If there are no senators who have, any senators who have not yet spoken who wish to speak, if not, Chair recognizes Senator from the 34th District.
Thank you, Mr. President. If the Chair will leave you for just one more question, I appreciate it.
Senator may proceed.
Mr. Chairman, previously the bill, and I'm not seeing it in there now, said that the provisions of the bill relating to police discipline were not subject to collective bargaining. Was that removed?
No, it was not removed. Let me locate it for you. 1 second here.
Okay. Well, then, I'll take your word on that. But if you could look at page 66 of the bill, it's in the, this would be the uncodified language.
Just 1 second. So I think page 40, lines 21 and 22.
Okay.
So remember, the language will change a little bit from what we had before because we left out those procedures for the interrogation or the interviews. Remember, we left all that out. So
Right.
that language covered all of that in the previous iteration. Because that's now kind of taken care of, meaning incorporated, it's the more streamlined language you see here on 20 and 21. 20,
Okay,
21
so
and
provides
22.
that the provisions relating to police discipline are not subject to collective bargaining.
That's right.
Okay, but, okay, now if you look on page 66, actually begins the bottom of page 65 and goes on to 66. And be it further enacted, this is the uncodifying language, that it talks about that these provisions may not be applied or interpreted to have any effect or application to, and it says any bona fide collective bargaining agreement entered into on or before. Originally, it says September 30th, 2021. Now it says June 30th, 2022. That was an amendment that the conference committee made.
So that was just adjusted to align up with the effective date of the bill. But what was the last part of your question? I'm sorry.
Yeah, we changed it so that the originally it said that the provisions relating to police discipline could not be changed, but we gave under the language on page 66, it said that it wouldn't affect or impact a bona fide collective bargaining agreement entered into on or before September 30th, 2021, right? Which would be this September, and now we changed that to June 30th, 2022.
It's the same discussion we had before. Just we didn't want to interfere with the current contracts, the current agreements that are in place now.
So if a department, let's say one of the major counties with the collective bargaining agreements, if they enter a collective bargaining agreement between now and June 30th, 2022, and say a 10-year collective bargaining agreement, then all the provisions relating to police discipline would, as stated in this bill, would not apply to them.
Yeah, I mean, so I guess under your theoretical example there, I mean, good luck collectively bargaining for something of this nature for 10 years, but I mean, I think you're absolutely right. So, because we don't interfere with if you're in it, then we have to wait until it sunsets or until the agreement ends.
Yeah, I'm just saying that if a jurisdiction wanted to avoid the impact of this bill, they could simply enter a collective bargaining agreement sometime in the next year plus, and do that for a 10-year term, and they could avoid the impact of this bill for the next 10 years, right?
A highly unlikely probability, but certainly possible.
Okay, thank you.
All right, on the report. All in favor of the report, say aye. Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. The report is adopted. All right, House Bill 670 is now before the Senate yet again on third reader for final passage.
Mr. President?
Yes.
Ring the bells, please.
Oh, yes, Senators, or Madam Secretary, if we could ring the bells. We were waiting for the senator from District 7. All right, on third reading for final passage, the clerk will call the roll.
Mr. President?
Has everyone recorded their vote? Does anyone wish to change their vote? Explain their vote? Chair recognizes the senator from Frederick County, Minority Whip, has 2 minutes to explain his vote.
Yeah, thank you very much. Just real briefly, explain my vote. What I didn't like about this is the concept that I know the Senate had one concept of how we were going to redo these boards, and then the House had a different one. I just don't like the idea. The whole purpose of this, I was under the impression, was to have a uniform system of police disciplining. And now if you look at it, it's really going to be a county by county, municipal by municipal system, and that will give you the opposite of uniformity. so that once you have the counties that are appointing everybody and the city of Baltimore appointing people, basically if you have jurisdictions that are more friendly to police, more conservative, they'll have one standard, and you'll have your progressive jurisdictions, they'll have another standard. So I guess that's my overall problem with this bill, is that it does not put in a uniform system, which was, I was told, the goal. Thank you very much, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator. Any further senators wish to explain their vote? If not, the clerk will take the call. With 31 votes in the affirmative, House Bill 670 having received constitutional majority is declared passed. All right, senators, I hate to do this. We got to get through a couple more things. So we're almost there. We're not going to have a second session, so we're just going to get a couple things. We've got a conference report. This is House Bill 6. The clerk will read the bill.
House Bill 6, Delegate Feldmark, Economic Development, Maryland Technology Development Corporation, alterations.
All right, Chair recognizes the chair of the committee on the report, or excuse me, the chair, looks like Senator from District 40 was the chair of the conference committee report.
Yes.
If the senator could explain the report. The changes to the bill in the report.
Oh, the changes to the bill in the report simply for all of the colleges that are involved, it clarifies that they would serve no more than 2 consecutive terms moving forward, and this is prospective as opposed to retrospective. Move the adoption of the conference committee report.
All right, the conference committee is now before the body. All in favor of the report say aye. Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. The conference committee report is adopted. House Bill 6 is yet again in front of us on third reader for final passage. Any discussion? If not, the clerk will call the roll.
Mr. President.
Has everyone recorded their vote? Anyone wish to change their vote, explain their vote? If not, the clerk will take the call. With 45 votes in the affirmative, House Bill 6, having received a constitutional majority, is declared passed. I was going too fast. I just want to take a quick moment to say thank you. Taking my own personal privilege here. I just want to thank the members of the committee. I want to thank the members of the body. This was a hard issue, and I just really appreciate the tone and tenor of the conversation and debate today. You know, I know we are not in the same place and don't necessarily agree in certain areas, but this is the process that we go through, and I just want to appreciate the members of this body. I also want to give a very, very important accolades to the committee staff from judicial proceedings and as well from judiciary, also all of the DLS staff who touched various pieces of these packages. It is just a remarkable amount of work. To any single conference, I've learned more than I ever wanted to know about a conference committee report, and it is just everything is logistically challenging. I also want to give a huge shout out to our Deputy Chief of Staff, Sally Robb, who was steering the ship along the way and trying to help the committee where possible, and just want to give her a huge shout out as well. So we've got an incredibly talented team, and even on controversial issues, I think the debate moves forward, and we do the best that we can each day. So just wouldn't be possible without the incredible staff that we have. All right, we're almost there. I should have done that before the last one, but it's been a long day. All right, we've got the special order calendar number 48. Clerk will read the bill.
House Bill 1210, the Speaker, Corporate Diversity, Board, Executive Leadership, and Mission.
All right.
Question is on the adoption of the amendment offered from the floor by Senator Casserly.
The question before the body is on the Senator from District 34's amendment. Chair recognizes the Senator from District 34.
Yeah, Mr. President, I understand the committee has got their own amendment, and so I think mine would just sort of trample on there. So if it's okay with the body, I'll withdraw my amendment this time. We'll let them put theirs on, and we can evaluate it from that point.
Thank you, Senator. If there are no objections, we will withdraw the Senator's amendment. So the amendment is withdrawn. I think we're on second reader here, House Bill 1210. The committee may have an amendment. Chair recognizes the floor leader. Yes, Senator from District 40.
Thank you, Mr. President.
And first, before I get into that amendment, I just wanted to acknowledge the work and contributions of many of my colleagues and thank my chair for giving me the opportunity to present on this bill. We as the Senate Finance Committee had an opportunity to retreat back to committee and go over several proposals as it relates to this bill. One of the things that we sought clarity on, and thanks to you and your staff, Mr. President, in securing the opinion from the Attorney General's office, I've asked committee staff to actually supply the written notice from the Attorney General's office to clarify what this bill does. And so if you pull up the bill in your bill file, there's actual written correspondence from the Attorney General's office that provides clarity. And if you look on page 2, it's mostly enumerated in that last paragraph. So if anyone is interested in seeing the written documentation that was submitted by the Office of Attorney General, it is available on your floor system. But essentially what the Attorney General has clarified to us is that this bill is divided into two parts. The first part of it is those who are doing business with the state. There are certain requirements as it relates to them, but then it is inclusive of all other businesses except with certain provisions.
Senator, I'm sorry. Can you give us the number so that senators have it? Got you.
The amendment, well, I wasn't speaking to the amendment, but I'll give you the amendment number is 943-6271.
6271. All right, give us just one moment, Senator. Excellent. Well, actually, hold on.
943-6271.
It's coming just a second. The interwebs are slow today. There we go. All right, Senator may explain the amendment.
Excellent. So in explaining the amendment, like I said, you have the AG's article to give clarity on the bill. This amendment is simply says that an entity with an annual operating budget or annual sales of less than $5 million are exempted. However, if the entity receives a state benefit under the bill, regardless of the budget or sales, the entity will be subject to the bill's requirements. As a result of the discussion in the committee and on the floor, the amendments also removes the requirement that Commerce post the diversity information it receives based on its regulations publicly, but the information will be available upon request. Finally, the amendment, again, because of discussion, replaces scorecard with report, with the intent that there are no ratings on the information collected by Commerce. Mr. President, I move for favorable on this amendment.
All right, the senator moves the amendment. Are there any questions about the senator's amendment? If not, all in favor? Oh, yes, Chair recognizes the senator from the 34th District on the amendment.
Just to be clear, I'm sorry, floor leader yield for a question?
The floor leader yield?
Yes.
Senator may proceed.
Yeah, so we changed the amount to $5 million for an entity that's not seeking a state benefit, but then you left it to $5 million, but then it's still $1 million for entities that seek a benefit from the state. Is that right?
Correct.
Is there any reason that we didn't take it to $5 million for both?
I think the concerns that were expressed on the floor was those business, and based off of the conversation we had on the floor in the committee, it was really directed to those businesses, the threshold being too low for those businesses that weren't currently receiving any type of benefit from the state. And so the amendment reflects those concerns.
Okay, thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator. All right, on the amendment, any further discussion? If not, all in favor of the amendment say aye. Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. The amendment is adopted. Are there further amendments? Chair recognizes the senator from District 6.
Thank you, Mr. President. I have an amendment. It's 403427-1.
Okay, one moment, Senator. All right, Senator may explain the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. I believe it's a friendly amendment. It's one that just states with one or more of the racial ethnic groups listed in item 1 of this paragraph, put a native or. And that explains the amendment. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator. All right, Chair recognizes the floor leader on the amendment.
No, thank you, Mr. President. We do accept this as a friendly amendment. What the sponsor of the amendment is essentially saying, which we recognize in the true diversity, if there's someone in self-identifying themselves as more than one race, of those that are more than one of those categories that's already listed, obviously we don't want to limit anyone in self-identification. We accept this amendment as friendly.
All right, the committee believes the amendment to be friendly. Are there any objections to the senator's amendment? All in favor of the amendment, say aye. Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. The amendment is adopted. Are there any further amendments for the bill or its title? Seeing none, House Bill 1210 is hereby ordered passed for third reading. Two more quick things. We've got a report on the Committee on Rules. Clerk will read the bills.
House Bill 310, Delegate Learman, Maryland Arts Capital Grant Program to B&T.
Majority Leader moves so be considered the reading of the rules. The bills would be forwarded to the appropriate standing committee. We have one final. I didn't even look. That is too perfect. We have a will not concur. This is 200. Clerk will read the bill.
Senate Bill 200, Senator Young, Natural Resources, Organized Killing Contest Restrictions, EHE.
Chair recognizes the chair of the committee.
Mr. President, I think very appropriate after 5 hours of debate. Organized Killing Contest is the title of the bill, ladies and gentlemen. This bill, which actually deals with coyotes, foxes, and raccoons, not with humans, the House Senate amendment reducing the fine to $25, we had $100, so we would not concur. And I would say on a separate path, there's a conference committee information that has already reached a compromise, so would move not to concur on these amendments.
All right, the chair moves to not concur. All in favor of the motion not concur, say aye. Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. The Senate does not concur with the House amendments. The clerk will read the message.
By the Majority Leader, ladies and gentlemen of the House of Delegates, the Senate refuses to concur in the House amendments and respectfully requests the House recede from its position. Should the House prefer a conference committee to confer on the disagreeing votes of the two houses, the Senate appoints Senator Kagan chair, Senator Simonera, Senator Lamb. Said bill is returned herewith by order Nicole Alexander, Secretary.
Message having been read is adopted. I think that we need to sell some tickets for that conference committee. All right, Senators, that does it for now. We're gonna call it for the day, but I don't think we're all done. There may be some committee work. Chair recognizes the Chair of Finance Committee.
Thank you. Our Finance Committee will meet at 5:45 for one bill hearing. It shouldn't be more than about 20 minutes. And tomorrow morning, we're meeting at 9:15 to consider several possible concurrences.
Thank you, Senator. Chair recognizes the Chair of Education, Health, and Environmental Affairs.
Thank you, Mr. President. Education, Health, and Environmental Affairs will meet at 5:45 for a voting session. We have about 25 bills.
Thank you, Senator. Chair recognizes the Chair. Wow, really? Whew. Last week, Chair recognizes the Chair of Budget and Tax.
Thank you, Mr. President. Budget and Tax will meet at 5:45 for a voting session, and for one big bet, I'll raise that bet to sports betting, and a couple other more. Thank you,
What's
Mr.
the
President.
line on the organized killing contest conference committee? No, not even. Come on, Senate minus 20. All right, the Chair recognizes the Chair of JPR.
Thank you, Mr. President. Organized killing contest. We just call that a JPR voting session, but that's all. But anyway, all right. We'll convene tomorrow at 9 o'clock in the morning. Thank you, Mr. President.
Excellent. Okay, thank you, JPR.
For a voting session.
Excellent. All right. Any further announcements? Delegations, select committees, anything for the good of the order? If not, Chair recognizes the co-chair of the Protocol Committee.
Oh, we have a birthday today. Permission to use the senator's name, but I don't see him. Mr. President?
How about this? We will do a double happy birthday tomorrow.
All right, we can do that tomorrow. Thank you.
Yeah, yes, I didn't even realize it. Sorry, Senator. All right, let's do a quorum call before we adjourn.
Mr. President,
Has everyone recorded their presence? If so, the clerk will take the call. With 46 members in the chamber and a quorum being present, the Senate of Maryland remains in session. Chair recognizes the Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the Senate of Maryland stand adjourned until Thursday, April 8th at 10:30 a.m.
Without